Chapter 1. Hey, did you guys watch the news from the city yesterday? The news says that the Blue Star battlefield has been completely destroyed. I've seen it, and I understand it. There's nothing strange about it. Once all kinds of resources and land are taken away, of course they will perish. I'm just a little emotional. It's said that the civilization on Blue Planet has a similar level of technological advancement to ours. But they perished so easily. I can't imagine how long we could have held out if we hadn't awakened and joined the war for our lords. If we were the invaded party, how long would we have been able to hold out? Stop sighing and check your equipment. After all, it will be our turn to call upon the battlefield soon. Blue Star? What a familiar name. Sitting by the window in the back row of the classroom, Healy listened silently to the discussions of his classmates around him with a complicated expression. He is a traveler from Blue Star who traveled to this special planet called Number 10 half a month ago. Here, he replaced someone with the same name and even appearance as himself and lived a low-key life to get to know this place. But he didn't expect that after traveling through time, he would still be able to hear news about his home planet. Just for this bad news, Healy didn't seem to have much emotional fluctuation. Perhaps it was because he didn't have deep feelings for Blue Star, or perhaps he was already used to this kind of news. On planet number 10, and even in this universe, all highly intelligent races can awaken their talents or traits and become lords after meeting the requirements. At that time, the rules will recruit them and take them to other universes where the universal lords have not yet awakened, and launch a brutal invasion game with the countless planets in that universe as battlefields. The victor takes away population, land, resources, and everything you can imagine. The losers were buried on a foreign planet and forgotten. Healy traveled through planet number 10 for just over half a month. But he heard about the news of planet extinction, and there were as many as 5 including the blue planet just now. And this was just what he heard without paying much attention to it. In fact, the number of planets destroyed is definitely more than double digits, and even more than triple digits is not impossible. And now Healy will also become a lord and land on the alien battlefield to participate in the war. He looked at the back of his hand, where a triangular blood-red rune was glowing faintly. This is the call-up mark. When this mark appears, it means that you will be called up to the preparation space at 10 o'clock that day. Then wake up and officially participate in the war. Buzz. Healy was thinking when suddenly there was a bright light around him. The classmates turned into red light and disappeared from his sight, and he himself felt as if he was weightless and unable to stand. When this feeling gradually disappeared, the surrounding environment had changed from the classroom to a dark and boundless space. At the same time, a voice sounded in my mind. You have been summoned to the battle preparation space. 500 lords on the same battlefield have assembled. All lords, talents, or traits have been awakened. Only 10 minutes remain until the battlefield is launched. Lords, please check the panel as soon as possible to familiarize yourself. With a cold reminder sound in his mind, Healy looked around and found that in this boundless space, in addition to those classmates who looked familiar to him, there were also many strange-looking creatures. Those creatures either had animal heads and human bodies, or were covered with scales and feathers and had strange looks that were unpleasant to the eye. But there are also a few extremely beautiful creatures, such as creatures that look like elves or wingless humanoids with halos floating above their heads. After a brief moment of surprise, almost all familiar creatures immediately chose to form small groups and move together. Although the preparation space does not allow fighting, but this does not prevent different racial exclusions. What made Healy feel strange was that many creatures were looking at him with somewhat hostile eyes. Even his classmates frowned when they looked at him as if they disliked him. This made Healy feel strange. After all, he had been extremely low-key since crossing over and had never caused public outrage. What's going on? Healy couldn't understand. But this is not important. He cares more about his own awakening than wondering why he has angered everyone. So, Healy silently lowered his head and opened the panel. Name Healy, race, corpse origin, Lord class, level 0, 0/5 plots, attributes, 2.5/2.5/3.5/1.3, strength, agility, body intelligence, talent, a mad soul that goes against the laws of nature and walks a strange path. Features, origin of the strange corpse is an abnormal individual. Skills, none. Introduction, a strange individual that even rules cannot explain. A strange corpse? He was surprised to see the race. But he was not surprised, because after he traveled through time, he found himself to be a walking corpse with intelligence. It's just that he didn't have a panel at the time, and he didn't know what situation he was more worried about attracting attention. So he just studied it secretly by himself and didn't dare to ask others for information. Now Healy understands what he is. He was quite surprised at his own attributes. According to his understanding, the 4 attributes of normal adults are basically around 1 point on average. But he scored more than 2 in 2 items and more than 3 points in another. Is this a change brought about by race? It should be. Healy pondered and gradually shifted his gaze to talent. A mad soul that goes against the laws of nature walks alone on a strange path. Walking alone. No alliances, no surrenders, no recruits. More loot, more attacks, and more heroes under your command. Crazy growth. The basic growth rate of all soldiers and heroes will be increased by 500%. Crazy fighter. All members' initial sanity is reduced by 50%, and their combat ability is increased by 50%. Breaking away from the laws of nature. The constraints from rules are weakened. Natural God. At the end of each game, your divinity and all 4 attributes will be increased by at least 0.5. Hate for heretics. At the start of each game, there is a 10% chance of being declared at war by a random divine force. Enemy of all life. Being an enemy of all life will invariably lead to hostility from all living beings. This will trigger a notice at the start of each game, and you will also be awarded the title of Great Terror for the entire game. Is this talent entry too outrageous? All diplomatic means, even the most important function of the Lord, recruiting soldiers, were prohibited. This was enough to make people despair, and the entry of enemy of all living things made him want to stop living. At this moment, he finally understood why the creatures around him looked at him with strange eyes. This must be the enemy of all living things entry taking effect. Besides being met with hostility, the game was also announced and received attention. I don't know how many villains will want to harm me by then. And the title of Great Terror, Terror. Am I really terrifying? How come I don't even know it myself? Could it be? Healy seemed to have thought of something. Without hesitation, he immediately checked the characteristics details. Original corpse, abnormal individual. Effect. You carry a strange virus that can infect and assimilate living beings into becoming loyal zombies. Infected living beings will replace recruitment and other related systems and activate related rules. Effect. You are constantly growing and evolving. Effect. You and your tribe possess strong physiques and considerable growth potential. You are insensible to pain, have strong recovery abilities, can see at night, are tireless, and have strong resistance. Effect. You and your tribe are extremely bloodthirsty and can devour flesh and blood to instantly accelerate growth. Effect. Your tribe absolutely worships and is loyal to you, and is immune to any external influence. Effect. It is easier for you and your tribe to master extraordinary powers. Effect. Your territory civilization is extremely unique. Effect. Your will affects the tribe, and individual changes in the tribe will also be reflected back to you. Effect. You are the root of the tribe. Your thoughts influence the entire tribe. You can command the tribe regardless of distance. You can even occasionally listen to the voices of individuals in the tribe and see what they see. Effect. You can occasionally hear the voice of God. Effect. You are born with supreme power, capable of forging countless miracles within a small space. They have strong recovery ability, no sense of pain, and carry a strange infectious virus that can turn others into their own kind. Isn't this the zombie in the movie? The difference is that the zombies in the movies have no brains and move slowly, making them easy to kill. And Healy not only retained consciousness, but his physical fitness was far superior to that of ordinary people, and he was so swift that he couldn't be killed easily. Moreover, he also had a lot of strange and bizarre effects. No wonder the rules gave me the title of Great Terror. I'm going to the battlefield. What does anyone else have to do with it? Healy closed the panel and smiled coldly. Chapter 2. Talent and Characteristics. These 2 powers, most lords in the world can only awaken one of them. But Healy awakened both at the same time. And his talents are both powerful and special. But this strength comes at a price. Healy's talent means he is invincible on the battlefield, so Healy needs to carefully plan his actions on the battlefield before he grows up. At this moment, some of the students around raised their arms and shouted, "Everyone, look at me and listen to what I have to say." Healy looked up at the conspicuous bag with an opening. Lu Ruyan, the class monitor and class beauty, seems to be beautiful, with a sweet voice and a good personality, and is extremely popular in school. After hearing her speech, the other students looked up at her after checking their own situation, waiting for her next words. Originally, Healy just wanted to see what Lu Ruyan was going to say, but he soon lowered his head and stopped looking. Perhaps because of his awakening, the classmates around him now seemed to smell especially fragrant. This is especially true for girls with delicate skin and tender flesh. Lu Ruyan was also a standout among them. As he looked at her, he felt that she looked like a big, fragrant pork elbow. It smells very good and is very appetizing. I really want to take a bite. Healy roughly knew what was going on. He is a strange corpse similar to a zombie. He is already sensitive to the vitality of living people and his awakened characteristics now at an extremely strong bloodthirsty desire. Therefore, it is not surprising that he covets the flesh and blood of his classmates. The others didn't pay attention to Healy and didn't notice anything unusual. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Lu Ruyan. The latter said with satisfaction, "In a few minutes we will enter the alien Lord battlefield. Everyone knows the dangers of the battlefield world. We step into the alien battlefield alone, and we have to recruit soldiers and expand our territory from scratch. During this period, in addition to various natural disasters, rule events, and the dangers brought by the indigenous people, the greater danger lies with those foreign lords. They're not going to sit around and watch us grow up. Plus, our individual abilities are limited, and no one can guarantee survival in the first war. So, I suggest that we all form an alliance to help each other in the first battle. This way, whether we encounter a disaster or an alien alliance, we will have the power to fight back. Although forming an alliance will reduce everyone's profits, but only by living can we have more possibilities. If you die, there will be nothing left." Lu Ruyan's words won the support of her classmates. Everyone was very nervous when entering the battlefield for the first time, and most people wanted to play it safe and save their lives. After forming an alliance, it is impossible to harm allies for a long time. On the premise of trust, joining forces for warmth is an option. Therefore, except for a few people, all the classmates agreed to form an alliance. The existence of the war preparation space itself also serves as a place for the participating lords to check themselves or their diplomacy. Lu Ruyan was not the only one who made such a suggestion. Many ethnic groups around here are also doing this. But Healy was not interested in these. With his diplomacy band, he quietly retreated behind the crowd and tried to hide. Who knew that Lu Ruyan, the initiator of the alliance, noticed him after checking the alliance list. "Healy, don't you plan to join us?" Lu Ruyan glanced at the list and frowned. "Yeah." Healy nodded without saying much. When Lu Ruyan heard that, her pretty face immediately fell. "Student He, you should think about it carefully again, right? We all come from ordinary families. We can't bring much with us, and our abilities are limited. The risk of death is too high. We can only survive by sticking together." Although she was trying to persuade him, she felt strange in her heart. She always felt that Healy was a little unpleasant now, and she didn't know if it was an illusion or what. Healy ignored her thoughts and just shook his head. As far as he knew, the lords who gathered together would most likely be recruited to the same preparation space and battlefield, and the alliance would make the combatants in the preparation space more likely to gather in the same area. Not to mention that Healy himself is unable to form an alliance. He doesn't dare to form an alliance just because of the entry that he is the enemy of all living beings. Why form an alliance? Waiting to be beaten on the battlefield? It's just that Healy will not explain these things. Seeing that Healy was stubborn and refused to join Lu Ruyan, he could only shake his head. As for the others who already disliked Healy because of the enemy of all living beings entry, they thought Healy was ungrateful. Why not join? What are you thinking? Does he think he's one of those rich kids whose family has the money to prepare all kinds of things for him in advance? Come on, there are people like him. Every year there are those young people who want to rise on their own. But what happened? None of those lone rangers survived. Forget about him. Let's discuss the battlefield. Well, I'm not sure if I can come back alive. Healy ignored those words and just stood quietly at the back, planning his actions and checking his backpack. Because the Lord Mark will appear in advance, many people will prepare some equipment and props in advance. It goes without saying that those rich young men can buy almost anything with their money. Ordinary people like Healy have to be frugal. With limited funds, Healy couldn't buy much. A mechanical crossbow, 100 steel crossbow arrows, and 2 machetes. There are also some medicines that are probably no longer needed. These are Healy's initial supplies. He has to rely on these things and his own abilities to fight on alien battlefields and return with the land and resources he has conquered. Only by surviving this first war and owning land and resources can one be considered a true lord. Before this, he was only considered half a lord. Healy pondered, and the time for preparation was running out. Buzz. Bloodlight emanated from everyone again. Combatant Healy, you have been successfully sent to the 31,415,926th Xuanqing Lord battlefield. All 500 lords have been deployed in this battlefield. This war game officially begins. Hearing the prompt in his ear, Healy, who was in a trance, opened his eyes and looked around to observe the situation briefly. The surroundings seemed to be a primeval forest with dense vegetation. There were no traces of humans left, only a large number of exotic flowers and plants, and many strange-looking creatures jumping on the treetops and looking at him. A wild environment? That's exactly what I want. Healy looked away and smiled. It was easy to obtain powerful soldiers by poisoning and infecting animals in the wild. After all, in terms of physical fitness alone, beasts are stronger than humans. Once he has enough powerful soldiers, Healy can explore the surroundings without restraint, attack the towns of intelligent creatures, and deal with various rule events until the end of the game. According to what I've learned, the condition for each game to end is that the number of participants is halved. There's no time limit, but as time goes by and the battlefield becomes more difficult, the death rate will increase significantly. Healy briefly recalled the rules he knew. Then he looked up at the sky. As expected, the world announcement triggered by the start was coming. Warning: the enemy of all living things has arrived. Warning: terrifying creatures are not allowed to enter the arena. The difficulty of this Lord War game has been increased, and some rules have been changed. The probability of encountering positive events and various rewards in this game have been increased. The deafening notification sound echoed in the minds of all the lords as the blood-red subtitles appeared in the sky. For a moment, the lords who had just come to their senses were all stunned. What's going on? The enemy of all living things? The Great Terror? What the hell is this? I've never heard of such an announcement in the novice battlefield. But what's the reason? It sounds familiar. In the snowy forest, the six-legged humanoid creature covered with eyes spoke in a tone of doubt and uncertainty. What's the matter? Isn't that weird human? I remember that group of people called him. In the dim cave, the Batman muttered to himself. In the swamp, a creature with an octopus head also emerged. Hee, the Great Terror? This game isn't lonely anymore. Looking up at the sky, the octopus head dived back into the swamp. Meanwhile, Lu Rian and the others, who had gathered in the dilapidated ruins to form an alliance, were also somewhat suspicious. Healy? Could it be the Healy I know? No wonder he rejected the squad leader's invitation to form an alliance. Being announced right from the start, he must have some terrifying talent or special qualities that allowed him to rise so quickly. It's over. If I had known he was holding it in, I shouldn't have said those dirty words to him. I hope he doesn't hold a grudge, otherwise it will be a big deal. Don't panic, it's not a big deal. Healy's announcement has surely caught the attention of all the lords. Facing the schemes of those foreign lords, he might not even survive the third chapter. Chapter 3. You have obtained the special title Great Terror. The temporary special title Great Terror has been worn. Title effect. Your actions will spread fear and increase the panic level of all creatures on the battlefield. A high panic level will affect all forces on the battlefield and increase the probability of encountering rebellion. The prompt in my mind ended, and the blood-red subtitles that lasted for several seconds in the sky gradually dissipated. Healy withdrew his gaze and strode forward. He heard the sound of water, so there might be a river ahead. Healy planned to poison the water source, and once the virus spread in the water, it would infect a large number of organisms. This is the best way to quickly produce troops and improve combat effectiveness. But what Healy didn't expect was that before he took a few steps, he was stared at by dozens of cold eyes. They were a group of more than 10 creatures that looked like wild wolves, but had no fur, but were covered with scales. At the same time, several system prompts sounded. Your talent makes you more likely to encounter vicious attacks. You were met by a pack of hungry, scaly wolves. Your aura makes the wolves extremely hostile to you. Is it the effect of talent again? It came so fast. Healy glanced at the wolf pack. He had never seen a scaled wolf before and didn't know how strong they were, but compared to wild wolves, they were bigger in size and protected by scales, so they must be extremely difficult to deal with. Moreover, they have the advantage in numbers, and are led by an alpha wolf that is 3 times the size of an ordinary wild wolf. Faced with this group of extremely ferocious enemies who hated him so much, Healy climbed up the tree without hesitation. The wolves couldn't climb trees, so they could only surround him. Healy looked down at the wolves around him, grinning, and then pulled out a mechanical crossbow from his bag. He simply loaded the crossbow, but did not shoot immediately. After spitting out some saliva, he raised his hand and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! Puff! The sharp arrow flew out and pierced through the back of the scaly wolf in an instant. The injured armored wolf fell to the ground helplessly and kept making whimpering sounds of pain. The sound stimulated the other armored wolves. Healy clearly saw that the scaly armored wolf, which was already baring its teeth in hatred towards him, had an even more ferocious expression. If they could talk, Healy guessed they would probably say, "I wish I could eat your flesh and sleep on your skin." But so what? Healy's face was full of disdain. There's no point in being furious. If you have the ability, climb up. As if understanding Healy's words, the giant wolf leader at the back locked onto Healy with its azure eyes. It slightly bent its limbs and then, with a sudden burst of force, leaped over 3 meters high. Healy's pupils contracted, and without time to think, he immediately jumped off a tree and escaped relying on his strong physical attributes. Bump! As soon as he landed, a loud noise came from behind him. He glanced back and saw that the branches of the tree where Healy had just been were broken and shaking. That was a tree as thick as an adult's thigh. The fact that the alpha wolf could shake such a big tree showed how powerful he was. Healy was quite surprised, but not panicked. Relying on his attributes that were no weaker than those of wild beasts, Healy moved around among the surrounding trees and turned back from time to time to shoot arrows. The sharp arrows with virus saliva could always hit the armored wolves that failed to dodge in time. Seeing his men falling one after another, the leader wolf became angry. It growled softly, and its expression became even more ferocious. Its roar seemed to be some kind of order, and the other armored wolves quickly dispersed after receiving the order. The wolves no longer chase recklessly. They try to chase close to obstacles to reduce the chance of being attacked. Healy was a little surprised. You are not stupid. They even knew how to arrange a simple pursuit tactic. You have some brains, he praised. The wolf leader didn't understand what he said. It only knew that this annoying prey had seriously injured several of its men. If he wasn't as nimble and hard to catch as a monkey, it would have bitten off the prey's neck long ago. But it doesn't matter. It has patience, and it firmly believes that if it continues to chase Healy, sooner or later he will be unable to run anymore, and then it can tear this hateful prey into pieces to fill its stomach. With this in mind, the leader wolf led the remaining armored wolves in a mad pursuit driven by hatred and hunger. However, as we kept chasing each other, something seemed to be wrong. Healy in front showed no signs of fatigue. Instead, he and his men felt a little overwhelmed. This discovery made the wolf leader feel a little surprised and suspicious. Of course, Healy had already discovered this situation a long time ago, but he was not surprised. He was a corpse. He felt no pain and no fatigue. He could keep running until he died. On the other hand, the scaly wolves are living creatures and do not have this ability. Seeing that the wolf pack was getting slower and slower, some of the armored wolves even stopped to breathe heavily. Healy raised the mechanical crossbow. Are you tired? Don't worry, I'll let you rest now. As soon as the words fell, sharp arrows flew out at high speed. The wolves, already exhausted, had no way of escaping. They could only drag their exhausted bodies and watch helplessly as the sharp arrows got closer and closer until they pierced their bodies, bringing pain. They growled and screamed while struggling frantically on the ground. Blood oozed from their wounds, and the strong smell of blood spread across the land. Healy licked his lips and seemed eager to do something. The smell of blood from the injured wolves stimulated the bloodthirsty desire in his body, making it even stronger. Finally, he couldn't bear it any longer. He put down his crossbow and drew his machete, slashing fiercely at the nearest armored wolf. He is very fast and has ridiculous strength. The armored wolf's head was chopped off before it could react. In an instant, a large amount of blood gushed out like a fountain. Healy's eyes were red as he picked up the wolf corpse and bit into it fiercely. The crunching sound of chewing and the dripping sound of blood echoed around. The other injured scaly armored wolves looked terrified. Even the huge wolf leader changed color. It had been a beast that ate raw meat and drank blood for half its life, and it had never seen a guy as ferocious and terrifying as Healy. That guy drank blood and ate flesh, even chewing up bones and swallowing them. A compatriot who was alive just a moment ago was eaten to the point where almost nothing was left in a moment. Only the filthy pile of things on the ground proved that the companion who had been eaten to pieces had ever been in this world. This is so scary. What the hell is this thing? The leader wolf was extremely panicked. If it had not been seriously injured by the crossbow arrow, it would have run away long ago. Tidal effect triggered. Your horrifying gluttony of raw meat and blood makes even wild beasts tremble. The panic you bring is spreading. You devoured flesh and blood, and your body grew slightly. Your strength and agility increased by 0.1 each. You infected a scaly wolf and turned it into a corpse. A new basic soldier unit has been added to your command. Burp. Healy burped, wiped his mouth, listened to the prompts in his mind, and looked around. The injured armored wolves around have not yet turned into zombies. I think it should be the armored wolf that was originally infected by saliva that has turned into a zombie. Judging from the time, it only took half an hour from infection to transformation. Half an hour of transformation is not bad. Standing up and putting away the machete, Healy left without paying any more attention to the group of injured armored wolves. He collected crossbow arrows along the way, and the injured armored wolves were infected with the virus. It is inevitable that they will turn into zombies, so there is no need to keep an eye on them. Sure enough, the reminder sounded several times within half an hour. You infected 2 scaly wolves and turned them into corpses. 2 new basic soldier units have been added to your command. You infected 9 scaly wolves and turned them into corpses. 9 new basic soldier units have been added to your command. You have infected a giant scaly wolf and turned it into a corpse. A new special soldier unit has been added to your command. Special soldiers? Giant scale-armored wolves? Upon hearing the hint, Healy immediately thought of the giant wolf leader. He was somewhat looking forward to the guy's appearance and attributes. His special abilities, following his inner call, were quickly transmitted to the minds of all the infected zombie creatures regardless of distance. In just a moment, the wolves rushed over. Healy also glanced at the wolf pack that had turned into corpses. Compared to before, the scales of the armored wolf are now gray and its eyes are dark red, which makes it look extremely sinister. The giant scale-armored wolf, the leader of the pack, has changed even more. Its size grew by more than half a meter again. Its muscles and earthworm-like meridians bulged, leaving its protruding black scales covered in strange patterns. This strange appearance combined with those dark red eyes. It looks like a monster in a horror movie, which makes people feel creepy. However, even such a ferocious existence showed no hostility towards Healy. Instead, it looked at him very docilely, then quickly stepped forward and knelt down with its head bowed, as if worshipping a god, not daring to look up. Obviously, this is the effect of the trait. Chapter 4. After successfully infecting the scaly wolf pack and gaining military strength, Healy, the Lord, finally lived up to his name. Although his army did not have many soldiers, but the advantage is that the zombie-like scaly armored wolves are very powerful, especially that ferocious and terrifying giant scale-armored wolf. Name, Scaled Giant Wolf. Race, Corpse/Beast. Unit, Special Soldiers. Occupation, Charger. Level 1. Attributes, 3.8/4.5/4.0/0.4. Strength, Agility, Physique, Intelligence. Skill, Iron Body Charge. Loyalty, 100. Never decreases. Introduction. The Scaled Armored Giant Corpse Wolf, based on the Scaled Armored Giant Wolf, has many powerful abilities added to the Scaled Armored Giant Corpse creatures. It has astonishing destructive power and carries a deadly and contagious virus, making it extremely dangerous. After scanning the message, Healy immediately smiled. Judging from the panel information, in addition to adding new abilities and characteristics to the zombie transformation will also enhance its attributes. The Scaled Giant Wolf's agility definitely wasn't so high before, otherwise it would have caught up with him long ago. But aren't the increases in these 4 attributes of the Scaled Giant Wolf a bit too much? 2 of the events directly broke 4, nearly double my own. Maybe this has something to do with its special profession? Charger can be promoted to a special soldier, a heavy armored variant with greater strength, speed, and defense. After seeing the details, Healy thought to himself that it was indeed the case. Heavy-duty variant? No wonder the stats are so much improved. Looking at this situation, it will grow a lot in the future. This guy can be used as a hero unit. Special units are rare and powerful, and everyone wants them because many of them are no weaker than heroic units. The Scaled Giant Wolf is obviously a special unit that is no weaker than heroic units, especially since it has an active skill. Iron Body Charge. Concentrate all your energy and blood to strengthen your muscles, enhance your defense and destructive abilities, and change your movement method to faster leaps and dashes, launching continuous charges and attacks. Duration, 30 minutes. Negative. After the effect ends, the muscles become sore and the defense is reduced, so it cannot be used continuously for 2 hours. It's okay, the negative impact is not particularly big. After closing the panel, Healy turned over and rode on the giant scaly wolf. Go! He patted the dog's head, and the scaly wolf launched itself forward like a bullet with all 4 of its limbs. The other corpse-like scaly armored wolves behind quickly followed. Healy continued with his previous plan to poison the water source. Once you have enough troops, you can radiate the surrounding areas and try to find towns with intelligent creatures to understand the level of civilization on the battlefield. Then you can carefully plan how to expand your territory and create your own empire. However, the giant scale-armored wolf had just started running. A new global announcement sounded again. Announcement: Congratulations to Lord Healy. You have successfully recruited the special unit, the Charger. As the first lord to recruit a special unit in this game, you will be rewarded with 100 Spadix seeds. As the golden announcement subtitles appeared in the sky, the void before Healy's eyes suddenly opened up into a space-time hole. Buzz. Bang. A bag of seeds fell out from that space-time hole. Healy caught it steadily, and the space-time hole disappeared. Spicate of Saprolegnia seeds. Plant for 3 months and harvest a premium crop with plump, fleshy grains. Healy glanced at the prompt and his eyes flickered. You actually gave it to Spikeweed? You're lucky. Spadix is a very rare plant and a crop that almost all lords want to obtain in large quantities. The reason why everyone wants it is that although this thing is a plant, the fruit it bears is flesh and blood. As long as enough of this thing is grown, the people and soldiers in the territory will never lack meat. This will also increase their loyalty and happiness index, etc. Of course, this is also useful for Healy. Zombies also need to eat meat. With this meat spike grass, you don't have to worry about having no meat to eat after leaving the battlefield. However, staring at the bag of sedge seeds in his hand, a strange idea suddenly popped up in Healy's mind. Plants are living things too, so, can they be infected? If so, what would happen if it were infected with Spadix seeds? He thought about it, and then became eager to try. At the same time, the other lords were also in an uproar. It's Healy again. What do you think? What do you think? There's nothing good to see. Lu Rian shook her head. She continued. The fact that Healy was able to trigger an announcement right from the start shows that he is not a normal lord. The current announcement has also proven this. He can quickly acquire special units, and he may be able to acquire even more powerful units later. Even hero units aren't out of the question. He's a formidable being. We're in the middle of a battlefield, surrounded by enemies on all sides. A single misstep will kill us. If I were you, you'd be racking your brains trying to figure out how to save your lives. How can I care about those who are stronger? Her question immediately silenced the students around her. But no one noticed the shock and coldness that flashed across Lu Rian's eyes when she turned around. Obviously, she was not so calm inside. After all, it is a powerful and rare special force. Although there are many ways to obtain special soldiers. For example, they can be obtained through specific events, or created according to the training methods passed down among the lords, or by being lucky enough to find those scattered special troops on the battlefield and successfully recruit them. It's even possible that some of your subjects in your territory will be inexplicably promoted to special troops. However, although there are many ways to obtain it, none of them can be done casually. Especially since this is the novice lord's first war. No matter how well prepared they are, it is impossible for them to obtain special troops on the day of entry. However, Healy did it anyway. If he told others about such an outrageous thing, no one would believe it. Running into such an outrageous player in the same game. It could also be a classmate. How could Lu Rian remain calm? I originally thought I would be the biggest winner in this game. I didn't expect this Healy would come up. Lu Rian sighed inwardly as she glanced at the students around her who were talking about them. Of course, besides Lu Rian, there were hundreds of other lords who were feeling uneasy at this moment. They were paying more and more attention to Healy mentioned in the announcement, and even had murderous intentions. Special forces? Rewards or Spadix? Healy is improving too quickly. If we allow him to continue like this, we will be the ones in danger. Even if he can't threaten us for the time being. If he returns alive, he will definitely become one of the troublesome obstacles to the rise of our race. The young man with a halo on his head on the island frowned and spoke. The woman next to him nodded. So what do you want to do? Scroll. The young man spat out 2 words with a cold face. The scroll he mentioned is also a reward item according to the rules. There are many types of scrolls. Some increase your own positive status, and some impose negative status on the enemy. There are also summoning scrolls, weather scrolls, event scrolls, etc. Some lords do not use the scrolls they get on the battlefield, and often take them out to sell in exchange for resources. The young man with a halo obviously came from a wealthy family, so he was able to buy it. Most of the scrolls of other novice lords were obtained in the same way. At this moment, the young man planned to use the scroll to deal with Healy. Healy is just a novice lord after all. The game has just begun. The number of special units he has acquired should be small, and their combat power is also limited. Use the scroll now to lure the natives to attack him. It's useless. The woman shook her head. The scroll has limited effect. Luring the natives over might not be enough to deal with him. Maybe it will actually increase his strength. The young man nodded. I know, but do you think we are the only ones among the 500 lords who would do this? The corners of his mouth turned up, revealing a hint of a smile. I think there must be many people who don't want to see Healy continue to live. Some of them will definitely do the same thing as me, bringing a large number of enemies to him with multiple scrolls, and then applying various negative effects. In this situation, even a senior lord would have a hard time surviving. Do you think he can hold on? The woman shrugged and said nothing more. The young man then produced a scroll imbued with a sense of technology, and many lords from various places did the same. Buzz. As the scroll unfolds, many prompts sound. Your area has entered the event, false treasure. The weather in your area is about to turn into heavy rain. Your people are immune to the effects of reduced loyalty, and the scroll is invalid. You have triggered the vicious event enemy in the dream. An unknown force triggers an earthquake precursor, and a herd of restless beasts runs wildly nearby. The power of the god of mischief has marked you. You are cursed with an evil curse, doomed. You have received an unusual blessing. The stronger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. Your people gain the negative status, gluttony. Chapter 5. Boom. Accompanied by the roar of thunder, strong winds howled in the mountains, and the clear sky was instantly covered by dark clouds. Gazing at the gradually darkening sky, Healy sneered. You're so rude to a novice lord like me, throwing scrolls that cost hundreds of thousands of dollars at me, right? He calmly scanned the details. Fake treasure incident. Vicious bandits come for the treasure, increasing the danger level in the current area. Dream enemy event. A random battlefield leader may reveal their enemy in a dream. Please be vigilant against sudden attacks from this leader leading his troops. The false earthquake precursor has caused the beasts to become agitated, gathering into a dangerous wave of small beasts that are about to attack. Due to the power of the god of mischief, your coordinates are highlighted for 7 days. Bad luck. Bad luck always accompanies you. The bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish, strengthens all negative statuses and increases the difficulty of events you encounter. Also, increases loot and event rewards for 7 days. Gluttony. All your subordinates' resistance to hunger is reduced by 50%, and their satiety requirements are increased by 50%. Due to the fact that bigger waves mean more expensive fish, the heavy rain has escalated to extremely heavy rain. The bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. These events and situations bring many dangers. For a novice lord, encountering the threats of bandits and beast tides at the same time is almost certain death. Plus, the gluttony quickly consumes food and supplies. Even if he survives the danger, the loyalty of his people will drop drastically due to lack of food. Even so, there are still people who do not mind escalating the danger. You want me to die? Humph. Then you will be disappointed. What you see as danger is opportunity to me. After closing the message box, Healy, who possessed the ability to infect, didn't care about the number of enemies. As long as no one can kill him instantly, no matter how many enemies come, they will only increase his military strength. I wonder if I can get special units again this time. Or get a powerful hero unit directly? Also, since there are bandits, perhaps we can capture one alive and ask about the current situation on the battlefield. Healy was thinking about it. He originally wanted to infect more creatures nearby to increase the troops, and then find out the situation on the battlefield. But now there is obviously a faster way to directly obtain battlefield information. And the bandits must also know the nearby towns. After dealing with them, you can directly send troops to attack. Crash. Healy had just finished planning his steps when a torrential downpour began to fall from the sky. The dense raindrops covering the sky and the earth made the already extremely dark world even more hazy. And in the distant woods, dark shadows began to gather. They look like humans and animals, and there are so many of them. A creepy low roar also drifted in the rain, adding a bit of horror to the dark and depressing atmosphere. The panicked herd is rushing towards you. Your aura makes the silverback black bear extremely hostile to you. Your aura has caused great hostility from the unicorn ant colony. A pack of greedy black-mouthed hyenas is about to attack you. Your aura makes the green-scale python extremely hostile to you. The spies from Tsunglong village are searching for you. A group of extremely vicious bandits from the G-State are roaming around you. Looking for something? The bandit group's spies have noticed your presence. You are unlucky and encountered a landslide. Here they come, coming so fast. Healy listened to the prompts in his mind and looked straight ahead at the gradually clearer group of ferocious beasts. He then turned back to see the shaking mountain behind him and patted the scaly giant wolf's head. Go ahead, charge straight ahead, he gave the order. The armored wolf did not hesitate and immediately took off, baring its fangs and attacking the herd. The other corpse-like scaly armored wolves followed closely behind. The danger of a pack rush lies in the charge. No one can withstand the charge of thousands of beasts. But now the surrounding terrain is mountainous and forested, which is not conducive to charging. The herds are also relatively dispersed to avoid tree obstacles. In addition, the landslide slowed down the herd's speed, and Healy was not afraid of the herd's natural instincts at all. It should be noted that the giant scale-armored wolf has powerful attributes after its transformation into a corpse, and it is not something that ordinary wild beasts can compete with. When it rushed into the herd of animals carrying Healy, it opened its mouth like a tiger breaking into a sheep pen and bit off the neck of the wild deer in front of it. The deer head fell heavily to the ground, which made the other beasts' hearts jump. Their hostility towards Healy clouded their minds. The bloodthirsty giant scaly wolf dealt them a heavy blow. Fear quickly began to spread among the herd. The weak beast wisely chose to avoid Healy. Only those carnivores with ferocious faces were still staring at Healy and the armored giant wolf with malicious intent. Healy, with a fierce glare on his face, immediately issued a new order to the unruly fellow. Use your skills. Upon receiving the order, the armored wolf's muscles swelled and became firm at a speed visible to the naked eye. Healy sat on its back as if he was sitting on a stone. Moreover, because of the skill, the armored wolf's defense and destructive power increased dramatically, making it more powerful in suppressing the herd. Its leaping and running movement makes the giant scaly wolf possess extremely powerful explosive power. So, when the giant scaly wolf charged into the herd, bang! The first beast to come into contact with the armored wolf flew backward like a kite with its string cut. The terrifying force of the impact knocked over a large number of beasts following behind. After seeing this scene, Healy suddenly had a clearer understanding of the profession of charger. This is a complete professional formation destroyer. No matter what formation you set up, there will be chaos if you collide with them. The terrifying thing is that the scaled wolf can maintain this state for a full half hour, breaking through the formation back and forth. Other beasts have no way to deal with it because it is extremely fast and has a body as strong as iron. The beasts that were originally coming in full force were now in complete chaos. The beasts were knocked dizzy by the giant scaly wolf. They each ran their own way, crashed into each other repeatedly, and none of them could escape. Plus, it was raining heavily and the sky was dark. Many beasts, whose sight was unclear, were run over or trampled to death in the chaos, causing a river of blood to flow. The strong smell of blood further stimulated many greedy creatures to take advantage of the chaos to hunt the weak and satisfy their hunger. However, the virus also spread among the beasts and radiated to the distance along with the rain mixed with blood. However, Healy had already left the center of the chaos before the armored giant wolf's skill ended. Only the ordinary corpse-like scaly armored wolves were left behind by him. Whether those scaly wolves are alive or dead, they will continue to infect more beasts in the chaos. And Healy's focus is also on those bandits. The lone bandit spy had already been discovered by Healy. He was hiding on a distant slope, using vegetation and rocks to hide his presence and quietly observing Healy. However, due to heavy rain and bad weather, the herd became confused and he lost track of Healy. After all, ordinary humans have limited vision. Only non-humans like Healy have strong eyesight. At this moment, Healy ignored the influence of the rain and could clearly see the guy hiding in the distance. Seeing him carefully changing his position as if trying to find him, Healy's eyes flashed coldly. Drawing out his machete, Healy patted the dog's head. The armored wolf carried him and approached quietly under the cover of the rain. When a cold blade is placed on your neck, Wong Erga knew that he had run into a ruthless person today. Brother, let's talk it out. Why bother with a knife? Healy's cold voice interrupted him before he could finish his words. Stop talking nonsense, Healy said sinisterly. I ask questions, you answer. If you dare to have any evil intentions, I'll kill you. Upon hearing this, Wong Ergo nodded hurriedly and gestured for him to ask. But the cunning in his eyes showed that he was by no means honest. Come to think of it, bandits are all desperate criminals. How could they just sit there and wait to be killed? Healy also understood this, but he didn't care how Wong Ergo planned to kill him. The opponent is too weak. Giving him a chance is useless. So Healy just asked calmly, What's your name? Where are you from? My name is Wong Ergo, and I'm from Nana City. Nana City? What's its size? How far away is it? That's a small county town, about 80 miles away from here. More than 80 miles is not too far. He can use the tireless nature of the zombies to rush over. Maybe today he can use the zombie beasts and bandits to take over Nana City. Chapter 6. Healy has decided to attack Nana City today, but before that he still has many questions that need answers. For example, how many people are there in Wong Erga's group of bandits? Where are his accomplices hiding now? And what exactly is the treasure they are looking for? Healy was curious about the treasure because of the event settings he learned about after traveling through time. As far as he knew, in the world of war, all triggered events had traces to follow and did not happen for no reason. At the same time, these various events were likely to contain hidden rewards. Take the fake treasure right now, for example. Wang Ergu and his men had nothing to do with the incident. They had already left Nanha City before the incident. Perhaps their original destination was not where He Li was, but somewhere else. But because someone used the scroll. So under the influence of the rules, the group of bandits who arrived nearby accidentally learned about the treasure, so they changed their original route and turned around to run to He Li's vicinity to meet him. This is the coincidence setting of the event. At the same time, although the false treasure is clearly fake, but fake doesn't mean there is nothing. Perhaps after finding the treasure, He Li can get the hidden rewards released by the rules. That's why he became curious about the treasure. Tell me, why did you leave Nanha City? And what happened after leaving Nanha City? Turning around, He Li stared at Wang Ergu and asked. The latter was surprised when he heard the word you. He was not sure whether He Li said it intentionally or unintentionally. After all, he had not told He Li that he was a bandit and had many accomplices. He Li noticed his hesitation and sneered. If you don't want to die, tell me everything about you. You, what do you know? Wang Ergu was a little panicked after confirming that He Li really knew that he had an accomplice, but He Li didn't respond. He just raised his leg and kicked down. Crack. With a crisp sound, Wang Ergu's face turned pale and he wanted to scream, but He Li covered his mouth mercilessly. If you keep talking nonsense, next time it'll be your neck that's broken. He Li's cold voice echoed in Wang Ergu's ears. The latter's eyes were filled with fear. He endured the severe pain of his broken leg and dared not say anything more, but just nodded desperately. Seeing this, He Li let go of his hand with satisfaction. Wang Ergu then started talking about their story. We were robbing people yesterday, but we accidentally robbed a high-ranking official who was on an incognito tour. The Nanha City government is looking for us now, so we had no choice but to flee hastily overnight. On the way, the leader remembered that he had heard that a group of roaming Japanese pirates had buried treasure here. If we find the treasure, we will not only have money for our journey, but also money to spend while we hide. Japanese pirates. He Li's eyes gleamed. The Japanese pirates who came across the sea would not go deep into the interior. This is good news. Being close to the sea also means that He Li can quickly go to the sea to poison. There are more creatures in the ocean than on land. Poisoning the sea can create all kinds of horrible zombie creatures. Then, you can order those zombie creatures to land and sweep across the world with force. Thinking of this, He Li was a little excited. He couldn't help but ask, how far is the nearest coast? Wang Ergu was stunned for a moment, then said weakly, big, probably over 1,000 miles. So far? Are you sure? He Li frowned. You mentioned the Japanese pirates just now. As far as I know, the Japanese pirates who came across the sea will not go too far from the coast, so you'd better explain it to me clearly. He stared at Wang Ergu coldly with a bad tone. Wang Ergu shrank his neck and said, in the past 2 years, the Japanese pirates were so rampant that the government didn't dare to go out and suppress them. At that time, groups of Japanese pirates roamed inland and committed evil. It is said that the treasures here were buried because the Japanese pirates looted too much and couldn't take them away. After listening to his explanation, He Li finally understood. It seems that I was happy for nothing. The Japanese pirates came here simply because the G-State court was useless. He Li nodded with a dull look on his face. I see. Then go on and tell me about your accomplices. By the way, have you ever heard of Songlong Village? Songlong Village? No. Wang Ergu shook his head, then hesitantly spoke about his accomplices. After learning the number and specific location of those people, He Li swung his knife without hesitation. Puff! The sharp blade pierced Wang Ergu's heart. Blood mixed with rainwater gushed out, and Wang Ergu fell down with eyes full of astonishment and unwillingness. He Li put away his machete and looked back at the still chaotic beast herd in the distance, pondering the information he had already known. Through Wang Ergu, he had confirmed many things about the Xuanqing battlefield. With bandits rampant and the imperial court weak, this seems like a world of cold weapons perfect for rebellion, doesn't it? Taking this place may be easier than expected. After sorting out the information briefly, He Li smiled slightly. The system prompts continued to sound at this moment. You infected 396 unicorn ants and turned them into zombies. 396 new basic soldier units have been added to your command. You infected a silverback black bear and turned it into a corpse. A new basic soldier unit has been added to your command. You have infected 39 mountain rats and turned them into zombies. 36 new basic soldier units have been added to your command. The gluttonous silverback black bear devoured a large amount of flesh and blood, and its attributes grew slightly. You have infected 43 crows. Listening to the continuous prompts, Healy turned over, rode on the giant scaly wolf, and waved his hand to summon the transformed insects, rats, snakes, and ants. These small and strange corpse creatures are often more threatening than large beasts. It might be easy to use them to deal with dozens of bandits who are armed with sharp weapons and have considerable combat experience. Let's go. Healy Fa, who was controlling these transformed insects, rats, snakes, and ants to climb onto the armored giant wolf, gave the order. The scaly wolf is as fast as the wind, and no one can keep up with it. Only lightning can leave its shadow for a short time. The bandits who were hiding in a cave in the forest to avoid the rain in the distance were completely unaware of the danger. At this moment, they lit a fire in the cave and chatted. "Boss, can the treasure really be found? You've forgotten it for so long, and now I suddenly remember. You doubt me? Damn it, you idiots better hope we find it. If we can't find it, we'll be in trouble." Yes. By the way, why hasn't Urga come back yet? It's raining heavily. Maybe we'll be delayed. Wait any longer. Ouch. The one-eyed bandit in front of the fire couldn't help but let out a cry of pain before he could finish his words, and at the same time he slapped his butt with his hand. Seeing this, the others looked at the somewhat funny one-eyed bandit with a grin. What happened to One Eye? Was he bitten by a snake? The bandit leader wearing a turban also spoke with a smile. The one-eyed bandit shook his head unhappily. No, it was just an ant. It's really strange. A tiny ant bit me and made me bleed. As he said this, he curiously spread out his palm. I saw a dark red ant lying in the center of his palm. The ant has a sharp horn on its head, as big as a thumb. Everyone was amazed at how big the ant was. No one noticed that countless pairs of scarlet eyes were staring at them from the dark corners outside the cave. Chapter 7. In the hazy rain, Healy stared coldly at the cave in the distance. The fire in the cave flickered, illuminating the swaying figures of the bandits. Various noisy sounds came out of the cave from time to time. Healy heard them talking about Wong Urgu, and also heard them talking about the strange ants that bit their companions. Those were the corpse ants he put in there, but it was not just the corpse ants that attacked the bandits in the cave. More snakes, rats, insects, and ants were swarming towards the bandits from all directions. But the bandits were completely unaware of the danger. Perhaps in their eyes, they were just a few tiny bugs, and there was no need to take them too seriously. It was not until more and more zombie creatures poured into the cave that the bandits, who were belatedly aware of the situation, suddenly woke up. Something's wrong. Where do all these insects and rats come from? The bandit leader looked around, his expression changing as he saw more and more zombie creatures around him. Stop standing there like an idiot. Light a fire, quickly. Use fire to drive the bugs away. Kill the G rats, and snakes too. The serious voice of the bandit leader startled the bandits who were observing the zombie creatures in confusion. Everyone was in a panic. Some picked up burning sticks from the fire and used combustible materials in the cave to try to stop the swarm of insects, while others picked up weapons at hand and fiercely hacked at the approaching corpse-like rat snakes. But these creatures were small and fast, and the bandits couldn't kill many of them even after hacking and smashing for a long time. Instead, more and more criminals are being bitten by them. Many people were gnawed by zombie rats until their bones were exposed. The intense pain almost made them faint. What made the criminals even more terrified was that the first comrade who was bitten to death actually resurrected and stood up. It's obvious that the other person's heart has been eaten through. Obviously, those mice have all gone into his stomach. But he actually stood up and rushed towards him with a ferocious face, brandishing a machete. This was too horrifying. Even these bandits, who were used to seeing dead bodies, were frightened out of their wits by the scene before them. The intense fear prompted them to flee and want to get away from this place. They thought they would be safe if they rushed out of the cave, so they ignored the bites of insects and rats and tried to get out. However, when they arrived at the cave entrance, they discovered the situation outside the cave made them more desperate than inside. Because at this time, hundreds of ferocious beasts that had been infected and turned into corpses had gathered outside the cave. The beasts' eyes were red and their bodies were broken. Many of them even had their intestines hanging out. Faced with these eerie and strange monsters, the bandits who rushed out of the cave collapsed to the ground in despair. The bandit leader who escaped was also terrified by the situation. What on earth is going on? He stumbled back, leaning against the wall and muttering to himself. But when he looked up inadvertently, the bandit leader saw a young man walking out of the herd of animals in the rain. While you still have time, I want to ask you something. Healy approached and asked with a smile. Where exactly is the treasure of those pirates buried? Or, at least you should know the approximate area where the treasure is located, right? You. I said, can you let me go? The bandit leader reacted and asked Healy tentatively. Healy nodded upon hearing this. Of course. I hope you keep your word. The bandit leader had no choice but to hope that Healy would keep his promise. Then he told the location of the treasure, which was near the area where Healy had just arrived. When he learned the specific location, Healy smiled brightly. So that's where it is. Okay, you can go now. Really? The bandit leader was delighted, and even couldn't believe that the other party let him go so easily. Healy ignored the bandit leader. He turned around and rode on the armored giant wolf, glanced at the overjoyed bandit leader and other injured bandits, and then controlled the armored giant wolf to quickly return to the original landing place. The bandit leader only knew the approximate location, so Healy had to dig and search for it himself after arriving at the place. Fortunately, he now has a large number of strange corpse creatures under his command. Using them for carpet digging and searching, it is not difficult to find the treasures hidden by the Japanese pirates. But just as Healy was on his way to his destination, in his mind, a reminder other than the infection information sounded. The spies from Tsunglong village have discovered your presence. Affected by events and traits, Li Hong now has extreme hostility towards you and may attack you at any time. Huh? This spy from Tsunglong village again. Listening to the prompt in his mind, Healy patted the wolf's head, slowed down his pace, and looked up to scan his surroundings. Healy had already guessed that this Tsunglong village was most likely the force referred to as the enemy in the dream. And Tsunglong village is definitely not weak, because their spy Healy has not discovered the other party since he first learned that the spy was nearby. And until now he heard the hint about the other party again. He still hasn't discovered the other party. As the saying goes, a glimpse of the whole picture can reveal the whole picture. The performance of the spies is enough to illustrate the combat strength of Tsunglong village. On the other hand, the gangster spy Wang Ergu. His performance is far worse than that of Li Hongxian. However, Healy was not afraid of Tsunglong village. He hoped that the combat effectiveness of Tsunglong village would be as strong as possible. The stronger you are, the more worthy I am of your influence. Once you turn into corpses, I will be able to add more powerful troops to my army. Healy withdrew his gaze, squinted his eyes, and continued moving forward. On the treetops in the distance, Li Hongxian, dressed in a black cloak, turned his monocular telescope and stared at Healy's back, frowning. This person is weird. He can actually control those beasts that should have been dead. This goes against common sense. It must be evil. No wonder the immortal Chuanming village master is looking for this person. After putting away the telescope, Li Hong appeared and suddenly jumped more than 3 meters away and landed on a stone. He chased after Healy and couldn't help but think of the pigeon message he had received not long ago. The village chief mentioned in the letter that he had a dream from an immortal who told him that an enemy had appeared to stop their big plan. Although he did not know the enemy's name, he knew the enemy's characteristics and the location where he would appear. Li Hongxian was searching nearby based on the contents of the letter. Then he saw Healy controlling the beasts that were supposed to be dead to attack the bandit gang. Even Li Hongxian felt horrified by that scene. This person must not be allowed to stay in this world. Staring at the figure in the distance, Li Hongxian's eyes flashed with coldness. As if sensing hostility, Healy glanced at the dark woods behind him and frowned slightly, but he quickly retracted his gaze and ordered the surrounding zombie beasts to dig for treasure. The ground was soft under the heavy rain, and those tireless zombie beasts could easily dig it up. Relying on them, Healy spent 2 hours turning the surrounding mountains and forests upside down. The treasure hidden nearby was also exposed. The mole crickets under your command discovered an unknown treasure underground. Following the prompt in his mind, Healy looked at the iron box buried in the soil with burning eyes. I don't know what's in there. He reached out and touched the box with anticipation. Bang! Accompanied by a flash of fire, a bullet came hurtling from a distance and accurately hit Healy's vest. Seeing Healy fall, Li Hongxian immediately put away his musket, leaped up, and disappeared into the forest. Chapter 8. The wind was howling, the rain was still pouring, and strange beasts with broken bodies were fleeing in all directions in the mountains and forests. He looked as if he had been frightened by something. Li Hongxian hid in a tree and observed the situation silently. He repeatedly changed his position to avoid being targeted, but he never got too far away from where Healy fell. He was not sure whether Healy was dead or not. After all, those beasts could still move even without their hearts. So even though he was sure that he had hit Healy's vitals, he could not guarantee that he would be killed. This is why he left quickly. But he didn't really run far away. Instead, He hid and continued to observe the situation of the beast and He Li's reaction. He wanted to see, if He Li was not dead, he might still have a chance to try to kill him again. If he dies, then of course it's over. If he hadn't died, he certainly wouldn't have thought that I, who had apparently escaped, would actually come back. So the chance of killing him next time is not small. Li Hongxian took out a telescope to check He Li while thinking about it. Through the monocular telescope, she could vaguely see He Li lying in the mud for a long time without moving. Is he really dead? Li Hongxian was a little suspicious. His intuition told him that it would be better to wait. It was always better to be cautious and take responsibility for his own life. Putting away the telescope, Li Hongxian continued to wait. The torrential rain in the sky showed no sign of stopping. The cold wind made Li Hongxian tighten his collar. After waiting silently for half an hour and watching many times, he found that He Li had not moved. Only then did he become certain that He Li was really dead. After all the wild beasts around him had fled. It went surprisingly smoothly. Li Hongxian smiled. Jumping down from the treetop, he hurried to where He Li was. He Li is so weird and has so many secrets. Li Hongxian wanted to go over and see his body and take his head back to the village chief for confirmation. However, Li Hongxian didn't know that He Li opened his eyes as his footsteps approached. Those scarlet eyes were filled with strong, bloodthirsty desire, like an irrational monster. Li Hongxian, who was completely unaware of this, had already squatted down and wanted to turn over He Li, who was lying face down. The moment he grabbed He Li's shoulder, roar! Accompanied by a creepy growl, the terrifying force instantly knocked Li Hongxian to the ground. His face changed drastically, and he instinctively tried to struggle to get up. But He Li's strength was too great for him, and no matter how he struggled, it was useless. But Li Hongxian didn't want to give up. He stretched out his arms and tried to use the musket to attack He Li. However, he soon stopped. What are you going to do?" he suddenly asked in horror. All he got in response was pain and chewing sounds. Crunch, crunch, crunch. He Li gnawed on the flesh with an expressionless face. The extreme pain from his shoulder made Li Hongxian's face pale and almost distorted. He almost fainted from the pain several times, but was soon awakened by new pain. He stared at He Li, who was holding him down and biting him until his mouth was full of blood, with despair in his eyes. He didn't know when He Li would be full, but he knew that if he continued like this, he would definitely be cold before He Li was full. But even so, he had no power to resist. He could only watch helplessly as He Li devoured him. This is the cruelest thing in the world. However, Li Hongxian was lucky. He Li stopped gnawing after gnawing on half of his shoulder. "The meat is good. You've taken good care of it." A sinister and playful voice sounded, and Li Hongxian, whose face was pale and who was ready to try to commit suicide by biting his tongue, opened his eyes. He saw He Li riding on him and pulling out pieces of meat from between his teeth. This horrifying scene instantly made Li Hongxian's already pale face turn even paler. "You?" He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. He Li shrugged. "You want to ask me why I didn't die?" "Oh." He Li curled his lips. "Even if I let you chop off my head, you may not die. But I didn't realize you had firearms." As he spoke, He Li took out Li Hongxian's musket. It's a very beautiful thing, with beast patterns carved on it. Li Hongxian stared at him without saying a word, perhaps because he was too shocked to know that He Li survived the beheading. Or maybe it was because it hurt too much to talk. But He Li's next words made Li Hong feel like he was falling into an ice cellar, and he had to speak. "Tell me, what's going on in Songlong village? You can choose not to tell me, but I will let you watch with your own eyes how you are eaten." He Li grinned as he spoke, revealing a mouthful of blood-stained teeth and strands of flesh between them. Li Hongxian was so frightened that he trembled all over and had to answer He Li's questions honestly. Songlong village is an uprising organization. Oh, rebellion? No wonder spies are so capable. So where is your village? How big is it? There are many villages. The exact size and number of people are beyond the ken of someone like me. I only know in Yunzhou, Songlong village, there are roughly 20,000 members. Wow, that's a lot. What about the location of Yunzhou Songlong village? The location is right. Li Hongxian answered the question in a weak voice. He didn't expect He Li to let him go. He just hoped that He Li would know what he wanted to know, and then kill him quickly and stop torturing him. While He Li was learning about Songlong village, his mind was also digesting the sudden hint. You devoured flesh and blood, and your body grew slightly. Your strength and constitution increased by 0.1 each. Devour Li Hongxian's flesh and blood, and your ability to perceive the energy between heaven and earth will be enhanced. Huh? What? He Li was a little surprised. But the rules could not be explained through the system, so he had to focus his attention on the half-dead Li Hongxian. To be honest, it was quite amazing that Li Hongxian did not die from the pain even in such a state. Healy sighed and asked, "You seem to be much stronger than those gangsters? Is it just because you're in good health?" Hearing this, a trace of contempt flashed in Li Hongxian's eyes. "I am a warrior," he spat out 4 words. "If I wasn't afraid that Healy would continue to eat me." He pointed at him with a look of disdain and said, "Country bumpkin." But the country bumpkin was quite excited to hear his answer. Warriors? If there are warriors, then it seems this world is not just an ordinary world of cold weapons. This is a low-level martial arts world, right? Interesting. Healy came back to his senses and stared at Li Hongxian with a smile. You martial artists all rely on those martial arts secret manuals and the like to become stronger, right? Where's yours? Give it to me. Healy stretched out his hand with confidence. Li Hongxian shook his head. I didn't. The secret manuals are all in the hands of the family. Before he could finish his words, Li Hongxian became completely motionless. Healy curled his lips and said, "Useless thing." He stood up from Li Hongxian and looked at the iron box. That was the treasure that had been dug out before. Before he could open it, he was ambushed by Li Hongxian. Time to see what's inside. Coming to the iron box, Healy reached out and opened the lid. Chapter 9. Healy opened the rusty iron box. A strange metallic cube shaped like a Rubik's Cube appeared before my eyes. Healy reached out suspiciously and took the cube out of the box. You have obtained Blueprint Generation Cube, *1. Blueprint Generation Cube. After use, the cube will randomly generate a building blueprint of a style close to the user's own characteristics and the characteristics of the territory civilization within 3 seconds. After scanning the information that appeared in front of him, Healy's gaze returned to the Rubik's Cube in his hand with a little more joy. Generate building blueprints? Great stuff. As far as he knew, there were 2 types of buildings. One type was built freely without a blueprint. This kind of building itself has no special power. It's just like a building built by ordinary people. The other type is a special blueprint building. Buildings constructed by relying on the blueprints given by the rules and collecting relevant materials often have extraordinary effects. Such architectural blueprints are extremely rare, and if they are put out there, they will become hot commodities desired by many forces. Healy hadn't expected this kind of reward to appear in this fake treasure event. Was it just luck? Or was it because of the bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish effect? Forget it. It doesn't matter whether I'm lucky or not. What matters is what blueprints can be generated with this thing. Coming back to his senses, Healy tentatively turned the Rubik's Cube. Buzz. As he moved, strange images appeared in all the squares on the Rubik's Cube. Those images contained corpses, blood, flesh, bones, and a strange crimson furnace. You have used Blueprint Generate Cube. Your information has been collected, and a building blueprint close to the relevant style has been generated. Following the prompt, the Rubik's Cube unfolds. You have obtained the building blueprint Blood and Bone Furnace. Blood and Bone Furnace. Forge armor with the blood and bones of fellow tribesmen. Function. Produce active equipment, bind equipment. Construction requirements. 350 square meters of open space. 20 tons of blood and bones from zombie creatures, 30 tons of iron or 30 tons of wood, 1 unit with an intelligence attribute greater than or equal to 1.0. Wow, it can actually produce living equipment? Living equipment that can grow and become more powerful due to its user is extremely rare. If this thing is built, then each of his zombie people will have a living device in the future, right? Healy felt excited just thinking about it. But the materials used to build this thing are also quite strange. Besides corpses and other materials, they actually wanted living, highly intelligent units to sacrifice themselves. Feeling it was outrageous, Healy put away the blueprint. There is not enough material now, so there is no need to think too much. Let's talk about this after we capture Nana's city. Shaking his head, Healy's gaze returned to Li Hongxian. Li Hongxian made him re-understand this world. The existence of firearms and warriors also made him more vigilant. Now Healy will no longer despise this world as before. But then again, this human flesh is so delicious. Was it because of the warriors? Or was it because? Healy glanced at Li Hongxian's slightly bulging black robe. This guy was wearing a black robe and a mask. If he hadn't ridden on her just now, he wouldn't have known whether she was a man or a woman. What difference does it make if I go back and try to bite someone else? Healy pondered over the strange corpse creatures that filled the mountains. Zombified bandits, overwhelming birds, dense swarms of insects, rats, snakes, ants, and so on. The virus spread rapidly due to the rain and water flow. A few hours is enough to infect half of the forest. Unfortunately, although there are many infected creatures, there are no powerful special troops among them. Healy couldn't be sure whether this was because he had too many negative effects on himself, but he just had a little doubt and didn't think about it anymore. As long as the number of infected organisms is large enough. Faced with such a large base, no matter what negative effects you have, they can't prevent the emergence of powerful troops. With a sneer, Healy turned over, rode on the giant scaly wolf, and led the group of corpses towards Nanha City in the heavy rain. In heavy rain, the roads were muddy and visibility was obstructed. This will greatly reduce the marching speed of ordinary troops. But these obstacles have little effect on the zombie horde. They were tireless and marched quickly in the rain, covering more than 40 miles in just half an hour. This was an extremely terrifying marching speed. As Healy continued to advance towards Nanha City, the aura-bearing young man on the island who had used the scroll on Healy was now looking suspicious. Why is there still no movement after so long? He muttered to himself, and his companion shrugged. Are you waiting for the rules announcement about Healy's death? What's the rush? It's only been a few hours. Perhaps the indigenous troops involved in the incident did not act that quickly. Or maybe Healy has some way to save his life. But don't worry. New lords like us are limited in what we can bring with us on our first battlefield. Faced with the scrolls used by so many lords, his life-saving trump cards will eventually be exhausted. The death announcement will naturally sound at that time. After hearing this, the young man nodded. Although he inexplicably felt that Healy might not die so easily, he shook his head secretly when he thought of the large number of lords targeting Healy. As long as the other lords are not stupid, they will definitely use the scroll on Healy, who has continuously triggered the announcement. No one is going to watch this threat grow. Faced with scroll interference from several, dozens, or even more lords simultaneously. This Healy will definitely not survive. Thinking this way, the young man calmed his anxious mood and turned his attention to the village with flickering fire in the distance. He could vaguely see many short people in that small village. You infected a human and turned him into a zombie. A new special soldier unit has been added to your command. Listening to the prompt in his mind, Healy thought about it for a while, and it was not difficult to guess from the time that the special troops mentioned in this prompt information should be the warrior Li Hongxian without a doubt. Name: Li Hongxian. Race: corpse/human. Unit: special soldiers. Occupation: Chi Sensing Scout. Level 1. Attributes: 3.2/3.0/2.2/1.1. Strength, Agility, Body Intelligence. Skill: Chi Vision, Loyalty. 100. Never decreases. Introduction: a human warrior transformed into a zombie. A strange zombie creature, influenced by a virus, possesses extraordinary powers. Compared to ordinary zombie creatures, it is more difficult to deal with, dangerous, and extremely difficult to kill. Healy's eyes flickered as he called up Li Hongxian's panel. He could understand the profession of Chi Scout. This is probably because she is a warrior and can feel the existence of Chi, so her profession is also related to it. But since Li Hongxian can become a special soldier, can other warriors do the same? If it is possible, wouldn't it be possible to mass-produce special forces? Healy looked at the skills again with some anticipation. Chi Vision. Unfold hidden special sensory organs to greatly increase the perception of Chi, strengthening smell, hearing, reaction ability, explosive power, and improving the efficiency of Chi utilization. Duration: unlimited. Negative. Hidden organs are extremely vulnerable. Exposing them makes you more vulnerable to fatal attacks. An active skill with no consumption and no duration? Or it's a skill that enhances combat effectiveness. It's very powerful. However, this skill is not released for no reason, but is released through special organs in Li Hongxian's body. As expected, that special organ should have grown after Li Hongxian turned into a corpse. Healy was a little curious about what kind of strange organ it was. Wait and see after she catches up. After closing the panel, Healy continued to march at a high speed. The zombie beasts gathered their speed, and soon, a low city wall with flickering flames could be seen in the distance. Chapter 10. Yawn. On the city wall of Nanha City, guard Li Pingan, who was changing shifts, yawned lazily. On this night of heavy rain, he would rather sleep at home with his wife in his arms than stand guard outside. Oh, when will this hard time end? Li Pingan shrank his neck and muttered as if he felt a chill. Finally, he turned his head and looked at the guard next to him as if he remembered something. Lao Lin, has that be ********** D Chang'e really been transferred? How did he do it? Li Pingan looked suspicious. Lao Lin shrugged and replied, money makes the world go round. How else do you think he could do it? Shit. Li Pingon was envious and jealous. Where does that old guy get the money to do something like this? Hearing this, Lao Lin looked around. After confirming that no one was around, he whispered, I think that old guy is related to the gang of gangsters. Bandits? The ones who escaped yesterday. How do you know? Li Pingon was a little skeptical. Lao Lin curled his lips and said, I'm just guessing. Otherwise, how could he possibly afford to ask the boss for help when he's poorer than me? As he spoke, some malice and jealousy flashed in Lao Lin's eyes. Li Pingon understood, but he didn't say anything. He just yawned and pointed at the distance. Hey, let's not talk about that kid for now. Old Lin, do you think someone is coming over there? How can anyone come here in such heavy rain? Lao Lin turned his head and looked over with some distrust. Boom. At this moment, lightning streaked across the night sky, illuminating the dark shadows hurtling towards the city from outside. Those black shadows were ferocious and fierce, like wild beasts, but their strange shapes, green faces and fangs made people shudder. Lao Lin and Li Pingon both looked pale. What is that? The fear of the unknown spread in their hearts. Li Pingon reacted quickly and stepped back. Lao Lin, you watch here. I'll go inform the chief, the county magistrate, and the others. After saying this, Li Pingon didn't give Lao Lin a chance to reply and ran away with a panicked look on his face without looking back. Seeing this, Lao Lin was both angry and anxious. G. Before he could finish his words, a huge black shadow suddenly fell from the sky and stabbed at him with sharp claws. Lao Lin trembled and did not react in time, and was blinded by the claws on the spot. The intense pain stimulated him to roar loudly. D my eyes. As he spoke, he waved the spear in his hand in panic. The other guards not far away were also startled by Lao Lin's painful roar and picked up their weapons and moved closer. Before they could see the situation clearly, more zombie iron-beaked crows swooped down from the sky to attack. The guards were caught off guard and immediately lost their composure and attacked indiscriminately. The capabilities of the guards in the county town are very limited. Most of them have never been to the battlefield and have hardly experienced any combat except standing guard. How can such soldiers fight against the zombies? It's just a small county town after all. In the distance, Healy stared at the situation on the city wall and rushed forward on a scaly armored giant wolf. The county town's not-so-tall city wall could not stop the zombie-like scaly armored giant wolf at all. It can't stop other zombie cats either. When Healy jumped onto the city wall riding on a giant scaly wolf, the surviving guards around him looked as if they had seen a ghost. You are like a demon with a powerful aura. The Nanha city guards are extremely afraid of you. The panic you bring is spreading rapidly. Following the prompt in his mind, Healy looked down at the frightened guards and said, Open the city gate. Yes. Facing Healy, who was riding a giant scaly wolf and surrounded by strange corpse creatures, the guards seemed to be trembling in their souls and had no thought of resisting at all. The instinct of survival prompted them to help the evil and help Healy open the city gate to let in more strange corpse beasts. Healy did not stay at the city gate any longer. He rode a giant scaly wolf and headed straight for the county government office. Meanwhile, inside the county yamen, Li Pingon, who had escaped first, was speaking to his lawyer in a panic. Master Zhang, there's an enemy attack. Enemy attack? You're kidding. The master frowned. I came here because someone told me you had something important to tell me. I didn't put down what I was doing to listen to your nonsense. No. Li Pingon became even more panicked. He was worried that the city wall might not be able to be defended soon. Those ferocious and terrifying beasts were definitely not something that a bunch of useless people like them could resist. He wanted to go find the inspector and the others. But the problem was that he couldn't find them. Those guys were spending their days drinking, and who knows whose young lady they were sleeping with. He had no choice but to come directly to the county government office to find the county magistrate and others to inform them. Now that his master doesn't believe him, he is extremely anxious. He hurriedly continued to explain. Master Zhang, how dare I joke with you about such a thing? It's really an enemy attack. Lots of wild beasts have arrived. Hearing his words, Master Zhang's face looked very bad. On a night of torrential rain, who would have the time to attack a small county town with not much resources? What's even more outrageous is that the people coming are wild beasts. He couldn't help but interrupt Li Pingon and scolded him. Do you want to hear what you were talking about? In the middle of the night, you tell me that wild beasts are attacking the city? Do you believe it if you tell me that? Are you still asleep? Pull it down. Mr. Zhang waved his hand impatiently. Seeing this, the yamen runner beside him nodded quickly and stepped forward to take the person away. Li Pingon felt hopeless. It was over. No one believed him. He began to wonder whether he should run for his life. This county town is most likely not defensible. But at this moment, a voice came from behind. He is very awake. Healy was seen walking in from outside riding a tall, armored giant wolf. Seeing Healy and watching him riding on the ferocious giant wolf with bared fangs and murderous eyes, Li Pingon's legs trembled, and Master Zhang and others were so scared that they retreated repeatedly with panic on their faces. Who are you? Pointing at Healy, Master Zhang asked tremblingly. The latter shook his head. You don't need to know this. You just need to tell me where the county magistrate is. I can't. Master Zhang still wanted to be tough, but when he saw Healy's bloodshot eyes, he became scared again. The county magistrate is in Honghua Tower. Red Flower Tower? It sounds like an elegant place. Well, where are the soldiers stationed in this city? Those soldiers, they're all in the west of the city. The siege ended quickly. The county, with its weak military, had no ability to stop the zombie horde's attack. Moreover, Healy had already wiped out several officials and the barracks in the city before entering. Even if the people in the city reacted, they all fled and no one organized any resistance. But even if they tried to escape, they couldn't. All 4 city gates were blocked by Healy's horde of zombies. There are also a large number of zombie birds in the sky that hunt uninfected people. It only took Healy half an hour to capture Nana's city, and Healy's behavior once again triggered an announcement. Congratulations to Lord Healy for successfully capturing Nana's city, a city belonging to the G Kingdom. As the first lord to capture a city belonging to a native faction on the battlefield planet, you will be rewarded with a small scroll box, *1. Against the dark sky, the golden notice is so conspicuous. Looking at the somewhat dazzling announcement information, all of the lord's expressions changed instantly. Chapter 11. Dazzling golden subtitles flashed in the night sky, just like the expressions of hundreds of lords, sometimes bright and sometimes dark. Not only did he not die, he also captured the city of G State. How is this possible? Is he cheating? On the island, the men and women with halos on their heads spoke in a surprised tone. They seemed to be asking others or talking to themselves. No one responded, and the atmosphere became heavy. It was not until a long time later that someone frowned and said, "Could it be that other lords have never used scrolls before? Don't they think that someone else will deal with Healy, so they think it's useless to save money wherever possible?" Impossible. The companion next to him shook his head when he heard this. We have a full 500 lords landing on the battlefield. Even if most lords think this way, there will still be a few dozen lords who use the scroll. The scroll effects of these lords are superimposed. Which novice lord who just entered the battlefield can survive? And we can also take advantage of the opportunity to capture the indigenous city? Faced with such a question, the others were speechless. The atmosphere fell silent again, but someone immediately changed the subject, no longer pondering the puzzling question, and said, "Now we shouldn't speculate on how Healy did it. What we should be concerned about is what we should do if we encounter this kind of situation. Don't forget our location. We are only 400 kilometers away from G State. What if he comes here by boat? Now he can even capture cities. Don't think he doesn't have an army to cross the sea." Hearing this, someone responded weakly. How about we retreat? Stay away. Retreat. Someone immediately denied it. That won't work. This island nation called Sakura Country covers an area of nearly 400,000 square kilometers and is rich in mineral resources. If we just conquer it, it will be enough for all of us to make a fortune. Besides, the people here are short and weak. Killing them is as easy as killing chickens. Are you willing to give up such a good place? After saying that, the man looked at the leader, the young man who had originally decided to use the scroll on Healy. "Tian, what do you think?" he asked, and the others also looked at Tian waiting for an answer. The latter said in a muffled voice, "I mean to stay too. There may not be another place as good as this one. Besides, Healy is an ocean away from us, so it's not certain that he will really come and fight us. Even if he really attacks, we should still have time for a tactical retreat. In fact, the lords who are thinking about whether to run away at this moment are not just Tian and others with halos on their heads. Because the location of Healy is highlighted. Using special props, you can confirm his location. Those lords who found themselves close to Healy were worried that they would be beaten to death if they ran into Healy. Therefore, many of them ran away overnight with their already meager assets. There were also some lords near G State who were extremely panicked when they learned from the announcement that Healy was right next to them. For example, Lu Ruyan and others on the border of G State. "Squad leader, what should we do? Healy is actually in G State. That guy is too strong. He took down the city of G on the first day on the battlefield. Looking at his current situation, I'm afraid he will frantically attack G-state cities to expand his territory. Should we stay away? In the abandoned town at night, the students gathered around the campfire couldn't help but ask Lu Rian, but before Lu Rian could respond, the others had already chimed in. It's never a bad thing to be cautious. Although He Li and I are classmates, He Li is always gloomy and seems a little off. If we meet him on the battlefield, none of us can guarantee that he won't kill us. That's right, it's best not to run into him. Don't forget what happened in the preparation space before. We had an unpleasant quarrel with him. Alas, the mouth can cause trouble. If I had known earlier, I would have said less. Listening to her classmates' discussions, Lu Rian frowned. Even if we want to get away from G-State, we need to first confirm where we're going. If we run around like headless flies and run into the main force of the natives, we're doomed. Even if He Li wanted to overthrow G-State, it wouldn't be that fast. So in the next few days, we need to recruit as many refugees as possible from nearby areas to increase our combat power and protect ourselves. At the same time, we will investigate the surrounding forces to see which sphere of influence is suitable for us to develop. Lu Rian expressed her thoughts. She also strongly supports staying away from G-State. Because before entering the battlefield, Lu Rian had already planned for her future in her mind. Now that the plan has just begun, she doesn't want to encounter the variable He Li and fail. However, He Li is so powerful, maybe I can let him take the blame for me when the time comes. Glancing at the classmates around her who were still worried about He Li, a subtle viciousness flashed in Lu Rian's eyes. It seems that this class beauty has more than just a simple mind. Anyone who allies with her may be in trouble. But this has nothing to do with He Li. He doesn't care about the life and death of his classmates. He only cares about his own interests. Small scroll box. Good stuff. At this time, He Li, who had already received the reward from the rules, was in a happy mood. A small scroll box that can produce a variety of scrolls. And the number is 2 to 5, not just 1. He Li opened the treasure chest with great anticipation. You have opened the small scroll box. You get 2 small growth wind scrolls. You have obtained the event scroll Awakening Era *1. You get a World Shout scroll *1. Wow, there are 4 of them? That's unexpected. Following the prompt in his mind, He Li couldn't wait to catch the scroll that popped out from the technologically advanced treasure chest. In an instant, information about the 4 scrolls appeared before his eyes. Small Growth Accelerating Wind Scroll. After use, a small growth accelerating wind will blow within a 10-kilometer radius. This small growth accelerating wind will triple the growth rate of plants blown by it. Event Scroll Awakening Era. After using this, all your subordinates will enter the Great Event Awakening Era. World Announcement Scroll. Used to post a 3-minute world announcement message. He Li looked strange as he scanned the information on the scroll. The first 2 scrolls are indeed good things. Especially in the era of Event Scroll Awakening. He Li had heard people outside mention this kind of scroll before. It is said that after entering the Awakening Era, the people under one's command will become more intelligent and more prone to self-realization. And by then, everyone in the territory may even become the protagonist. All kinds of subordinates have different adventures or insights, and then grow and get promoted quickly. By then, the territory's combat power will be greatly increased. But this incident is not entirely a good thing. There are many situations in which the people may awaken, and there may even be a possibility of rebellion. It is said that several lords who used this scroll were killed by their subordinates who rebelled. However, the reason why the people rebelled was, after all, because of their self-awakening, which caused them to think more about their own shortcomings and become more unwilling to be mediocre, so their loyalty to the Lord plummeted. Finally, the rebellion naturally began. However, He Li does not have to worry about this problem, because his people's loyalty has long been locked. Chapter 12. The Awakening Era Scroll affects all the people under his command. Naturally, the more people he has under his command, the better the effect will be. Therefore, He Li does not plan to use this rare event scroll immediately. He planned to wait until the number of his men increased before using them. At the moment, I still have too few zombies under my command. Wait until the virus continues to spread, or wait until I poison the ocean and infect billions of creatures. It's not too late to use this scroll again. Thinking of this, He Li put away the scroll of the Awakening Era, but his eyes fell on the other 2 scrolls. To be precise, after seeing the World Call scroll, He Li couldn't understand what the use of this thing was. It has no practical effect, and it can't trigger an event. Just shouting, what good can it do? He Li scratched his head while holding the scroll. After a moment's hesitation, he suddenly revealed a sly smile and opened the scroll, which was full of technology and engraved with mysterious metal circuits. After he entered his message, the scroll immediately transformed into white light, piercing through the dark night sky. Message: my volume is small, my strength is weak. I beg for a beating. White subtitles shone brightly in the night sky, and He Li's voice, empowered by the rules, echoed in the ears of the lords. The lords who heard the voice and saw the subtitles immediately turned as black as the bottom of a pot. They heard sarcasm and provocation and were extremely dissatisfied with He Li's shameless behavior. This be asterisk 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 D. Why didn't he die? Still asking for a beating? Who the hell is he looking down on? Brother, use the scroll again. I don't believe we can't kill him. In the burning village, the young man with a leopard head and a human body was interrupted by the lion-headed man beside him with a glare before he could finish his words. What's the use? You really don't have any brains at all, right? Can this He Li be killed by the scroll? You idiot, this He Li must have something comparable to a cheat to deal with the enemy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived this long without any harm while being treated hostilely by all the lords. We can even capture the G-State city along the way. Using the scroll again would only give him the spoils. Use your brain. This be asterisk 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 D is deliberately provoking us to send him supplies. You're so stupid that you really fell for it? Lionhead looked at Leopardhead with a look of disappointment on his face. Leopardhead said aggrievedly, I just think this guy named He Li is a bit too mean. And they're specifically using this kind of announcement scroll to mock. What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable? The young man with a wolf head and a bow and arrow on his back approached with a sneer. Even if you feel uncomfortable, bear it. We weaklings have no right to disobey when we meet a strong man like He Li. Unless you have the power to fight him or even kill him. Only then will you have the right to be dissatisfied with his ridicule. Oh, Leopardhead nodded with his ears drooping. Of course, it wasn't just the orcs who were annoyed. Tian and others who were far away on the island were also very angry. He Li, it's too early to be complacent now. Tian stared at the subtitles in the night sky and said coldly, just wait. If I find the opportunity, you'll be dead. Listening to his words and seeing his grim expression, someone not far away curled their lips. Chance. You're probably dreaming. Then why would you have the chance to kill him? Besides, given his current situation, it might not be long before he builds a very powerful army. Even if he gives you a chance, can we, just a few of us, kill him? Still making him wait? Huh, the man sneered. That's all the nonsense you can say, Tian. Shaking his head, no one paid attention to the angry Tian anymore, while on the other side, He Li was still waiting for a prompt after sending the message. He was waiting for someone else to use the scroll on him again. He hoped that after this provocation, those people would use the powerful scrolls to bring him powerful enemies. In this way, he can also infect powerful zombies. Unfortunately, until the subtitles disappeared from the night sky, He Li did not receive any useful hints, and only a few insignificant negative status scrolls were thrown at him. It seems those lords aren't stupid. They probably figured out they couldn't kill me with the scroll. Otherwise, facing such a provocation, they wouldn't be reluctant to use the scroll. Forget it, they are unreliable. I still have to find a way to infect strong soldiers myself. Huh. As He Li was speaking, a slight landing sound was heard behind him, as if something was approaching. When He Li turned around, he saw Li Hong, who had turned into a corpse, standing there straight and looking at him. At this moment, she had undergone many changes compared to when she was still a pure human. Her skin turned from snow white to blue-gray. The dark red meridians bulged out, looking strange on her face like tree roots growing upside down. He Li looked at her, reached out to lift her clothes to see the special organ hidden in her body. But apart from the change in skin color and the more obvious blood vessels and meridians throughout the body, He Li looked around and did not see any non-human organs on Li Hongxian's body. But, well, she has a great figure. Maybe it's because she is a warrior and exercises regularly, so her figure is so good, right? No, that's not important. Shaking his head, He Li looked up at Li Hongxian's red eyes. Show us your skills, he said. Upon hearing this, Li Hongxian closed his eyes and spread his arms. Although he has turned into a zombie and lost his previous memories, this does not mean that Li Hongxian cannot understand human language. After all, a zombie is just similar to a zombie and is not exactly the same as a zombie. Being able to retain IQ is one of the differences. At this moment, as Li Hongxian opened her arms, He Li clearly saw changes taking place on her body. Her ribs and cheeks opened up like fish gills, breathing in air from all directions. Her back suddenly opened a huge vertical pupil along the spine. The vertical pupils trembled, like the breathing of the heart. Is this the hidden organ? Healy looked around at the naked Li Hongxian like a complete pervert. It was also thanks to the strange corpse's absolute loyalty to Healy. Fortunately, although Li Hongxian still retains his IQ, he is extremely naive and doesn't care about anything because he has no memories. Otherwise, she would lose 50 points of favorability. Okay, put it away. After looking at it, Healy spoke. After Li Hongxian withdrew his arm, he spoke again. Start from here and continue to move eastward. Observe the humans along the way and try to poison rivers and other water sources to release some of your blood. Also, help me find a city with iron ore. Once you find it, you can come find me. Hearing this, doubt flashed in Li Hongxian's eyes. She had no memory and did not understand what iron ore was. Healy was too lazy to explain and just said, when you observe humans enough, you will understand what I mean. Go. After he said this, Li Hongxian jumped up and was about to jump away. Li Hongxian still has her intelligence, and she can learn and know a lot of things just by observing humans. Therefore, Healy didn't need to explain too much to her. She will understand it herself. Of course, Healy didn't actually expect her to find iron ore. In ancient times, iron ore was strictly controlled. In Nanha City, there was no way to find out where the iron ore was. It's probably similar in other places. Healy planned to attack the big cities and capture the high-ranking officials to ask them. Those officials must know where there are iron mines for him to build the blood and bone furnace. Healy thought so and watched Li Hongxian walk away. But immediately he called her again. Wait, put your clothes on first. Duh. Chapter 13. Healy stood under the eaves, gazing into the distance. Li Hongxian's back gradually disappeared in the dark rainy night. Healy didn't look away until it was completely out of sight. Whoa! At this time, the sound of a giant scale-armored wolf sounded beside him. Healy turned around and looked at it, and said, Why? Do you also want to act alone like her? Upon hearing this, the armored giant wolf's scarlet eyes flashed with a hint of human hesitation before it nodded. It seemed that not only did it want to act alone, it was also reluctant to leave Healy's side. Seeing this, Healy patted its head and laughed. Wait a little longer. I'll let you act on your own later. The world is vast, and our abilities are limited. It is impossible for us to go to every place in person to spread the virus. In the future, when he encounters resistance forces from various places, he will also be too busy to handle them personally. These things need to be done by subordinates. So even without the giant wolf's reminder, Healy would let it lead the herd to act alone sooner or later. This might not take long. I can probably do it when I reach the sea. Healy thought so, and his consciousness issued orders in the minds of all the strange corpse creatures to attract hundreds of strange corpse creatures nearby. He selected nearly 100 huge strange corpse beasts to stay. He dismissed the rest of the strange corpse creatures. Looking at the beasts gathering in front of him, Healy took out the spike grass seeds rewarded by the rules from his backpack. When he first got the seeds, he wanted to try whether they could be infected. So he sprinkled these seeds with his blood. Plant seeds absorb water and grow, so they do not need to be destroyed like normal organisms. You can be infected with the virus just by soaking in blood. Healy did the same, but later because of the announcement he was caught up in various events and had no time to take care of these seeds. Now Healy wants to take advantage of this short break to deal with these seeds, and the reason why he summoned the beasts. Also related to the seeds of the deceased nematode. As Healy opened the bag of seeds, he saw that the small, angular seeds in the bag, which were originally like rice grains, had now grown countless irregularly swaying pink roots. Those roots looked like shredded meat or tentacles and were so dense that it made one's scalp tingle. Now they are not purely plants. They are strange corpse creatures that can also devour flesh and blood to grow. In other words, plant them, maybe not in the soil, but in living things. Healy held the seeds and looked at the beasts in front of him. Yes, Healy's plan was to plant these seeds directly on the body of the strange corpse beast. There are significant benefits to doing this. For example, the beast responsible for providing nutrition for the spadix seeds can carry the spadix and follow the main force to continue providing blood food for the growth of the main force. At the same time, after going to war with other forces, there is no need to worry about the spike grass you planted being destroyed. After all, they are planted on mobile farmland, so even if outsiders want to destroy them, they have no chance. But this is just Healy's idea after all. He wasn't sure if that would be a problem. But this idea is worth a try. So Healy took out the seeds after a little thought, and went to the nearest corpse silverback black bear and put the seeds into the wound on its back. As the seeds fell into the cracks of the wound, Healy clearly saw the roots of the spadix seeds shaking wildly. It's like a hungry wolf smelling blood. It used its delicate roots as teeth and stabbed into the flesh of the silverback black bear along the gaps between the muscles, greedily sucking the flesh and blood from the silverback black bear's body to satisfy itself. However, the silverback black bear is huge in size, and the blood and flesh absorbed by this seed is insignificant to it. Therefore, the silverback black bears are currently unaffected. But no impact does not mean no change. The spadix seeds under your command have undergone unusual changes and formed a strange connection with the silverbacked black bear. You use special methods to create your civilization's exclusive special soldier, the blood plant symbiote. Announcement. Congratulations to Lord Healy for successfully creating the civilization-exclusive blood plant symbiote unit. This unique unit enriches the war game and rewards the Lord with a random skill chip, *1. Buzz. Along with the dazzling announcement in the night sky, Healy suddenly saw a familiar space-time hole unfold before his eyes. A small black and gold chip fell out of it. Healy reached out to catch it, and relevant information emerged. Random skill chip. Like a thorn in the flesh, the chip will understand and analyze the user's own characteristics, evolving and generating unique skills before bestowing them upon the user. This works too. Healy stared at the chip in surprise. But the other lords were not in a good mood. F***K, this is the fourth announcement. Are you crazy? In the swamp, the octopus-headed creature lost its composure. They were obviously newcomers who had just arrived on the battlefield, but Healy was announced as a terrifying enemy of all living beings right after he arrived. Before they could figure out what was going on, he had a special force. We used various scrolls against him, but we didn't kill him. Instead, we allowed him to capture the local city. Now, it's even more outrageous to create your own special forces. You're not pretending to be cheating anymore, are you? You even created your own special unit. I've never heard of such a thing in my life. Why doesn't he create his own hero unit? The octopus had expressed dissatisfaction while looking at the announcement in the sky. At the same time, he felt a little envious. Damn, the reward he got this time is actually a skill chip. If he gets some powerful skills, he will be invincible on the battlefield. What will we have to do with it? The octopus head's tone became depressed as he spoke. He had already determined that Healy was definitely cheating. How do ordinary players like them fight against cheats? I'm tired, let's destroy it. Sighing, the octopus head sat in the water feeling a little melancholy and confused. There are many lords like him. Now that his own special forces have been created, he can have as many special forces as he wants. How does this work? Healy's classmates who were sitting around the fire only smiled bitterly. Some people couldn't help but ask, creating your own special forces, others have tried before, but all failed. After all, the universe is too vast and history is too long. All kinds of military units have already appeared in various worlds, and there will be almost no innovation. But why did he succeed in creating it? This kind of thing is too unbelievable. Listening to her classmates' discussions, Lu Rian stared at the four words, civilization exclusive, and fell into deep thought. Her intuition told her that Healy's ability to create his own type of troops might be related to his unique civilization. But we are all classmates who have just joined the battlefield. Theoretically, Healy should not have come into contact with any special civilization other than human civilization. So what's going on with him? Could it be? Lu Rian thought of a possibility. That is, this Healy is not a human being at all. Only if you're not human from the start, but an alien race, can you start with a unique civilization and rely on the uniqueness of your civilization to create a type of soldier that has never appeared before. Thinking of this, Lu Rian suddenly felt a little creepy. Healy is a classmate they have known for 2 or 3 years. And now we know that he is not human? It wasn't just Lu Rian. Many lords realized the problem through the words in the announcement. The fact that Healy was able to create his own special military force is enough to prove that his racial civilization system is extremely rare. Otherwise, given the vastness of the universe and the length of history, it would be impossible for him to create new types of troops so easily. While thinking about it, some people thought of the original announcement. Healy, the enemy of all living beings, great terror. Now that I think about it, the announcement made sense. Chapter 14. Under the pitch-black night sky, the lords gazed into the distance. Healy, what kind of existence are you? This question echoed in the minds of countless lords. But Healy, as the person involved, was destined to be unable to respond to them. He didn't have the mind to think about what the other lords would think after seeing this announcement. Now Healy's mind was focused on the silverback black bear that was combined with the spadix. Information about the blood plant symbiont has also been displayed in front of him through the system panel. Name silverback black bear / spike grass. Race, corpse, beast, plant. Unit, special soldiers. Occupation, Blood Plant Symbiote, Attributes, 5.1/2.2/4.8/0.5, Strength, Agility, Physique, Intelligence, Loyalty, 100, never decreases. Introduction, a special corpse creature, a fusion of beasts and plants, possessing the abilities of both. Although unable to advance, its extremely unstable growth and changes give it unlimited potential. It has no skills, but it has the abilities of both beasts and plants and has unlimited potential. This introduction looks very interesting. Unstable growth leads to huge potential. Does it mean it could grow into something terrifying, or it could grow into something very weak? Never mind. I was just planning on using it as mobile farmland. Now this can only be regarded as a pleasant surprise. The symbiote has no skills, reasonable and unreliable. He just knew that his idea was right, so he put all the rest of his seeds into the beast. Without any surprise, all the other zombie beasts, including the zombie humans that Healy had specially found to try, were transformed into blood plant symbiotes and promoted to special troops, and their attributes were also improved. But Healy was not satisfied with just this. Glancing at the symbiotes in front of him, he took out the 2 small scrolls of the Wind of Growth from his pocket. This thing increases the growth rate of plants by 3 times. Symbiotes are considered plants, right? Then theoretically the scroll would be useful to them too. Healy pondered while opening the scroll. Whoosh whoosh. Following his movements, the scroll instantly transformed into specks of green light and dissipated. Gusts of light green breeze visible to the naked eye blew rapidly in all directions, centered around Healy. Wherever the green wind blows, flowers and plants sway. Healy saw very clearly that the weed seedlings in the cracks of the steps not far away were growing rapidly. In just a few moments, it grew from the size of a thumb to a clump of weeds the size of a fist. Of course, it's not just flowers, plants, and trees. The blood plant symbiote is also growing rapidly. The spadix on their bodies sprouted quickly. As its roots grow, the beasts that coexist with them begin to undergo various changes. Some wild beasts grew vines on their bodies, some grew sharp thorns on their bodies to protect themselves, and even worse, their hair fell off and countless dense and slender grass leaves grew instead of hair. Their attributes also grow as their appearance changes. Different changes will have different focus areas for attribute growth. Healy carefully observed the changes in the symbiote. Healy stopped observing the changes on the panel only after the Wind of Growth dissipated and the growth of the symbiote slowed down. The effect of the Wind of Growth has no time limit, but it does not mean that the triple growth effect will always be there. The wind that accelerates growth only brings special energy that can increase the growth rate of plants. After the wind dissipates, the energy will still remain in the plants and accelerate their growth. It won't stop until the energy is exhausted. This is similar to fertilizing, and the duration varies from plant to plant and cannot be accurately determined. However, Healy has 2 scrolls of the growing wind. After this one is used up, he can use it again later. Next time, I'll wait until there are more plant-type zombies. There are only 100 or so symbiotes, which is too few. This time we just want to test the effect. We can't waste them like this next time. Healy put away the remaining scrolls and began to summon all the zombies in the city. There is no need to stay in Nana City. He planned to go south and attack other cities directly. He had asked the county magistrate and his men before, and also found maps of Yunzhou and even the entire G state. You can reach the sea by going straight south from Nana City. At the same time, on the way south, you have to pass through 2 big cities. The 2 cities have strong military forces, and it is said that they are also equipped with powerful firearms battalions. However, the firearms of this era were very backward, so Healy was not very afraid of those firearms. After we capture the 2 big cities and reach the sea, we can cross the sea to poison the Japanese pirates. Thinking about future plans in his mind, Healy took out a random skill chip while waiting for the zombies to gather. This thing can allow him to master extraordinary powers that can be used actively. He had long heard that those lords who had experienced many wars mastered various powers and dominated the battlefield. At that time, he was also envious. Now that it was his turn to master such power, Healy inserted the chip into his palm with great anticipation. Buzz. Following Healy's action, the high-tech chip emitted a burst of blue light. The light penetrated into Healy's body through the wound. It flashed inside Healy's body and moved rapidly. Its movement trajectory can be clearly seen from the outside. Finally, the blue light stopped on Healy's forehead. You have used a random skill chip. Your information and characteristics have been collected, and relevant skills are continuously evolving and generating. Skill evolution complete. Skill information generated. You have obtained the gifted skill Blood Thoughts. Blood Thought. The blood of all living beings is tied to my single thought. Effect: Master Blood, manipulate blood. When the prompt message sounded in his mind, and when the skill information introduction appeared in front of him, Healy frowned. He felt that his mind was instantly filled with a lot of information that should not belong to him. That was information about blood thoughts. The influx of this information enabled Healy to initially master the blood thought skills, but it also made him feel pain for the first time in a long time. The swelling and pain in the head did not come from the body. It feels more like it comes from the soul. This is probably why the painless effect fails. Fortunately, the swelling and pain in the soul did not last long, and the pain disappeared in just 10 seconds. Healy recovered and breathed a sigh of relief. He raised his hand and tried to use his skill. Suddenly, bright red blood quickly emerged from his palm and turned into red silk threads that danced and changed in the air according to Healy's wishes. Looking at these flying blood-red threads, Healy's palms briefly closed before suddenly opening again. Whoosh! In an instant, the flying blood turned into sharp arrows and flew out, piercing through the paper window. This skill is quite interesting. Manipulating blood is too deadly for living things. Although Healy has just begun to master the skills, and the power he exerts is limited due to the weakening of attributes. But it is undeniable that this skill has great potential. As long as he masters it to a certain level, Healy will definitely be able to transform into a god of the battlefield and easily reap the lives of billions of creatures, and he can also easily infect those powerful targets remotely. There are plenty of opportunities to practice your skills. Healy smiled and took back the blood that continued to fly in the air. All the strange corpse creatures in the entire Nanha city have quickly gathered together under his command. When he leads the zombie horde south to attack major cities, he was bound to encounter various battles, and then he could use his blood consciousness to test it against those natives. Thinking of this, Healy turned around, mounted the giant scaly wolf, and looked back at the zombies. In the pitch-black night, tens of thousands of strange corpses crowded around like a tide, making it impossible to get out. Healy looked back at the South City gate. Set off. Chapter 15. Quick, fill in the gaps, shoot. Hold the city gate and don't let those monsters in. My lord, something bad has happened. The city gate has been broken. The west gate has been breached, too. Monsters have entered the city. I can't hold it anymore. Run quickly. Damn it. No escape. Whoever dares to escape from the Israeli army. Roar. On the chaotic city wall, the solemn voice of the Zhang County inspector suddenly stopped. A blood-red tiger leaped onto the wall, biting off his neck and chewing on his head, scanning the surroundings. Its dark red eyes reflected the flames all over the city and the broken limbs all over the ground. This was the fourth city they had massacred. Since they moved south in the first half of the night, they have been unstoppable. All the towns they passed through were captured in a moment. The zombie horde becomes stronger and stronger as the battle goes on, and is unstoppable. The news about the zombie horde quickly spread to the surrounding cities thanks to the survivors in those towns. As the news spread quickly, rumors spread all over Yunzhou, causing panic among the people. I heard they captured 5 cities in one night. Those monsters have iron heads and copper foreheads, and are invulnerable to swords and spears. They are impossible to kill. The worst thing is, if you get bit by them, you'll turn into a monster. This, if they come to us. But, what should we do? Can we repel that monster with the limited forces we have? Hey, hurry up and pack up and escape from Yunzhou. Why are you so panicked? The governor and the imperial court will certainly not ignore such a serious incident. Perhaps the imperial court will soon send troops to eliminate those monsters. Very good. I heard that the 100 Battles camp is already reorganizing and seems to be preparing to set off. At noon, there was a lot of discussion in the Yunyang City restaurant. The 2 young men drinking in the distance seemed to be thinking deeply after hearing this. Brother, what do you think of the monster they're talking about? The young man in white on the left asked in a low voice, and the older man opposite just shook his head slightly when he heard it. It's just a rumor. Where in the world are there any monsters with heads of steel and foreheads that are invulnerable to swords and spears and cannot be killed? Perhaps they are a group of people practicing some kind of evil skills. In today's world, people who are dissatisfied with the imperial court in various places are secretly preparing for an opportunity to start an uprising. That group of people is probably the same. The older man paused for a few seconds. After thinking for a few seconds, the corners of his mouth rose. Although the monster is untrustworthy, this is an opportunity. Didn't you hear them say that the 100 Battles camp seemed to be making some moves? The 100 Battles battalion is one of Yunzhou's 2 most elite forces. If anything happens to them, the obstacles my Songlong village will face in conquering Yunzhou when we start our rebellion soon will definitely be greatly reduced. After he finished speaking, the young man in white's eyes lit up. What does Big Brother mean? He couldn't help but ask. The man opposite said with a smile. Add fuel to the fire, put some pressure on the governor, and force him to deploy the 100 Battle Battalion. Then we can set up an ambush and eliminate the 100 Battles camp. As for those so-called monsters, don't worry about them. After all, they are just opportunists. We need them to muddy the waters and disperse the power of the imperial court. This way, the possibility of our Songlong village becoming a true dragon will be greater. I understand, the young man in white said with a grin. Then shall I send a pigeon to order them to take action now? Well, but you have to be careful. Your actions have caused the panic index on the battlefield to rise rapidly. More G-State rebel forces are born. Please note that Lord Lan Ku died at the hands of Lord Healy due to infection with an unknown virus. This is the first dead lord to appear in this Lord War game. Please be vigilant, living people. Healy was a little confused when he saw the announcement. What happened? Did he kill a lord? The other lords were also confused and shocked. They didn't expect that one of their lords would be killed by Healy so soon. And the other party died in a strange way, infected with a virus? Does that mean Healy has a powerful virus weapon in his hands? The lords' faces turned pale and shuddered at the thought. Viral weapons? He's too inhumane. How dare you use this kind of thing? Someone scolded. Some lords were also curious. Where did he get the virus weapon? Is that something a novice lord can easily obtain? No matter what, he is too vicious. The lords discussed anxiously, while Healy stared at the announcement, wondering what was going on. Could it be that this Lan Ku is also in Yunzhou and very close to me? Otherwise, how could he be infected for no apparent reason? Scratching his head, Healy didn't care too much about it. What he was more concerned about was that other lords might have also noticed through the announcement that he would use the virus. In that case, they would probably be on guard. It may not be easy to infect those lords later. But it doesn't matter. As long as the zombies under my command are strong enough and the zombie group is large enough, I can crush and eliminate all the lords on the battlefield with an absolutely invincible attitude. So, let's continue attacking the city and infecting it. Putting his thoughts aside, Healy continued to march southward with the dense swarm of zombies that stretched as far as the eye could see behind him. After walking another 100 kilometers, we will be close to Yunyang City. That is one of the two important cities in southern Yunzhou. There are 40,000 troops stationed there, including the elite 100 Battles Battalion. But last night, Healy marched non-stop, and the number of infected creatures increased rapidly as he captured cities and strongholds along the way. Now, the number of corpses is close to 100,000, even if we don't count snakes, rats, insects, and ants. There are quite a few powerful special forces among them. Healy is confident that he can easily take Yunyang City. But confidence didn't mean he was arrogant. On the contrary, Healy was now very wary of the 100 Battles camp because he had heard a lot about it from the county officials last night. For example, the 100 Battles camp is known to be undefeated in every battle. For example, every soldier in the 100 Battles Battalion is as strong as a tiger. In short, the soldiers of the 100 Battles camp are not like ordinary people. Healy could roughly guess that the soldiers in the 100 Battles camp might have practiced some special martial arts. Even though Li Hongxian said that the powerful secret manuals are in the hands of the aristocratic families, would the imperial court not have any martial arts techniques? This is impossible. The imperial court has more than just techniques for increasing strength, and they must have a large number of them. They are willing to use certain techniques to train powerful elite troops. This is not something difficult to understand. TSK, a powerful army of warriors. Great, they'll be mine soon. With a smile on his face, Healy ordered the zombies to march at full speed. However, what surprised him was that as he continued south and passed other towns preparing to attack them. However, he was surprised to find that the defenders of the cities along the way always encountered various problems. For example, some people in some military camps inexplicably suffered from food poisoning, vomiting, and diarrhea, and were unable to exert any combat power. Another example was the sudden death of some military camp leaders, leaving the defenders leaderless. What's even more outrageous is that the city gate suddenly broke down. There was even a sudden fire in the military camp. These chaotic situations resulted in Healy encountering almost no resistance during his siege of the city. His zombie horde moved unhindered and broke through several cities in a row. Encountering such a strange thing, Healy wondered if he had triggered some strange event. Otherwise, there is no way to explain this strange problem. Not long after, The hint that sounded in his mind also confirmed that He Li's guess was correct. Chapter 16. You have triggered the event, Civil War in Hebei. Civil War in G, a corrupt court, an incompetent king, and a people in dire straits. The empire is on the verge of collapse. They see an opportunity and rise up to act for justice. Attention! Your involvement in the G Civil War has attracted the attention of many forces within G. Attention! The G Kingdom's imperial court has noticed you. Attention! The anti-G state faction Kanglongzai has noticed you. Attention! You have participated in the minor incident of the Yunzhou dispute. Wow! It actually triggered an event. Listening to the prompts in his mind, He Li roughly understood why his siege of the city was unimpeded. That was probably done by Songlong village, but He Li didn't quite understand why they were helping him. He didn't forget about the enemy in his dream. Songlong village is his enemy and wants to kill him. They haven't taken any action yet, and the main reason is that Li Hongxin's information has not been passed back. At present, no one in Songlong village, except their leader, recognizes that He Li is their nemesis, which is why Songlong village did not deal with He Li. But this situation cannot last long. When He Li captures more cities, and more people discover that he is the leader of the zombie horde, Songlong village should list him as a key target for attack. Of course, that's all possible later. Now He Li thought about it, and felt that the reason why Songlong village secretly helped him was probably related to the Yunzhou dispute, a small incident triggered by the civil war in G State. Songlong village wants to rebel and also wants to take over Yunzhou. This will definitely not avoid a war with the Yunzhou imperial forces. Then they come to help me at this time. He Li thought for a few seconds and suddenly smiled. Could it be that these people's goal is to help me make this matter bigger and attract the attention of Yunzhou Mu, so that Yunzhou Mu can send a large number of troops to deal with me and they can reap the benefits? Haha, that's a nice thought. He Li's smile suddenly turned cold like the changeable weather. It is impossible for Kanglongzai to reap the benefits. However, since Songlong village wants to use me, He Li thought that he could make use of Songlong village. You want to add fuel to the fire? Very good. Then I can use you to capture more cities. If I rely on myself, there will be some obstacles in attacking the city and it will waste a lot of time. With your Songlong village, it will be much easier. Thinking about it, He Li turned over and jumped off the back of the giant scaly wolf. Don't you want to act alone? He looked into the crimson eyes of the armored wolf and said with a smile, now you will take 5,000 beast corpses with me and split into 2 groups to attack other cities. We'll meet up in Qinghua County in 2 days. Qinghua County is the closest county to Yunyang City. He Li estimated that when he and the scaled giant wolf acted separately for the past 2 days, Songlong village would not discover anything at first. They would only continue to help eliminate the defenders so that the Yunzhou defenders could come and attack him. However, the people of Songlong village are not fools. Their members are spread all over the place and have strong intelligence capabilities. As long as they gather information from all over the place and find that He Li's military strength has increased dramatically, they will know that they are in trouble. At that time, not only will they not help anymore, but they will block the Yunzhou army's full strength to deal with them first. Unfortunately, by the time you react, it's too late. He Li suppressed his smile, summoned the zombie tiger behind him to serve as his new mount, and continued to march south. The giant scaly wolf led a group of 5,000 zombie beasts and looked at his back, until He Li's back was completely hidden by the mountains and forests. The giant scaly wolf led the group of corpses into the distance. It seemed very excited, with a glimmer in its eyes. During the continuous sieges last night, it devoured a lot of flesh and blood, which improved its own attributes. Today's armored giant wolf has not only become stronger than before, but also smarter and has learned to think independently. Gradually, there are more things in its mind that it has never considered before. For example, how to please He Li and be valued by him. For example, He Li seems to like them becoming stronger. So how can we become what he wants? Also, if you lead your own troops to attack a city, can you just eat as much as you want? Wouldn't this make me stronger and gain He Li's attention and praise? The scaly giant wolf pondered these things in his mind. Other strange corpses actually have similar situations. They just aren't that obvious. As for why they think this way, the reason is that He Li is their root. In the hearts of all the strange corpse creatures, He Li is the supreme existence that cannot be desecrated. Even if they have low intelligence, they will have an instinctive desire to please He Li. The consequences of this natural instinct are many. The zombies will observe He Li's emotions, will think about what is beneficial to him based on his behavior. They will also do their best to complete the orders given by He Li and make He Li satisfied. He Li's thoughts can also cause some extremely subtle changes in the growth of the zombie group. For example, Li Hongxian is now hiding in the city. Since leaving Heili, she has been heading southwest according to Heili's orders, poisoning people along the way. During this period, she met many humans and saw many new things. The knowledge in her mind is increasing rapidly. She had more and more questions to think about. But what she thought about the most was Heili observing her body that night. Li Hongxian, who was wandering around the human city, already knew about the things between men and women, so she was very curious. Why didn't Heili do anything else after looking at her? Obviously, other human men and women, when they are honest with each other, will do a lot of strange things. Li Hongxian couldn't figure out what was going on, but she felt that she was not good enough. She had heard some human women say that men like girls with long legs, slim waists, and skills. Long legs and a thin waist, she could understand it clearly. She didn't understand what the skill was, but she felt that it was probably about combat effectiveness. So she sneaked into the Mo family castle, a family that was said to have martial arts secrets and many powerful people. She thought she could learn some powerful kung fu, as humans called it, to please Heili. But the people in Multiverse are really ungrateful. She wanted to learn for a while and then leave, but the people from Mo family castle discovered her and wouldn't let her go. They were saying that anyone who stole the family's martial arts would be killed. I don't understand. It's obvious that looking at it won't make you lose any meat. So Li Hongxian killed all those people. Then, Heili received a prompt. Your soldier Li Hong appears and destroys the Mo family fort. You have triggered the event, the last Wuling. Duh. Chapter 17. You have triggered the event, the last Wuling. The last Wuling. The knights use their martial arts to break the law. The once glorious and prosperous Wuling era has fallen under the imperial power. Now, chaos is about to break out, and the winds of the times will ignite the remaining embers of the Wuling. Attention, the martial arts power of Multiverse has been destroyed. Note, with the destruction of the Mo family fort as a trigger, the martial arts forces will reunite at Wangxian Peak to ignite the battle for the martial arts leader. During this period, secret martial arts sects and warriors from all over the world will emerge. Note, after the event begins, the risk factor in the entire G-state map will increase dramatically. Note, dangers and opportunities coexist. During the event, the probability of obtaining powerful soldiers and items increases. Heili was speechless after hearing the prompts in his mind. Li Hongxian easily destroyed a small force. This could also trigger an event, and it looked like it was a major event similar to the G Civil War. What can he say? Just outrageous. However, having many events isn't a bad thing. Every event may contain hidden rewards, especially for such a large-scale incident. Handling these two incidents will definitely get you an excellent reward. After all, the previous incident of the fake treasure had allowed Heili to obtain the very precious blood and bone furnace blueprint, and now these two incidents are countless times stronger than the fake treasure no matter how you look at it. So, can the rewards for these two events be different? Of course, for Heili, the final Wuling incident actually had many benefits. After the incident, all the warriors came out, and the major sects stopped hiding and just focused on training. If they go out and move around, it will increase the probability of infection. This can also speed up my improvement in strength. Thinking of this, Heili couldn't help laughing. But he was also very curious about what Li Hong was doing now. Why did he go and destroy the Mo family fort? Forget it, I'll ask her later. Shaking his head, Heili continued to move forward riding the corpse tiger, but at this moment, a hint of distortion suddenly flashed in Heili's red pupils. It looked like ripples on the water. At the same time, a reminder sounded in his mind. Your trait has been activated. You seem to have glimpsed what your subordinates see and hear. Following the prompt, Heili's left eye reflected a completely different scene from the one before his eyes. At the same time, in Yunzhou Fanqing Prefecture, a black crow perched on a branch, staring with its red eyes at the two people talking not far away. Mr. Governor, the latest news has arrived. That group of monsters is unstoppable and has already reached Xiangzhou County. They are still marching south. They will probably reach Yunyang City in less than 2 days. Sir, now, how do we deal with them? Should we send out the 100 Battles camp? Along with the voice, the general in armor tentatively asked the middle-aged man in front of him. The square-faced middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes was Qi Wen, the governor of Yunzhou. The latter did not immediately respond to the armored general. He just looked at the clouds in the sky and sneered. Monsters, bandits, rebels, and those martial artists who pop up from time to time. My Yunzhou is really bustling. Qi Wen continued. Although the current ruler is somewhat incompetent, the ministers are not. Do those opportunists really think they can find an opportunity by muddying the waters and making the court too busy to handle the affairs? They really underestimate the imperial court. Listening to the words of Governor Qi Wen, General Jiazhou said nothing. He knew very well what Yunzhou Mu Qi Wen was thinking. In Qi Wen's opinion, what monster? They were just the creation of people with ulterior motives. After all, the rumors about them are really outrageous. I've heard a lot of things these past 2 days. Qi Wen calmly said. It is said that those monsters are not only extremely cruel and eat human flesh and drink human blood, but they are also unkillable. Some even say that they appear because of the immorality of the current rulers. Listen, what are those rebels saying in order to discredit the imperial court and gain the support of the ignorant people? After a pause, Qi Wen suddenly changed the subject. But no matter what the rumors say, the power of those monsters is undeniable. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to capture more than 10 cities in 2 days. What does your excellency mean? Upon hearing this, the armored general finally raised his head and asked. Qi Wen said calmly, let the 100 battles camp go. Perhaps it has been peaceful for so long that the rebels have forgotten the blade of the 100 battles camp. Also, this time we're not just sending out the 100 battles battalion. Let Li Ji bring another 5,000 firearms battalion. As for Wu Wentian, let him lead 20,000 soldiers to wipe out those ignorant fools. Qi Wen's calm voice revealed a fierceness that left no room for maneuver. General Armor nodded upon hearing this. Yes. After the armored general left, Qi Wen's eyes flashed coldly. Do you really think I don't know what you are thinking? You want to take over Yunzhou? Are you worthy? After saying this, Qi Wen regained his composure and left. On a tall osmanthus tree not far away, the crow tilted its head and stared at Qi Wen's back with its red eyes. There was desire in its eyes, a greed for blood and food, but also a bit of curiosity and an inexplicable meaning, as if the crow was thinking about something. This Yunzhou Mu is quite interesting. On the muddy road, He Li, riding on the corpse tiger, recalled what he had just seen and heard and smiled. Through his own special effects, he relied on the crow to see Qi Wen, the governor of Yunzhou, and his subordinates who settled in Fanqing, and also heard what Qi Wen and his subordinates said in the governor's mansion. He had to admit that this governor was indeed very smart. From what the Yunzhou governor said, he knows that Songlong village wants to take over Yunzhou and wants to deal with Baijian camp. Maybe he didn't guess what Songlong village was going to do. At least he wouldn't guess too accurately, but he knows that the rebel forces in Songlong village have limited capabilities. So as long as he sends out enough troops, that Songlong village and other rebel forces will be helpless, even if he really finds the opportunity. That Songlong village's influence in Yunzhou will be completely destroyed. TSK, what a great Yunzhou governor! He Li exclaimed, and the smile on his face became more and more obvious as he exclaimed. There was no way. In the current situation, He Li couldn't help but smile even if he wanted to. After all, the more troops Yunzhou Mu sends out, the more soldiers he can infect and the stronger his combat power will be. The entire Yunzhou was taken over by him even faster. Yunzhou Mu, Songlong village, just fight. The fiercer the fight, the better, He Li said, and finally couldn't help laughing out loud. Whether it is Qi Wen or Songlong village, they have strong intelligence acquisition capabilities and actually know about the zombie horde. But they have not seen the zombie horde with their own eyes, so they don't believe many things. After all, it's too outrageous. If this happened in modern times, it would be understandable since everyone has seen movies like Resident Evil. But Xuanqing is still in the era of cold weapons. They didn't know what zombies were, so they naturally thought the information they sent back must have been exaggerated. Or rather, there is something wrong here, so that the zombies seem to be impossible to kill. But even if they believe these things, but so what? They still had to send troops. If we don't send troops to deal with the zombies, are we just waiting to die? So, there is no solution when encountering a swarm of zombies. Chapter 18. The horde of zombies continued to march at a high speed in the southern part of Yunzhou. Yunyang City is getting closer and closer to He Li's location. The scattered strange corpse creatures also continued to spread the strange virus in all directions. The birds soaring thousands of miles away and the fish sailing downstream have caused a large number of strange corpse creatures to appear in places hundreds of kilometers away that He Li has never touched before, and they have begun to attack the surrounding towns. Rumors of monsters and plagues spread rapidly. People everywhere were in a panic, but the court did nothing as if nothing had happened. Only the governors and officials of various places could find ways to deal with the monsters and strange diseases on their own. This also made countless people realize the current situation of the court. The imperial court no longer cares about things, and the provincial governors are the local emperors. More and more chaotic forces have emerged in the past few days like mushrooms after rain. Everyone wants to take advantage of this chaotic world to achieve hegemony. But some forces died just as they began. For example, at this moment, the rebel force called Qing was easily wiped out by He Li's group of zombies. Are you playing house? There are only 200 people in the village. Where did the village chief get the courage to ascend the throne and declare himself emperor? They often mobilize the entire nation to attack neighboring villages. Are you trying to make me laugh to death? He Li, riding on the corpse-transformed tiger, looked at the villagers in front of him who were shaking with fear like chaff and shook his head. Luckily, you encountered me first instead of the G army. Otherwise you won't have a second life. Although he said these words, He Li ignored the villagers and just looked back into the distance. Following the direction He Li saw was looking, he saw countless figures gradually appearing on the mountain road in the distance. You encounter the elite troops of G State, Yunzhou 100 Battle Battalion. The 100 Battles Battalion, influenced by military orders, has some hostility towards you. The 100 Battles Camp, influenced by your talent, is extremely hostile to you. The 100 Battles Camp, influenced by the rumors, has become extremely hostile to you. The 100 Battles Battalion is affected by military orders, and morale has increased by 35%. The 100 Battles Camp is affected by hatred, and its combat power increases by 10%. Listening to the prompts in his mind, He Li glanced at the soldiers of the 100 Battles Camp who were getting closer and closer. The 100 Battles Battalion is indeed an elite force. They are all strong and muscular, wearing heavy armor and face masks, and carrying heavy sabers. They look like they are not comparable to the soldiers in other cities. Such a fierce and powerful army. No wonder they are known as a 100-fighter army. This is something that no ordinary army can contend with. He Li sighed, and the soldiers of the 100 Battles Camp had already stopped and looked at the group of corpses in the distance. Are those the legendary unkillable monsters? It's really weird. In the army, the general riding on the Fergana horse stared at the green-faced, fang-toothed, and bulging meridians of the strange corpse-like beasts, which looked like evil spirits from hell, and frowned slightly. Although he had been through many battles, he still felt terrified and even inexplicably stressed when facing those zombie beasts. Not to mention other ordinary soldiers. No wonder they were able to capture more than 10 cities in 2 days. Those cities can't stop such a terrifying army. But the general turned his head to look at the soldiers behind him. Then his brows relaxed, and his face showed great confidence. My 100 Battles Camp is never afraid of any enemy. No matter if you are evil spirits or not. My 100 Battles Camp will slay you with our swords and restore peace to Yunzhou. He was just thinking about it when a soldier came to report. General, the spies have found traces of the Songlong village nearby. They have about 5,000 soldiers, but we are not sure whether they are carrying high-powered firearms. Humph, he's here as expected, the general sneered. Governor Qi once sent people to tell him many things about Songlong village and other rebel forces. Songlong village seems to want to reap the benefits. They want to make the 100 Battles Camp disappear from the world. I also want to take the opportunity to destroy the increasingly large group of monsters. Your plan at Songlong village is a good one, but unfortunately, it is doomed to fail. The general gathered his thoughts and looked at the messenger. Inform General Li of the Firearms Battalion to cooperate with my 100 Battles Battalion to split into 2 groups. After I engage the monsters first, General Li can take the opportunity to raid Songlong village. Yes. The soldiers took the order and left quickly. At the same time, on the mountaintop further away, the 2 young men who had previously planned in Yunyang City were also observing this place. Brother, we're taking a bit of an adventure this time. We didn't expect those monsters to increase their forces so quickly. I didn't expect the Yunzhou governor to be so decisive. Now we've almost come out in full force. If it doesn't work, the young man in white's voice gradually weakened. The older man next to him shook his head. Don't worry. There will be no accidents this time. Whether they're the 100 Battles Battalion or the monsters, they never imagined we were coming in full force. We'll use ourselves as bait, first destroy part of the 100 Battles Battalion's forces, then gather the entire army. While the main force of the 100 Battles Battalion is engaged in battle with the monsters, we'll use artillery fire to weaken them and completely eliminate them. The man said, and the young man in white nodded. The 3 forces each have their own ideas, and the battle begins with the charge launched by the 100 Battles Camp. General Wang, General Song, each of you lead an army and cooperate with me to surround and kill the monster from the left and right wings. Fight and retreat at the same time, and make sure to keep a close eye on the young man riding the tiger. He is the one behind these monsters. Dealing with him is far more important than killing other monsters. Raising the heavy sword in his hand, the commander of the 100 Battles camp stared at He Li in the distance with icy eyes and shouted, "God bless Daji, and he will never be defeated in 100 battles. All troops, listen to my orders, follow me, and kill. Undefeated, undefeated, undefeated." Hundreds of soldiers roared to the sky, and with black swords and black armor, they rushed towards He Li's location like a stream of water. Hearing the roar of the 100 Battles camp, the beasts behind He Li also let out a deafening roar, and the roars and shouts echoed in the mountains for a long time like thunder. He Li rode on a tiger with a fierce look in his eyes. "Kill." As the low voice came out, the tiger transformed into a corpse, opened its mouth and roared, causing its muscles to bulge and reveal its ferocity. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and the charging soldiers of the 100 Battles battalion subconsciously looked up at the dark sky. They thought it was just dark clouds coming. However, when they looked up at the sky, they realized that the dark clouds covering the sky were not real clouds, but tens of thousands of ferocious black birds circling in the sky. Before they could react, those zombie-like birds rushed down like sharp arrows and attacked the 100 Battles camp. Fortunately, the armor of the 100 Battles battalion is sophisticated enough. Most zombie birds are not strong enough to break through the defense. However, even so, the existence of the zombie birds disrupted the charging soldiers of the 100 Battles battalion, which caused problems in the charging formation of the 100 Battles battalion and caused some chaos. The zombies seized this opportunity to accelerate their charge, and the ferocious corpse beasts used the chaotic point as a breakthrough point to pounce. Chapter 19. Wars in the era of cold weapons were simple and unpretentious. There aren't that many fancy operations here. It was simply a bloody close combat between the two armies. Such a war is bound to result in huge casualties on both sides. Even if the army has the upper hand, losing 30% to 50% of its strength can still be considered a great victory. But the 100 Battles battalion was different. Their strong individual combat capabilities would greatly reduce the probability of their soldiers being killed, unless they encountered a charge from heavily armored cavalry that was more capable of restraining them on the battlefield. Otherwise, their losses would hardly exceed 30%. This is also what the soldiers of the 100 Battles camp are proud of. But today, the pride of the 100 Battles camp was shattered. Bang! With a resounding bang, a 4-meter-tall, transformed black bear appeared in a corner of the battlefield. Its charge dented the armor of the 100 Battles battalion soldier before it, sending blood gushing from his mouth. The faces of the surrounding soldiers changed drastically when they saw this. But after all, they are all veterans with strong psychological qualities. After a brief shock, they came to their senses. "Kill." When the sergeant spoke in a low voice, the soldiers around him swung their swords in tacit understanding and chopped the corpse of the black bear. These soldiers of the 100 Battles camp were quite strong. The wounds they left on the black bear's corpse by slashing it with their swords were so severe that the bones were visible. If it were an ordinary wild beast, it would probably have lost its ability to move. However, the corpse-transformed black bear was not afraid of pain. Even though its skeleton was exposed after being chopped down, it never showed any signs of falling or even weakness. Instead, it became even more brutal, waving its bare claws and beating the surrounding soldiers to death. Where had the soldiers of the 100 Battles camp ever seen such a scene? Seeing the black bear with half of its skeleton exposed but still attacking them vigorously, even the soldiers of the 100 Battles camp, who had strong mental qualities, felt a little panicked and didn't know what to do. Similar situations are happening in every corner of this not-so-small battlefield. The situation on the battlefield was completely one-sided. The relentless crushing force from those corpse bears, agile attacks from corpse-transformed tigers, corpse-transformed leopards, and corpse-transformed wolves. And there are the self-destructive charges of the hordes of corpse-like horses. Add to that the harassment from the transformed birds and insects. After just one encounter, the 100 Battles camp, which claimed to be invincible, fell into a disadvantage. They had no way to deal with the corpse creatures and could only be slaughtered unilaterally by those ferocious zombies. The commander of the 100 Battles battalion, who was charging into battle, and several other lieutenants were completely stunned upon seeing this. They originally thought that the so-called unkillable monsters were just rumors spread by the weak. But now, look at those beasts with tattered bodies. Look at those monsters that can still move even with half of their bodies missing. They finally understood that the rumors were never exaggerated. They just don't want to believe such an outrageous thing. "General, we can't fight anymore. We can't fight anymore. Those monsters are impossible to kill. If we keep fighting like this, we will all be wiped out." Don't forget that Songlong village is still watching closely. The deputy general beside him, who was covered in blood, reminded him urgently. Hearing this, the commander of the 100 Battles camp looked around at the soldiers being slaughtered by the zombies with a gloomy expression. His 100 Battles camp had been fighting on the battlefield for many years, and he never thought that there would be such a great defeat. But what made him look unhappy was not that this battle had destroyed the reputation of his 100 Battles camp. His face turned pale because of what the deputy general said. Retreat? We can't retreat. Only the coach's voice was heard in a low voice. The deputy general next to him opened his mouth and seemed to be hesitant to speak after hearing this. The commander continued. Before we arrived, who could have predicted that such a strange army existed in this world? They're like the Walking Dead. They don't feel pain. They won't die unless their heads are smashed to pieces. Besides, many of those monsters are wild beasts. Don't you think we can outrun them? When asked back by the coach, the deputy general lost his temper completely. Yes, there is no way to retreat. Since they arrogantly decided to go to war with the zombies, there is no way out. However, the deputy general couldn't help but ask, then, are we just going to sit here and wait for death? We still have General Lee's firearms battalion and the remaining soldiers of the 100 Battles battalion behind us. Just sit there and wait for death? No, the coach shook his head. We have work to do. We must pass the news about the monster to the governor and the court. The imperial court won't believe rumors spread among the people, just like we didn't want to believe those rumors before. But the court should believe what our 100 Battles camp says. These monsters must be wiped out by the imperial court with all its might. Otherwise, our G state will be in danger. As for General Lee, the commander's side, they're now going around to attack the Songlong village from behind. In the short term, we can't rely on them and there's no way to convey too much information to them. Now we can only rely on ourselves to break the enemy's encirclement and release a small group of troops to escape. After saying that, he raised his head and looked at the deputy general beside him. You and I have been fighting for half our lives, and we have rarely been defeated. Even if we lose today, we must lose with great fanfare. We must also let those monsters know, let them remember, that our 100 Battles camp is worthy of the name of 100 Battles. Listening to the commander's words, the deputy general regained his composure, his face firmed, his blade clenched, and he nodded. At the same time, on the distant hilltop, brother, something seems wrong. Those monsters are much stronger than we expected. The 100 Battles battalion has suffered heavy casualties and is about to collapse. What should we do? Asked the young man in white from Songlong village. The older man next to him frowned as if hesitating about something. After a long while, he gritted his teeth and said, Go ahead, fight. Fight those monsters, they must be destroyed. The older man's tone was solemn. He had never thought that the zombie swarm would be so powerful as to easily destroy the 100 Battles camp. He thought that even if the monsters could win, they would have to pay a heavy price. After all, the 100 Battles camp is so powerful that no force dares to mess with them when they are in charge of Yinzhou. He thought that when the monsters destroyed the 100 Battles camp and caused heavy losses, he would go out and reap the benefits. However, reality slapped him hard in the face. Given the current situation, if the monster destroys the 100 Battles camp, it will definitely have enough energy left to destroy them. The older men didn't dare to think about it. What if the monster destroyed both the 100 Battles camp and their Songlong village at the same time? Then who in Yunzhou can stop them? By then, won't those monsters be able to grow unchecked? Thinking of these things, the older man began to regret his previous behavior of helping the zombie horde develop. If he had known how terrible they were, he felt he would never have come up with such a bad idea. But now, it's too late to say anything. Right now, we can only give our all to the 100 Battles battalion and help them eliminate those monsters first. As for later, even if the 100 Battles battalion wants to deal with us, it's better than facing those monsters. The older man frowned as he considered, and the young man in white next to him immediately gave orders without hesitation. Quick, assemble the firearms and bomb those monsters for me. Following his orders, many soldiers from Songlong village behind him brought out various heavy firearms parts. However, at this moment, there was a vibration around. It was like the sound of thousands of beasts galloping. This made everyone in Songlong village frown and look around. Suddenly, someone said in horror, That is. The man's voice attracted the attention of people around him. Everyone subconsciously looked in the direction of his finger. In the dense forest ahead, a 4-meter-long dark red wolf rushed towards them. Chapter 20. Looking at the Songlong village army in the mountains and forests ahead, a hint of excitement flashed in the eyes of the scaly giant wolf. Accompanied by a roar, the armored wolf's muscles tightened at an extremely fast speed. It exerted force on all four limbs and leaped over a distance of more than 10 feet, crashing into the crowd like a bullet. Bang! Suddenly, a dull sound was heard. The terrifying power of the giant armored wolf knocked hundreds of soldiers in Songlong village to the ground, causing them to scream in pain. The few soldiers from Songlong village at the front were smashed to pieces on the spot by the giant scaly armored wolf. Blood mixed with minced meat was scattered all around. The strong smell of blood quickly spread. Then, a dense swarm of transformed corpses of birds, beasts, insects, and snakes, endless as far as the eye could see, followed the giant scaly wolf and swarmed over. The two King Longzai boyfriends who were leading the group changed their expressions drastically when they saw this. Damn it! Why are there monsters here too? We didn't find anything when we came here. The young man in white cursed subconsciously in anger. The man next to him also said with a serious face, "These monsters won't suddenly appear here for no reason. This was premeditated." As he said this, he couldn't help but look back at He Li's position on the battlefield. He roughly understood that the current situation was definitely the plan of the monster leader He Li. How ridiculous that Yunzhou Mu and I have been scheming against each other. In the end, I was tricked by that monster leader who I never took seriously. I'm afraid he has already seen through all of our ideas and plans. He's using our own tricks to take us down. What a good trick, the man exclaimed coldly. The young man in white clothes beside him was anxious. Brother, we don't have the fighting power of the 100 Battles Battalion. Now we are surrounded by monsters. What should we do? What else can we do? The man shook his head. Fight your best. Fight your best. Maybe there's a glimmer of hope. After saying that, he drew the long sword from his waist and slashed at the flying corpse bird. Boom. Huh? Is that the direction of Songlong village? At this time, the commander of the Baijian camp, who was fighting bloody battles, suddenly heard the deafening sound of artillery fire coming from afar and couldn't help but look up. Seeing that it was heading towards Songlong village, he couldn't figure out what was happening there for a moment. Could it be that General Li's firearms battalion succeeded? No. If they really succeed, they will definitely be able to discover the situation on my side. The commander of the 100 Battles camp frowned. At this moment, a joking voice from not far ahead seemed to see through his thoughts and responded. What? Are you wondering what happened in Songlong village? Hearing the voice, the coach looked at He Li. Are they the monsters under your command? The commander of the 100 Battles camp is not stupid. He could guess what was going on by looking at He Li's reaction. He Li smiled when he heard this. You are quite smart. Come to think of it, you guys are quite interesting. That Songlong village wants to use me, and you also want to use me as a scapegoat to lure that Songlong village into taking action. But why haven't you ever thought about the possibility that none of you can beat me? Upon hearing this, the commander of the 100 Battles camp's eyes twitched slightly. He Li's words were somewhat mocked. Although he wanted to refute it, he couldn't refute it because of the facts before him. He could only glare at He Li fiercely. Do you think that you can seize Yunzhou by destroying Songlong village and Baijian camp? Do you know that people like you who are neither human nor ghost can be killed by anyone? The people of Yunzhou will never recognize you. The imperial court will not let you go. You are the enemy of the whole world and will gain nothing. So what? He Li said with disdain. You are not a fish, so how can you know the joy of a fish? You are not me, so how do you know what I want? Perhaps I want the world to be in ruins? Hearing his outrageous remarks, the righteous commander of the 100 Battles camp was immediately furious. Okay. You are truly an evil spirit. You must be killed. After saying this, he swung the heavy, gleaming sword in his hand, whipped the horse, accelerated it, and slashed towards He Li. He Li was not panicked at all when he saw this, but just calmly opened his arms. Buzz! As he moved, blood gushed out from the surrounding corpses, transforming into giant hands that descended from the sky. Bang! Caught off guard, the coach and his horse were knocked to the ground. He struggled to stand up and wanted to chop He Li, but He Li simply controlled the huge bloody hand, raised his hand, and slapped him away hundreds of meters, breaking his ribs. You're not qualified to kill me. As he spoke, He Li waved his hand, and endless crimson blood on the battlefield gathered behind him to form huge blood wings. He waved the blood wings and flew into the sky towards the place where Songlong village was fighting in the distance. There, facing the zombie horde led by the giant scaly armored wolves, Songlong village was unable to resist and was on the verge of defeat. When He Li appeared in the air, the already panicked soldiers of Songlong village became even more frightened. Only the two leaders of Yunzhou Songlong village remained calm. They looked up at He Li in the sky. Their eyes were filled with resentment and hostility, as well as a deep sense of helplessness towards the current situation. Before you die, could you please tell me your name? Staring at Healy, the older man asked. Healy looked at him when he heard that. Why don't you introduce yourself before asking me your name? Are you polite? He said with a playful smile. The man's mouth twitched, but he still responded to him. Li Henshin, the leader of Songlong village, Yunzhou. Oh, Healy nodded. Li Hentian frowned and said, now it's your turn to introduce yourself, right? Sorry I'm rude. Healy shrugged. Li Henshin's eyelids twitched wildly, and the young man in white clothes next to him couldn't hold it in any longer. Why are you like this? What's that? Healy sneered. Who knows why you insist on me revealing my family background? Maybe after you know my name, you want to take revenge on me. Healy did not forget that this was a low-level martial arts world. In this world where supernatural powers exist, God knows whether those indigenous people have any means of using names to retaliate against others. Anyway, just be cautious and you'll be fine. Li Hentian and the young man in white had nothing to say. The truth is, Healy is simply impossible to communicate with. They had originally thought of getting some information out of Healy before he died and trying to pass it on so that the people from the Songlong village branches and other areas could target and deal with Healy. Now that their plan had failed, they no longer wanted to waste time talking to Healy and suddenly took out their muskets and aimed at Healy. However, Healy was not afraid at all. Looking for death, he just heard the cold voice, and suddenly a huge bloody hand condensed behind Li Hentian and smashed down fiercely. Boom! With a loud bang, Li Hentian and his brothers were directly knocked deep into the ground. And with the death of the two brothers Li Henshin, as the 100 Battles camp was gradually devoured by the zombie horde, this war finally came to an end. At the same time, a new world announcement sounded again. Chapter 21. Announcement. Congratulations to Lord Healy for defeating the G Kingdom's elite 100 Battle Battalion head-on with overwhelming superiority, winning the first large-scale war victory between a lord and a local dynasty in this game. Reward. War map. Special item. *1. Listen to the prompts and look up at the announcement subtitles. At this moment, hundreds of lords in various places were paralyzed. It keeps getting triggered. It's never going to end, is it? It's such bad luck to be on the same field with him. We won't get any of the announcement rewards with him around. We can't go on like this. We have to find a way to trigger an announcement and get some rewards. It's impossible for him to really book the whole place, right? Humph, you still have the mind to think about the reward? Why don't you think about how to save your lives? Didn't you see that the reward he just received was a war map? That thing will mark our location, which means Healy could attack us at any time. Lords from all over the country were talking about it, and everyone felt threatened. And Healy has also received the reward. War map. Special item analyzes the current battlefield world map and marks the lord's position. Expanding the map triggers the mark, but the mark trigger interval is 30 days. Mark the locations of other lords? Healy smiled sinisterly as he looked at the reward information in front of him. He could imagine that the others must be panicking by now. They thought they were already using the map to see their position and even preparing to launch an attack. So many of them will probably run away immediately. Unfortunately, Healy did not plan to unfold the war map immediately. Run? When you've run enough, I'll see where all you unlucky bastards have gone. After putting away the scroll-like war map, Healy returned his gaze to the battlefield behind him where corpses were strewn all over the ground. Those soldiers of the 100 Battles camp who had died were now staggering to their feet from the battlefield. They stared at everything around them with their scarlet eyes filled with confusion. They were confused as they had just turned into zombies. But, smelling the bloody smell that filled the entire battlefield, looking at the bloody limbs and arms scattered around, the confusion in their eyes quickly turned into greed. Their innate bloodthirsty desire prompted them to pick up the scraps of meat on the ground and eat them like crazy beasts. Healy watched coldly and did not stop it. Devouring flesh and blood not only fills the stomach, but also accelerates the growth of the corpses, making them stronger. Healy hoped that the zombie swarm would grow faster so that more powerful troops and even heroic units would be born. This was one of the reasons why he chose to confront the 100 Battles camp head-on. After all, creatures like zombies will not actively devour their own kind, unless it's a completely dead corpse. Plus, the spadix isn't ripe yet. The virus is spreading wildly and infecting humans or animals. The number of the same kind is increasing rapidly while the blood food is decreasing drastically. In response to this situation of reducing the growth of the zombie horde, Healy felt that the best option was to engage in a head-on battle with the Baijian camp and Songlong village, and then let the zombie horde eat and drink enough for collective improvement. If it weren't for accelerating the growth of the zombie horde, he has plenty of ways to turn all the members of the 100 Battles camp into zombies in advance. You infected a soldier from the 100 Battles battalion and turned him into a zombie. A new basic soldier unit has been added to your command. You have infected a general of the 100 Battles camp and turned him into a zombie. A new special soldier unit has been added to your command. The gibbon under your command devoured flesh and blood, and the virus in its body mutated during its growth. Your gibbons have been promoted to Tier 2 units and have acquired the corresponding class, the charge thrower. A zombie has been promoted to a 2nd tier unit? Hearing the prompt in his mind, Healy, feeling a little surprised, unfolded the gibbon panel. Name gibbon, race, corpse/beast, unit, basic soldier. Occupation, charge thrower, level 2, attributes, 7.5/5.5/4.0/0.7, strength, agility, physique, intelligence, loyalty, 100, never decreases. Introduction, an advanced corpse gibbon. It has grown stronger, and its arms have undergone a mutation. It can continuously perform powerful charge throws, making it a powerful siege weapon. Charge throw? And continuously. This ability is good and can be used immediately. After closing the panel, Healy looked towards Yunyang City. The main forces of Baijian Camp and Yunzhou Tsanglong Village have been destroyed. Although Yunyang City still has tens of thousands of soldiers today, they are all ordinary soldiers with weak combat effectiveness. On the other hand, Healy's zombie horde, after devouring the flesh and blood on the battlefield, all members were strengthened and some of them were upgraded to strange corpses. The enemy is weak and we are strong. It is a good time to take Yunyang City. Take the firearms brought over from Tsanglong Village. Assemble, set off. Destination, Yunyang City. Landing on the back of the zombie tiger, Healy waited for the zombies to devour all the limbs and flesh on the battlefield, and then gave orders to command the human zombies to carry the firearms forward. Although the firearms of this era were very backward. For example, the cannons brought by Tsanglong Village can only fire within a few hundred meters. But this does not mean that these firearms are useless. Cannons have a short range, are heavy, and are not very easy to use. But it would be fun to give this shell to the gibbon. Gibbons are extremely powerful and agile, and can carry out terrifying face-to-face bombings at close range. Healy firmly believed that in this era, no local forces in the battlefield world could withstand such an attack except those from lords of other civilizations. TSK Tisk, I'm really looking forward to that scene. Healy showed a playful expression and ordered the zombies to speed up. At the same time, at the gate of Yunyang City, Data, accompanied by the sound of heavy horse hooves, several figures in the distance rushed towards the city gate at high speed. From a distance, I can still hear their voices. Quick, get out of the way. Urgent news from the 100 Battles camp. Emergency report from the 100 Battles camp. Anyone who blocks the road will be killed. As the sound of horse hooves and roars approached, the guards at the city gate and passers-by realized that the newcomers were actually several soldiers from the 100 Battles camp who were running anxiously, covered in blood and in a mess. The soldiers of the 100 Battles camp wear black swords and black armor. That is their distinctive feature, and they are easily identifiable and cannot be mistaken. However, in the past, the messengers from the 100 Battles camp were always very excited. Why are you so embarrassed today? Could it be that? The bad thoughts gradually caused panic among the onlookers. Then the gates of Yunyang City were closed, and the surrounding garrisons immediately entered the city in a fighting posture, which seemed to confirm the bad speculations in the hearts of the people in the city and made them completely panic. Many wealthy and powerful people hurriedly packed up their belongings and tried to flee Yunyang City to avoid danger. Ordinary people have the same plan. It is inevitable that some troublemakers will take advantage of the chaos and start a commotion. For a while, before the zombies arrived, the city was already in chaos and no one could find peace. And amidst the clamor in Yunyang City, the huge horde of corpses is gradually approaching. The first thing the soldiers on the top of Yunyang City saw was the soldiers of the 100 Battles camp wearing black armor. They dragged heavy black swords, stared at the city wall with ferocious faces, and suddenly accelerated and rushed towards them like mad beasts. The soldiers looked at these comrades whom they once revered with mixed feelings. They naturally knew they should attack now, but they hesitated when they saw those familiar faces. And Healy showed no mercy to the soldiers in the city. Gibbon, show them what you can do. Chapter 22. Boom. With a loud bang, the shells exploded on the city wall. The astonishing power blew away all the nearby soldiers. At the foot of the city wall, a gibbon over 3 meters tall and covered in black was carrying a wooden frame full of shells on his back. He locked his red eyes with the archers on the city wall who were ready to shoot and grinned. Whoosh. It waved its hand again, and the basketball-sized shell came hurtling towards it like a sharp arrow. The soldiers on the Yunyang city wall narrowed their eyes upon seeing this. They wanted to hide, but the shells were flying too fast. They had just turned around when the shells started to fall. Boom! The city walls trembled, blood rained down, and the soldiers who had no time to dodge disappeared completely. Not far away, a soldier, deafened by the loud noise, reached out and wiped his face with a trembling hand. Looking down, I saw my hands were covered in blood. The fear of death grew wildly in his heart. He was about to flee, but a guard passing by suddenly woke him up. Wang Jinshan, Jinshan, what are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and fill them up, quickly. They are about to reach the city wall. We can't let them get up here. Don't forget that we have our wives, children, and elders behind us. Hold on, shoot quickly. After waking up the dazed Wang Jinshan, the defending general looked around and loudly reminded the soldiers to hold on. While he was talking, he took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention and retreated towards the city wall. He hadn't originally intended to escape so quickly. He planned to first see if he could repel the monsters. If he can't, it won't be too late for him to run away then. If you could, there would be no need to run away. However, the combat effectiveness of the zombies far exceeded his expectations. The corpse-formed 100 Battles camp alone was not something that the ordinary Yunyang city soldiers could resist. Not to mention those ferocious and strange beasts. There are also countless black strange birds rapidly approaching in the sky. At the same time, the gibbon that kept changing its position and throwing bombs at the city wall made the defenders even more terrified. The heavy firearms used for sieges are inherently powerful, and their inconvenience in mobility is their only shortcoming. In the past, they would simply concentrate their firepower to destroy such heavy firearms. But this doesn't apply to gibbons. It was too fast and too agile for the archers of Yunyang City or the soldiers of the firearms battalion to hit it at all. The defending general felt that with this guy working together with those ferocious monsters, they would not be able to defend Yunyang City at all. It was only a matter of time before Yunyang City was captured. I don't want to die here. You guys block it for me first. Just buy me enough time. Looking up at the soldiers who were fighting back in panic, the defender who was about to leave the city wall was thinking selfishly. Wang Jinshan, who also wanted to escape from here, saw the fleeing guard when he looked back again. But before he could say anything, in the sky, a cannonball hit the defender. Boom! When the dazzling firelight lit up, Wang Jinshan almost closed his eyes unconsciously. When the roar died down and he opened his eyes again, the familiar figure of the guard had long since disappeared from the spot. All that was left at the scene were the craters and some scraps of meat. Seeing this situation, Wang Jinshan's face turned pale. With a clang, the weapon in his hand fell, and Wang Jinshan, terrified, ran away without looking back. Some soldiers saw this and cursed them as useless, but more soldiers who were afraid of death followed suit and chose to flee. The large number of fleeing soldiers greatly reduced the defense of Yunyang City and made it easy for the zombies to rush up the city walls. Those soldiers who chose to stay were slaughtered in less than a moment. A black mass of corpses climbed over the city wall and rushed into the city. Because the city gates were sealed early on, the people in the city are now unable to escape and are trapped. Faced with the crazy and bloodthirsty zombie horde, the unarmed civilians were powerless to resist and could only wail. Hurry, run away, the monster is coming. Get away, don't come over here, don't You damn monsters, I'm going to fight you. Cole, let go of my dad. Dad, whoa, damn it. Those soldiers are such losers. They let the monsters rush into the city so quickly. Chengshan, is that you? I heard everyone say that you all died after losing the battle in the 100 Battles battalion. I didn't expect you were still alive. That's great. Chengshan, why are you? The zombies entered the city, and the destruction of Yunyang City was inevitable. Healy controlled the wings condensed from blood and flew in the air, overlooking the entire city to look for the traces of those officials. He also wanted to capture a few important officials who were afraid of death and asked for some useful information. However, before he found the target he wanted, he happened to catch a glimpse of an interesting scene. In a private house in the north of the city, Wan Chengshan, the deputy general of the 100 Battles camp, who had transformed into a corpse, swung his sword to kill the astonished woman in front of him, and a hint of suspicion and confusion flashed in his scarlet eyes. Looking at the woman lying in a pool of blood in front of him, he clearly had the desire to devour her immediately. But inexplicably, he couldn't do that. It was as if some invisible force was preventing him from doing so. He didn't understand what was going on, but he was furious. He felt that nothing could command or restrict him except the Supreme Being. But now an unknown force was preventing him from filling his stomach? How could this be possible? He desperately wanted to struggle free. He bent down with all his strength, opened his mouth wide, revealing a mouthful of blood-stained teeth, and stretched it towards the dead woman. He Li's eyes were always fixed on him. Seeing that no one was trying to stop Wan Qingshan, he seemed to be being held back by someone. His body was extremely stiff, and he was getting closer and closer to the dying woman, who was eager to bite. There was also some doubt on his face. This corpse-transformed soldier, what's going on? He Li frowned, while Wan Qingshan, with a ferocious face in the house, had already bitten the woman's neck fiercely. But what made He Li even more surprised was that Wan Qingshan did not eat as heartily as he expected. He froze the moment the blood entered his mouth. Seeing him standing there in a daze, He Li couldn't help but fly over out of curiosity and landed in front of Wan Qingshan. At this moment, he finally saw the expression on Wan Qingshan's face. The face was extremely distorted, as if it was crying and laughing at the same time. At the same time, a strange power was surging in his body. He Li could clearly feel that the virus in Wan Qingshan's body was very active. Even his blood was boiling, and his aura was also rising steadily, as if some changes were taking place. Although he didn't know what was going on, He Li guessed that he would probably gain powerful subordinates. It might be some special type of soldier, or maybe it's some powerful hero unit. But no matter what, this is definitely a pleasant surprise. Thinking of this, He Li stared at Wan Qingshan, whose expression was so distorted that his facial features were dislocated and he looked like an inhuman monster. He was looking forward to how powerful the other party would be after the changes stopped. At the same time, along with the changes in Wan Qingshan, golden red announcement subtitles appeared in the sky. A related prompt sounded in He Li's mind. Announcement: Congratulations to Lord He Li. You have successfully recruited the hero unit, Wan Qingshan, to your fold. As the first lord in this game to have a hero unit, you will be rewarded with a running wolf banner, *1. Your subordinates. Chapter 23. Your soldier, Wan Qingshan, was stimulated by strong emotions, causing the virus to grow abnormally. The strange corpse virus in Wan Qingshan's body has undergone a special change and is now affecting the source of the virus in your body. The virus in your body has successfully evolved into a new branch of infection. Wan Qingshan has been promoted to a heroic unit. Affected by Wan Qingshan's feedback, your madness is reduced and your sanity is permanently increased by 10%. Hearing the prompt, He Li reached out to catch the announcement reward that fell from the space-time hole in front of him. It was a black military flag embroidered with a running wolf pattern. Running wolf banner, rare item waving, it doubles the marching speed of up to 50,000 soldiers around you. This effect lasts for 24 hours and has a 30-day reuse interval. Double the marching speed? That's a pretty strong effect. This running wolf banner is suitable for leading an army in a surprise attack. The zombie horde's marching speed is terrifying. If it doubles, 100 miles will become just a blink of an eye. After putting away the wolf flag, He Li looked at Wan Qingshan again. Wan Qingshan's changes have stopped. At this moment, his facial features are distorted like a quagmire that has been stirred up randomly. He Li can't even tell where his eyes and ears are on his face. The only thing that was recognizable was his mouth. There weren't many other changes on his body, except that he had grown a little taller than before, reaching 2 meters. But the changes in appearance are not the point. What He Li cares about is the changes in Wan Qingshan's inner attributes and abilities. So he called up Wan Qingshan's attribute panel. Name: Wan Qingshan. Race: corpse/human. Unit: special hero. Occupation: sorrowful prisoner. Level 1. Attributes: 9.2/5.8/8.8/1.1. Strength, agility, body intelligence. Talent: the twisted joy of sadness. Skill: bitterness, prison, loyalty. 100. Never decreases. Introduction. 8. Deranged hero of the zombie race born from twisted emotions, sorrow and joy, driven by painful and twisted emotions, which led to the abnormal evolution of the zombie virus. The twisted pleasure of sadness. Effect: when a non-zombie creature approaches you, you are likely to lose control of your emotions and fall into painful memories. Effect: the pain and sadness of surrounding creatures will give you a twisted sense of pleasure and will temporarily increase your combat power and permanently improve your attributes. Prison of sorrow. Your own corpse virus has the power to influence the emotions and thoughts of living beings. Therefore, when you touch the target will fall into an inner prison of sorrow and pain. Time limit: none. Negative: none. After taking a look at Wan Qingshan's attributes and seeing his skills and talents, He Li immediately smiled. It affects the enemy's emotions, while also absorbing negative emotions to continuously improve its own combat power. It can even permanently improve attributes. Won't this person become stronger rapidly when he goes on the battlefield? Tisk, it's worthy of being a heroic unit, Healy exclaimed. He could almost foresee the exciting scene of Wan Chengshan facing all kinds of negative emotions from the enemies around him on the battlefield, and his combat effectiveness and attributes increasing linearly as he became more and more courageous. But then again, the zombie virus has been spreading for so long that many zombies have killed their relatives. But why didn't those zombies get promoted? Is it because Wan Chengshan's obsession is stronger? Or is it because of some other special influence? It would be great if we could discover the secret. Maybe we can mass-produce hero units then. Unfortunately, this kind of question is difficult to figure out. Coming back to his senses, Healy looked at Wan Chengshan and said, "Follow me." After saying that, Healy turned around and left first, and Wan Chengshan, with a distorted face, followed him silently. The city of Yunyang was still in chaos, with people crying and running away. Ferocious zombies were hunting in every corner, and the terrified officials and gentry were trying desperately to rush out of the city with their servants. Why stroll leisurely through the chaos? The people around him avoided him like the plague. Healy didn't care at all. He just waved his hand, and a bloody handprint of several dozen feet in size condensed and grabbed the crowd. The huge bloody handprint covered the sky and easily captured several officials who were fleeing in the distance. As Healy approached the condensed blood handprint, the captured officials were so frightened that they cried and begged for mercy and flattered others in order to save their lives. Healy turned a deaf ear and just said, "What should I do?" He even has hero units. In the lush forest, men and women with pointed ears, green hair, and extremely beautiful looks were frowning and talking. He had previously won a large-scale war. The combat force that can be called large-scale is at least over 50,000. But it's only been a few days since we went to the battlefield. He actually has tens of thousands of powerful troops. Now with the addition of a hero, at this rate of improvement, he might be able to capture half the planet by the end of the game. During this time, we might be able to avoid him and not fight him. But what happens next? After taking over half the planet, he'll be unstoppable in the next battle with abundant resources. Then, no one will be able to kill him. He poses too great a threat to us and the lords of other races. The elves discussed the matter with serious expressions. On the island, the same is true for those races with halos on their heads. If you ask me, should we just speed up the end of the game? Behind Tian, someone suddenly suggested, as long as we go on a mad hunt to kill other lords. Then the number of participants in the war will surely be reduced by half very quickly. By then he will have no choice but to return. This way, we can stop Healy from continuing to grow and increase his strength recklessly. As long as he's not strong enough, we'll report his situation to the higher-ups before we go to the battlefield next time. With their support, we'll definitely be able to kill him by force. Although returning early would prevent him from growing, it would also significantly reduce our profits. But it's better than letting Healy grow up. How? The man said and looked at Tian. The latter was silent for a moment and nodded. Okay, but we have to split our forces into two groups. While we use some to hunt down other lords, we also need to use some to continue attacking the indigenous people of this island nation to collect resources. Take as much as you can. I guess many other lords are thinking the same thing now. The game may end sooner than we expect. Now, we have to race against time. Yeah, he said, and the others nodded. And just as Tian guessed, besides them and the elves wanting to hasten the end of the game, those weird races like orcs, octopus heads, etc., even humans from other planets, everyone made the same choice. They each showed their abilities, using scrolls or other strange things, or even using their own racial talents to search for nearby lords and hunt them. In an instant, the number of lords, which originally numbered more than 490, decreased by nearly 10 in a short moment. And the rate of decrease is still increasing. Chapter 24. Under the Red Sunset, Healy hurriedly left Yunyang City with a few strange corpse creatures. He was no longer in a hurry to go south to continue attacking the city. He has more important things to do now than attacking the city. That is, to build the blood and bone furnace. Before capturing the officials of Yunyang City, Healy had already found out the exact location of the nearby mine. The place was dozens of kilometers east of Yunyang City and was heavily guarded. That mine produces a lot of iron ore, and it must have the amount needed to build the blood and bone furnace. Other materials needed for construction can also be easily collected in big cities like Yunyang City. Before leaving, Healy had arranged for corpse beasts to transport materials. He is now going to take down the mine himself, then wait for the zombies behind to bring the rest of the materials. The blood and bone furnace can be built successfully. I don't know what the living equipment produced by the blood and bone furnace looks like or what special features it has. On the way to the mine, Healy was looking forward to it. At this moment, a reminder suddenly sounded in his mind. Your soldier Li Hong appears and destroys the Baichao medical village. Your soldier Li Hong has swallowed a strange pill, and the virus in his body is undergoing an unknown mutation. All attributes of your soldier Li Hong are increased by 1 point. Your soldier Li Hong is currently, Healy was a little surprised by the sudden and numerous reminders that popped up in his mind. What's going on with this Li Hong? Why is she constantly giving him so many clues? Could it be that she's targeting those martial arts powers again and is inexplicably killing them all? Healy scratched his head, unable to figure out the reason. But soon a familiar wave appeared in his eyes. Your trait has been activated. You seem to have glimpsed what your subordinates see and hear. Along with the new prompt, a room scene with corpses strewn all over the floor appeared in half of Healy's vision. In the antique room, Li Hong was staring at the small porcelain bottle in her hand with suspicion. On it were written the words medicinal goo longevity pill in a font that she had just learned. The small porcelain bottle was empty. The contents inside had already been eaten by Li Hongxian. The reason she was suspicious was that she thought it was strange that she would eat that kind of thing. As a zombie, she only has an appetite for flesh and blood. But just now, she actually had an appetite for the pill in the bottle and couldn't help but eat it. And come to think of it, it tastes pretty good. What the hell is this? Li Hongxian stared at the words on the bottle and glanced around. The room was filled with men and women whose hearts had been pierced by her claws. Someone here should know, but unfortunately these people just discovered her and were about to rush over to attack. She accidentally killed them all. What should I do now? Li Hongxian scratched his head in confusion. After standing there for a few seconds, her eyes fell on the body of the middle-aged woman closest to her. I vaguely remembered that the others seemed to call the woman I had beaten to death manor owner. As the leader, she might be hiding something related to elixirs. Li Hongxian touched the corpse with this thought in mind. The corpse trembled twice, and it was obvious that it had already started to transform into a zombie and would soon stand up again. Li Hongxian fumbled around and actually pulled out a roll of human skin paper from the woman's arms. Your subordinate Li Hong has obtained the ghostly immortal notes *1. You have triggered the event, Strange Immortal Path. Strange Immortal Path. Where are the immortals in this world? It's just a matter of people eating each other. Oh my god, another event was triggered? But this looks like a minor incident. But, Healy's eyes flickered. From the scene in Li Hongxian's vision, he could roughly guess that Li Hongxian's attributes were improved after he took the medicine goo longevity pill. This thing didn't appear out of thin air. It looks like it was made by someone in this world. Healy thought, if he could get the recipe and make this kind of medicine in large quantities, wouldn't his attributes skyrocket after that? Wouldn't the zombies under his command be invincible? We must find a way to get this prescription. Perhaps if we continue to delve deeper into the incident, we will be able to find a solution. Healy thought for a moment, closed his eyes, and began to concentrate, not knowing what he was doing. At the same time, Li Hongxian, not sure if it was an illusion, but Li Hongxian vaguely felt that Healy seemed to be right next to him. The feeling gradually became stronger, and besides that, her intuition told her that Healy cared a lot about human skin. She was a little unsure whether this was her own delusion or the influence of Healy's will. But Li Hongxian decided to continue investigating the human skin matter. Anyway, Healy didn't give her too many tasks. All she had to do was to poison people everywhere and learn all sorts of things from them. If that's the case, then it wouldn't be a big deal to check out this human skin scroll along the way. And if this is really what Healy meant, Li Hongxian felt that if he did this well, he might even get Healy's praise and closeness. The more she thought about it, the happier she became, and she quickly put the human skin away. At the same time, she began to look for clues nearby more diligently. Healy smiled at her actions. As the source of all zombies, he can indeed influence any individual zombie through his will and thoughts. This is a characteristic effect, but due to the inability to communicate, it may not be possible to convey too complex meanings. However, it is not difficult to just command a tribe, summon them, or arrange them to do some small things. Li Hong's current behavior is the most successful influence of Healy's will. I hope she can bring more good news in the future. Feeling the fluctuation in his eyes about to dissipate, Healy looked up at the mine that was already vaguely visible in the distance. Although the mine was heavily guarded, it was easy for the zombie horde to deal with those soldiers. It only took less than half an hour. The garrison around the mine was wiped out by the zombie horde. When Healy found the mine warehouse and saw the iron ore that filled several warehouses, the zombies that were transporting other materials also came rushing over, led by the giant scaly wolf. All materials are gathered, and we can start building. With anticipation, Healy found a flat open space near the mine and took out the blueprint. Buzz! With a flash of blue light, the blueprint suddenly rose into the air and rapidly expanded, simultaneously unleashing a massive black vortex, sucking in all the iron, ore, wood, and even the corpses Healy had collected. All were absorbed into the unknown area. At the same time, after a brief pause, the blueprint suddenly emitted several blue rays that kept shaking in the open space. As the light moved, a giant translucent building model gradually took shape on the open space. It feels like 3D printing. When the printing is completed, the translucent building instantly solidifies. The true appearance of the blood and bone furnace was also revealed in front of Healy. It looks a bit like a snail overall. However, the back shell of this snail is made of dark red iron stone that looks like rusty steel, and the surface is covered with blood that has solidified into lumps, which looks disgusting and terrifying. And under the snail shell is the main body of the building. The main body has more bones than the outer shell, and those bones keep wriggling in coordination with the outer layer of flesh and blood. At the entrance, a giant human-headed door opened, revealing countless human arms or a crawling tunnel made of beast claws. It was so chilling that people dared not enter. When Healy stared at the blood and bone furnace, the eyes of the human head in the blood and bone furnace opened, and the arms and claws in its mouth waved wildly. It looked like it was desperate to eat, but it didn't really want to eat. It was just signaling Healy to put the corpses in to produce equipment. Yes, living gear is crafted from wraith corpses, and the human head gate is indeed alive. The material requires a zombie with an intelligence point greater than 1. This door is the consciousness of the strange corpse. This blood and bone furnace is controlled by itself and does not require operation by outsiders. Let me try out the equipment you produced. Looking at the blood and bone furnace, Healy waved his hand to call for other zombies to carry the zombies that had just died in the battle and threw them into the human head gate of the blood and bone furnace to see the result. But the blood and bone furnace has not yet produced the equipment. A new announcement has already appeared in the sky. Chapter 25. Announcement. Please note that the number of participants in this Lord War game has been reduced to 450. Please remain vigilant and guard against attacks from non-friendly forces to increase your survival rate. What's going on? The Lord only has 450 left? Healy looked at the announcement in the sky with some surprise. The death of Lords itself is not uncommon, but it is not normal for so many of them to die suddenly. Healy had seen the system information before, and at that time the number of Lords participating in the war was still more than 490. Only a few people died in just a few days. This shows that no matter how stupid the Lords are, they still know how to try their best to save their lives. But today, dozens of them suddenly died. If you say there is nothing wrong with this, I'm afraid no one with a brain would believe it. He died so quickly, what happened? Healy withdrew his gaze and frowned slightly. It would not be good for him if the Lord died too quickly. After all, the game ends when half the death toll is reached. By then, Healy would have to return. But the situation is very good now. He is also thinking about spreading the virus to the whole world and destroying all forces, and then taking over all the land resources of the entire planet as his initial territory. Wouldn't it be a big loss to return early? Besides, the next time we go to the battlefield, we might be in the modern world with hot weapons, or a world with powerful supernatural powers. In those worlds, I imagine it would be much more difficult to spread the virus. The zombies will be in greater danger and easier to destroy. Add to that the targeting by other lords. The less benefit I gain here, the more dangerous it will be to go to other battlefields later. Wait, could it be? Healy seemed to suddenly think of something. A sneer appeared on his face. All right. Since you can't beat me, you're trying to come up with some tricks to speed up the game and forcibly interrupt my growth. You're hoping to eliminate me on another battlefield later when I'm not strong enough, right? That's a nice thought. Healy thought and expanded the system information again to take a look at the current battlefield situation. Sure enough, in just a few moments, the number of participants in the battle decreased by 3 or 5. This is enough to prove that Healy's guess was correct. Now someone is rapidly hunting down the Lord, hoping to hasten the end of the game and force him to return. However, after understanding these, Healy was not panicked. The world is vast. Wait until all the easy-to-kill Lords are dead. The other Lords will become increasingly difficult to kill. Those people want to speed up the end of the game, but even if they act quickly, it will still take several months. During this period, Healy had enough time to do a lot of things. An evil plan popped up in his mind. Keeping a Lord in captivity shouldn't be a bad idea, right? Healy's sneer gradually turned sinister and vicious, like a complete villain. The other Lords would never have guessed how crazy Healy really was. Boom! Just as Healy was muttering to himself, the blood and bone furnace in front of him suddenly erupted with a scarlet light. The human head door that had just closed slowly opened its mouth to reveal the passage inside. Healy subconsciously looked into the passage. In the passage full of arms, a twisted machete was being passed and thrown out by those arms. The dark red machete was covered with strange patterns and looked as hideous as human skin that had been burned by fire. There are also eyeballs embedded on both sides of the blade. The bloodshot eyes kept scanning the surroundings. Healy looked at the machete and checked the information. Ordinary blood bone cleaver. Live equipment. Effect. It seems to be still alive. Effect. It will absorb the target's flesh and blood to grow. Effect. It will absorb blood and flesh to repair the damaged area. Effect. It will absorb a small amount of the target's attributes and temporarily enhance the holder's attributes accordingly. Effect. This is a special style of equipment. It will not work on creatures other than zombies, and there is a chance that they will become sword slaves. It seems okay, especially the last effect, which means that even if other creatures get these living equipment, they can't use them and may even be controlled by the weapons and become slaves. After closing the message, Healy thought about making some more armor. At this moment, a hoarse voice sounded behind him. "Lord, my weapon." Huh. Healy turned around after hearing the voice, only to see Wan Qingshan with a distorted face standing behind him. It was obviously he who said that. Healy looked at him and nodded. "Of course you can have such a weapon, as long as the other zombie creatures are willing to sacrifice themselves to fulfill your wish." After he finished speaking, Wan Qingshan turned his head stiffly. The twisted eyes on his face moved slowly on his skin like earthworms underground. It looked as if he was observing something. Healy looked in the direction his eyes were fixed on. Not far away, the transformed soldiers of the 100 Battles camp were also looking blankly at their former general Wan Qingshan, but a few of them had a glimmer of intelligence in their red eyes occasionally. The zombies had sharp hearing, and they heard the brief conversation between Healy and Wan Qingshan. But most of the zombies don't understand its meaning. Seeing that they didn't move, Healy wanted to see what Wan Qingshan was going to do next. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to turn back, a figure suddenly stepped out from among the transformed soldiers of the 100 Battles battalion. Healy recognized him at a glance as the commander of the 100 Battles camp. Seeing that it was him, Healy was a little stunned. He didn't expect that this person would come out. "You want to give up your current body and fulfill his wish?" "Why?" Healy asked. He was a little curious. Hearing Healy's question, the corpse-like commander of the 100 Battles camp nodded first and then looked confused. Healy shook his head when he saw his situation. This commander of the 100 Battles camp might have some similarities with Wan Qingshan. They had lost their previous memories, but some emotional instincts still existed. For example, Wan Qingshan can restrain his bloodthirsty impulses. The commander of the 100 Battles camp will choose to sacrifice himself. Perhaps in his subconscious, the commander of the 100 Battles camp still wants to fight side by side with his deputy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stood up at this time. Thinking of this, Healy said, "Okay, since you are willing to help him, then go over and give it a try." Upon hearing this, the commander of the 100 Battles camp took another step and walked quickly towards the bloody mouth of the furnace. Wan Qingshan watched, and when the commander of the 100 Battles camp was about to be swallowed, he suddenly threw his weapon. The moment the weapon fell into the blood and bone furnace, the door closed and the entire blood and bone furnace lit up red. Healy did not stop Wan Qingshan's actions, because the blood and bone furnace can not only devour strange corpses. The weapons and equipment carried by the zombie will also be devoured by it and integrated into the living equipment as materials. The first zombie thrown in is an example. The corpse was still wearing armor and holding weapons. The commander of the 100 Battles battalion's weapons and armor are of better quality. I don't know if this will affect the strength or effectiveness of the finished living equipment itself. The latter part is worth a try. Healy pondered the possible differences in the shaping of living equipment. Inside the blood and bone furnace, a crimson glow grew stronger. The commander of the 100 Battles battalion, who had forged the weapon with his own body, was torn apart, blood gushing out. Dark red flesh and blood merged with the gradually scorching armor and weapons. Boom. Following the familiar sound, when the blood and bone furnace opened its strange maw again, the figure of the commander of the 100 Battles camp had completely disappeared. Instead, there was a huge sickle. The sickle had a bone handle, flesh and blood as the base, and was cast in fine steel. The tip of the blade was inlaid with sharp teeth, and there were two flesh and blood chains on the back of the blade that were connected to the eyeball and waving like tentacles. Such a strange weapon doesn't seem to be on the same level as the bloodbone machete just now. Chapter 26. Rare Bloodbone Soul-Devouring Scythe. Live Equipment. Owner, Wan Qingshan, bound. Effect, it seems to be still alive. Effect: it will absorb the target's flesh and blood to grow. Effect: it will absorb blood and flesh to repair the damaged area. Effect: it will absorb a large amount of the target's attributes and temporarily enhance the holder's attributes accordingly. Effect: it will harm the soul of the creature. Effect: this is a special bound equipment. It will not work if used by non-wraith creatures, and there is a chance that they will become sickle slaves. If used by anyone other than Wan Chengshan and He Li, the effect will be partially weakened. Sure enough, the difference in effect is quite significant. Looking at the sickle thrown out by the blood and bone furnace, He Li briefly scanned the relevant effects and muttered to himself, "This is much better than that ordinary bloodbone machete." There are many reasons for this. It could be because the 100 Battles Battalion's leader has stronger attributes, or because he's more unique than other zombies, or because of other materials. But no matter what, it is certain that the equipment produced by the blood and bone furnace will not be too weak. Giving those ordinary blood and bone equipment to ordinary zombies can greatly increase their combat power. Come to think of it, now that we can make equipment, then why don't I form an armed army of blood and bones? If we develop this army as our main force, it will definitely be faster to conquer the territories of countries around the world later. Once this thought popped into my head, I couldn't stop. He Li immediately began to summon all the strange corpse creatures nearby. As a result, hundreds of thousands of strange zombies quickly gathered at the mine, and more zombies continued to approach. But He Li had already started selecting soldiers to form an ace army before all the zombies gathered. The quantity doesn't need to be too large, around 5,000 will be enough. We will carefully select and recruit more people later when we have time. They must each be equipped with a set of bloodbone armor and bloodbone weapons. Weapons are both melee and ranged. It's best to equip them with speed-focused zombies to increase their marching speed and facilitate raids. Finally, each person will be equipped with 2 birds for assistance. The army that He Li envisioned in his mind was a strong army wearing armor, riding wild beasts, leading birds of prey, and able to ride and shoot, conduct surprise attacks, and charge head-on. In such an army, on average, each member would have to sacrifice several zombies just to get his equipment, plus mounts and auxiliary birds. This is the combined combat power of nearly 10 zombies. If such an army were to emerge, it would be a dimensionality reduction attack in this era of cold weapons. Although creating this army involved considerable sacrifice, the benefits in the long run far outweighed the sacrifices. After all, the zombies will become stronger after devouring flesh and blood after the battle. During this time, they can also learn various things. Besides, it can be used in other battlefield worlds in the future. While thinking about the future in his mind, He Li also did not neglect the task of selecting soldiers. He quickly selected more than 5,000 human zombies and primate zombies that met the requirements. He can command all the zombies and can select them by simply asking them to do some simple things and testing their attributes. This was easy for He Li. He didn't have time to look at the attributes of each zombie one by one. In terms of mounts, tigers, leopards, and wolves are prioritized. And finally, He Li chose crows as the flying birds to assist the soldiers. Crows have higher overall intelligence and can accomplish more complex tasks, making it easier to cooperate with the army in battle. After the selection was completed, He Li, the blood and bone equipment, asked the old, weak, sick, and disabled zombies to volunteer themselves. Naturally, the zombies had no hesitation at all to He Li's orders. The blood and bone furnace accepts everyone. It can eat any number of zombies, but the increased workload also causes a lot of consumption on the furnace. The blood and bone furnace is not an ordinary building. In addition to the materials for combustion, it also requires blood to operate. When the 5,000 soldiers organized by He Li were fully equipped, all the trees around the mine were cut down, and all the houses and buildings were demolished and burned by He Li. He Li drained the blood of a large number of strange corpses and used it as fuel for the furnace, turning them into skin and bones. But no matter what, the army has been formed. Wan Chengshan, from today on, you are their general. The entire Wushuang Iron Cavalry Battalion will be under your command. You are the sharp blades in my hands. Your iron hooves will trample every inch of land that my sword passes through. Looking at the army in front of him, riding tigers, leopards, jackals, and wearing blood-red armor and full of murderous aura, He Li reached out and took out the war map and unfolded it. Buzz. Following He Li's actions, the war map projected a huge world map in the already dark night sky, with more than 400 red dots densely displayed on the map. Those small dots are other lords. And on the land of Yunzhou and Ji State, there is a green dot. That was He Li. He scanned the entire map. A moment later, He waved his hand and condensed a 100-meter-long blood sword, which started from Yunzhou and swept across the nearby countries. Wan Qingshan's twisted eyes followed the blood sword's edge as it swept across the countries on the map one by one. At the same time, I also glanced at those red dots. After he looked away, Healy took out the wolf flag again. The world is changing, and we don't have much time left. Take this wolf banner and set off. Fancheng, the governor's mansion. Sir, the 100 Battles camp has been completely annihilated. No trace of the people from the firearm battalion and Songlong village remains. Those monsters have become a force to be reckoned with. With the military strength of Yunzhou, I'm afraid it will be difficult to stop them. What should we do now? The anxious voice of the armored general came from the flickering light in the room. At this moment, his uneasy mood was like the strong wind in the dark night outside. And Yunzhou Muqi no longer had his usual composure. He sat there, his hand, which was holding a pen and writing something, suddenly clenched due to the words of the armored general. Why are you panicking? Even with the 100 Battles camp gone, the combined forces of all of Yunzhou still total over 50,000. Even if we can't defeat them, we can definitely hold on for a few days. I have already submitted a petition to the Imperial Court requesting assistance regarding the Yunzhou matter. I just sent a letter requesting assistance to the 2 nearby states. Reinforcements will arrive in Yunzhou in a few days at most. Don't worry about other places now. Gather the troops and defend Fancheng until reinforcements arrive. He was interrupted by shouts before he could finish his words. Report. Lord Governor, an unknown army has appeared outside Fancheng. It looks like a monster. The soldier who ran in from the door spoke in panic, his voice filled with fear of the monster. After hearing this, Qi Wen's face changed slightly. The brush in his hand fell out of his hand accidentally, but he ignored the brush and just left his seat and walked in front of the soldier in a somewhat inappropriate manner. What did you say, monster? How is this possible? They just captured Yunyang City not long ago. How could they be here in just a few hours? Fancheng is still hundreds of miles away from Yunyang City. Boom. Qi Wen had just finished speaking when they heard a loud noise in the distance before the soldiers could reply. The sound sounded like the firearms battalion firing artillery. Now, Qi Wen, the general in armor, and the soldiers all looked pale. Even the heavy firepower of the firearms battalion has been deployed. I guess it was really those monsters attacking us. But Qi Wen couldn't understand how those monsters managed to rush to Fancheng so quickly. It's impossible that he teleported here using magic, right? Despite what he was thinking, he gritted his teeth and said, "Come with me to take a look outside." After Qi Wen finished speaking, he walked out quickly. Seeing this, the armored general and the soldiers also quickly followed him. At the same time, outside Fancheng, Wan Qingshan, holding a sinister soul-devouring scythe and adorned with a shimmering wolf-running banner, and his mount, a transformed cheetah, raced in coordinated steps to scale the over 10-meter-high city wall. Crack! As Wan Qingshan swung his sickle, the cannon on the city wall was directly chopped into pieces. The soldiers in Fancheng around were all terrified when Wan Qingshan's twisted eyes glanced over. When the surrounding soldiers met his eyes, they were terrified and inexplicably thought of many unbearable and painful things. Sadness, despair, pain, and other negative emotions spread in their hearts. They threw away their weapons and huddled together, crying like frightened children. Wan Qingshan withdrew his gaze, his face twisted and his features twisted together to reveal a strange expression of both crying and laughing. Chapter 27. The once prosperous Fancheng was gradually engulfed by the flames of war carried by the raging wind in the dark night. The cries of the people, the roars of the soldiers, the wails of the wounded, and the occasional roar of firearms, accompanied by the eerie laughter of the zombies, continued to echo in every corner of the city. A dark red crow landed on the top of the tower. It was like a bystander, quietly watching the chaos in the city. In the distance, Wan Qingshan, carrying a sickle, raised his head slightly. He seemed to sense it, and the strange eyes on his face moved from his forehead to the side of his face and looked towards the tower. Quick, quick, shoot the arrow and kill him. At this moment, a voice sounded right in front of Wan Qingshan. Yunzhou Muqi Wan and others were looking at Wan Qingshan in horror as he ordered his soldiers to shoot arrows. They retreated as they talked, as if they wanted to find another way to escape from the city. The fall of Fancheng is a foregone conclusion and they don't want to die. But before they could retreat far, Wan Qingshan ignored the rain of arrows and leaped up with all his might. Bang! Like a god of war, he leaped over 100 meters and slammed down behind Qi Wen and the others, creating spiderweb-like cracks in the ground and blocking their escape route, forcing them into a desperate situation. Seeing this, Qi Wen's face turned pale and his whole body trembled. Such a powerful person cannot be stopped by ordinary people. Knowing he was doomed, he couldn't help but ask, You guys? What the hell are you? Why did you invade Yinzhou? Invade Daji. Even if he dies, he wants to be a clear-headed ghost. Unfortunately, Wan Qingshan didn't want to answer him. He just raised his giant sickle and was about to swing it at everyone. We are the noble undead, the wraiths. Suddenly, a creepy laugh sounded in the sky. Everyone subconsciously looked up, only to see the dark red crow that had been perched on the tower land on the ground. Wan Qingshan glanced at it and said, You talk too much. Upon hearing this, the crow flapped its wings, revealing a somewhat human expression of helplessness before looking at Qi Wen. Your Excellency the Governor, did you know that I've actually been keeping an eye on you for a few days? I could have killed you earlier, but I didn't do that. Do you know why? Qi Wen stared at the crow speaking human language on the ground, his eyelids twitching wildly in shock and with a bad premonition. He asked uneasily, Why? Because I think I can learn something from you. I am a bird that only learns, the crow boasted proudly. The corner of Qi Wen's eyes twitched slightly. He never thought that animals could learn and even learn to brag. He wanted to say something else, but Wan Qingshan didn't give them another chance and just swung his giant sickle. Puff! The giant sickle flew, slicing Qi Wen and the others, along with the surrounding soldiers, in half like a meat grinder. Thick blood immediately gushed out from the broken parts of their bodies. The crows looked at the people whose bodies were split in two. Unfortunately, my companion has a bad temper. Otherwise, I could have satisfied your curiosity more. Well, now that things have come to this, let's eat first. It muttered and flew to Qi Wen's upper body. Although the latter was cut in half, it seemed to still have some consciousness left and was staring at the approaching crow with wide eyes. The crow didn't show any mercy. It suddenly raised its sharp beak and pecked at Qi Wen's wide-open eyes. Qi Wen was filled with fear but was powerless to resist. He could only let the crow peck his eyes. Fortunately, the pain was only momentary. Then he was completely dead and no longer in pain. The crows kept pecking at Qi Wen's eye sockets, devouring his flesh and blood. Behind him, Wan Qingshan stared intently at the crow. It could sense that something was wrong with the crow. There was a strange fluctuation on its body, and that fluctuation was even affecting the activity of the virus in his body. Wan Qingshan was wondering what was going on when he saw that the crow in front of him that was devouring Qi Wen's brain had changed. Its whole body was twitching, and its feathers and flesh were twisted, stretching out countless dense tentacles. Those tentacles, as thin as fishing lines, quickly penetrated Qi Wen's two body sections and pulled him towards the crow. As they approached, the twisted crow and Qi Wen's broken body gradually merged together. Is this the human body posture? Standing up naked, Crow looked down and admired his body, which was a fusion of Qi Wen's flesh and blood. This body has the appearance of Qi Wen, and other parts of it seem to be no different from ordinary humans. If I hadn't been able to sense the aura of its kind, Wan Qingshan might not be able to recognize it. Looking at the crow admiring him at this moment, Wan Qingshan retracted his sickle and prepared to leave without looking back. Seeing this, Crow quickly followed and asked, "Are you leaving now?" "What about me?" he asked. Wan Qingshan spat out a few words without even turning his head. "It has nothing to do with me. The peerless Iron Cavalry doesn't need you." After saying that, the corpse-transformed leopard mount in front jumped over. Wan Qingshan turned over and rode on the cheetah, looking down at the naked crow. "Heaven has bestowed upon our Lord a great mission, and the world will bow down to his feet. It's not that you don't like it. Sharp swords, each showing its own abilities." When he finished speaking, Wan Qingshan had already disappeared into the night. The wolf banner's effect lasted for 24 hours, during which time he would rapidly raid various locations and capture more important cities. As for the crow, Wan Qingshan knew full well it wasn't an ordinary zombie soldier. The opponent is a hero unit just like him. The unparalleled cavalry battalion is strong enough with him leading it. The crow should have a better place to go instead of wasting its own abilities by following the Wushuang Iron Cavalry Battalion. Wan Qingshan's words echoed in Crow's mind. He looked up at the crimson sparks dancing in the dark night sky. Then, as if thinking of something, he twisted his body for a moment, transformed into a crow, and flew away. At the same time, in the coastal city of Yinzhou, Mo Shou, a soldier under your command, has been affected by a strange mindset and has undergone a special transformation. The strange corpse virus in Mao Ye's body has undergone a special change and is now affecting the source of the virus in your body. The virus in your body has successfully evolved into a new branch of infection. The crow has been promoted to a heroic unit. A Affected by the feedback from the crow, your intelligence and comprehension abilities have been enhanced. A second hero unit has appeared? How come it's so fast? Healy was surprised when he heard the prompt. He almost subconsciously called up Mao Ye's attribute panel. Name, Crow Hunter. Race, Corpse/Bird. Unit, Special Hero. Occupation, 100-Face Strategist. Level 1. Attributes, 3.5/7.7/3.9/1.9. Strength, Agility, Physique, Intelligence. Talent. The Wise Man of Speculation comes from behind to win. Skill, Bloodthirsty Mark. Loyalty, 100. Never decreases. Introduction, greedy, fickle, and eager to learn. He is a speculator who is eyeing all kinds of wisdom. He is a strategist-type zombie hero born from the virus influenced by his strong speculative nature. He's actually a strategist? Interesting. Healy's gaze shifted to Mao Ye's innate skill. The Wise Man of Speculation comes from behind and wins. Effect. Your observation ability is extremely strong. Effect. Your memory and learning abilities are outstanding. Effect. Your thoughts are erratic, making it difficult for you to calm down and think for yourself. However, you are very good at deduction and analysis. You can always surpass what you already know and master more things. Bloodthirsty Marking. When devouring a target, you can transform yourself into the appearance of the devoured target. Time limit. None. Negative. After bloodthirsty marking, there is a chance that the marking will be distorted if it is continuously marked for a short period of time. Chapter 28. Mao Ye does not have overly strong combat power, but it has a strong learning ability. It can even transform into the appearance of other creatures. Healy quickly figured out its function in his mind. The crow's abilities seem well suited for infiltrating the enemy and destroying their internal unity. If necessary, we can also cooperate with the zombie groups outside to quickly defeat those troublesome forces. As the battlefield civilization level increases, its effectiveness will also increase. The higher the level of civilization on the battlefield, the more difficult it is for the virus to spread and destroy the enemy's forces. After all, they may not be able to completely cure the virus. But those civilizations knew how to prevent viruses. In those advanced civilizations, the role of intelligent talents like Mao Ye will be maximized. However, even in this ancient world, its role is still not small. But now, Healy was not sure about Mao Ye's location and had no time to summon it to do things. Therefore, Healy did not intend to interfere with it. It's very smart and should have its own ideas. Let it act on its own. Who knows, it might surprise me like Li Hongxian did. Thinking this in his heart, Healy looked up at the coastal city of Langya in front of him, where shouts of killing were heard constantly. He spread the huge blood wings behind him, jumped over the high city wall, and flew over the city. Countless corpse-like birds followed him into the distance. In the chaotic city, the giant scaly wolf looked at the figure flying in the sky with extremely unwilling eyes. The strong feeling of unwillingness prompted it to raise its head and let out a deafening roar. A whoa! Along with its long roar, countless strange beasts also responded by roaring one after another. Healy, who was flying far away, looked back when he heard the sound, but he didn't stop or say anything. He could guess what the giant scaly wolf was thinking, and if time was not urgent, he didn't mind taking it with him. But it won't work this time. Previously at the mine, he asked Wan Qingshan to use the wolf flag to double the speed of 50,000 zombies. The effect has not yet worn off, and a large number of zombies are still in this state. Healy wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to lead part of the zombie horde to launch a lightning raid on the island country on the other side. There are nearly 20 lords there. This was what he had seen from the war map before. Healy's target is those lords. He wants to capture them by surprise. The armored giant wolves cannot fly, and taking them on a boat would be too slow and would waste the effect of the wolf flag. Therefore, Healy had to put them aside temporarily and choose to take some birds with him. As for the reason why he ran to capture the lord, ultimately, he wanted to control the time of his return. In Healy's opinion, as long as he acts quickly enough and captures enough lords, then Healy, will have the final say on when this game will end. At that time, he would not have to worry about time and could steadily take over the entire planet as his territory. Those people probably never imagined that I would choose to cross hundreds of kilometers of sea to capture them. Putting his thoughts aside, Healy accelerated his flight. His target was the Sakura Island Kingdom, where the nearest city, Chanyuan, was only 400 kilometers away from the Ji Kingdom. At Healy and the zombie group's current marching speed, they will be able to reach Chanyuan City in no more than 2 hours. Danger is approaching, but no one in Chanyuan City knows it. The short islanders in the city were planning to disguise themselves as bandits and continue to plunder Ji State. Tian and others who were hiding in the city to gather intelligence were also thinking about how to take over this prosperous city. You? What are you thinking about? You were so lost in thought. You didn't even respond when I called you. In an attic in Chanyuan City, Tian looked suspiciously at the girl who was holding a wine glass in a trance and asked. The latter shook his head upon hearing this. Nothing. I was just thinking about how our people killed several lords today with the help of the scroll. Other lords also took action. In total, we killed dozens of lords. Now that the announcement has been made, Healy must have noticed it. I don't know, if he guessed anything. If he guessed it, how would he respond? He has a huge advantage now, and he definitely won't be happy to end the game so easily and be forced to return by the rules. Tian sneered when he heard this. How should we deal with this? He can only have a headache. Faced with a situation where hundreds of lords are killing each other to end the game, he is not a god. Can he appear in front of all the lords and stop us? That's true. You frowned. But I always feel that Healy won't just sit there and wait for death. I'm a little uneasy, she sighed. Seeing this, Tian smiled and said, Don't worry. Even if he really wants to do something, we are still far away from him. We are separated by more than 400 kilometers of ocean. It's so far, it will take him a long time just to get here. Besides, he hasn't even conquered G-State yet. So how can he have the time to pay attention to this island nation? That's right, someone nearby echoed. You. Instead of worrying about what He Lixiang is doing on the other side of the ocean, you should think more about how to capture Chanyuan City and increase our strength. Okay. He was about to nod when he heard this, but at this moment, a reminder sounded in the minds of all the lords present. The great terror, He Li is approaching. Attention, the flock of zombie birds has arrived in the nearby area and is about to launch a surprise attack on Chanyuan City. Boom! Before the prompt was finished, a huge roar suddenly sounded outside, as if a building had collapsed. Hearing the roar, Tian and others came to their senses and looked at each other and noticed each other's fear. Why, he actually came. How could this happen? This shouldn't be. Stop talking nonsense and retreat quickly. That Healy is definitely not someone we can deal with at this stage. If we don't evacuate here quickly, none of us lords will be able to escape if he finds us. Without time to think, Tian and others forced themselves to calm down and quickly put on their hoods to cover the halo above their heads. At the same time, they seized the opportunity to rush out of the attic and blend into the chaotic crowd to escape. In the sky, Healy flew by with his blood-red wings flapping, his eyes scanning the panicked crowd below, watching the people of those island nations flee in panic, watching those people holding samurai swords screaming. He frowned, then suddenly raised his hand and slapped it down. Boom! Following Healy's action, the blood of countless injured people in the city gathered into a giant hand hundreds of meters long and slapped down. In just a moment, those screaming little creatures were beaten to pieces and stopped moving, which completely frightened the Japanese people and made them kneel down in fear. They said something about the gods forgiving them. It seemed that they regarded He Li as a god who came to punish them. But this is not important. He Li's eyes were fixed on those who did not kneel down and just ran away. Since you have seen the true god, why not bow down? He waved his blood wings and blocked the fleeing figures. The several lords who were stopped were extremely nervous. The sense of oppression that Healy gave them was too strong. With a wave of his hand, he killed dozens of powerful warriors. He hovered in the air, and every time the wings behind him flapped, a strong wind blew up, as if to blow them away, or to blow away their hoods and cloaks, forcing them to reveal their true faces. They had no choice but to hold their hoods tightly on their heads, as if this would prevent He Li from discovering their lord's identities and letting them go. Chapter 29. The cold and arrogant voice echoed in the chaotic streets. The tense and depressing atmosphere gradually spreads as the night falls. Healy flapped his blood wings and hovered in the air, looking down at everyone. His scarlet eyes emitted a creepy blood-red light in the dark night. He is like a demon, powerful, terrifying, and full of oppression. Faced with such an existence, the terrified islanders around all bowed down in worship and dared not move at all. They were afraid that their kneeling was not pious enough and would anger this demon god and bring disaster upon themselves. Only the lords remained frozen in place. They come from a higher civilization and are not as ignorant as the ancients, so naturally they would not kneel down for any reason. But this also made them conspicuous, allowing Healy to easily discover them and locate them. Faced with Healy blocking their way, these alien lords were tense and their heartbeats accelerated. Obviously, they were extremely nervous. They were anxiously thinking about how to save their lives from Healy. Looking at these frozen lords, Healy sneered slightly and had no intention of wasting time talking to them. Without any warning, he suddenly took action. Boom! He raised his hand, and the 100-foot-long blood wings behind him swung violently, kicking up a gust of wind. The strong wind blew the islanders to and fro and made the lords unable to stand. Some lords were even knocked to the ground by the wind because they were caught off guard, but only a few were blown down. More lords withstood the strong wind and retreated without hesitation, drawing their weapons and starting to fight back. Bang, bang, bang. Along with the sound of gunfire, dozens of orange bullets flew towards Healy. However, the shots they fired in haste were not accurate enough. Plus, Healy used the conflict just now to distance himself. Their bullets barely came close to Healy's. The only 2 bullets that were accurate enough were blocked by Healy's sticky blood wings and could not move forward an inch. However, those lords who fired back were not particularly surprised by this result. Healy had caused too many announcements, and he dared to cross the ocean and attack them. No matter how stupid they were, they would have thought that Healy must be strong enough to do so. Healy's current performance only proves that their guess is correct. Therefore, they were not surprised by such a situation. Rather than caring about Healy's combat performance, what they were more worried about was whether they could escape successfully and save their lives, since Healy was so powerful. Soon, someone smart and clever spoke up. Quick, everyone, run separately, don't gather in groups. He can't chase all of us at once. Only by running separately can we have a chance of survival. As soon as these words were spoken, the lords fled in all directions. However, just as they took their first steps, along with the sound, countless bloody arms suddenly stretched out from the blood-stained ground. Those sticky bloody hands tightly grasped the lords' ankles and even their bodies. Caught off guard by these arms, the lords were unable to escape and were immediately filled with anger, annoyance, and fear. Damn, what is this? It's his ability. It must be his skill. What should I do? These damn things are liquid. If I cut them, they will immediately heal. I can't get rid of them. Are we really going to die here? I don't want to die here. Damn it. This be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. Fight him. The lords who could not escape seemed to have anticipated death. Fear was growing wildly in their hearts, and despair made them violent and crazy, wanting to fight to the death. However, how could they talk about fighting to the death when they couldn't even break free from these bloody hands? Fight. Do you have the capital? Healy, who was hovering in the air not far away, had a look of ridicule in his eyes. Hearing this sound, the lords were annoyed, but they could do nothing but struggle harder. At this moment, a lord suddenly spoke. Healy, you don't actually have to kill us. After all, in the Lord's War game, you don't have to kill all the lords, just leaving half of them will do. If you don't kill me, I can give you special benefits. Believe me, I will definitely not let you down. The voice was clear and pleasant, and the urgent yet flattering tone caught Healy's attention. He turned his head and looked at the lord who was begging for mercy. The man's hood had been lifted, revealing the white halo floating above his head and his delicate and beautiful facial features. Healy looked at her, raised his hand, and controlled the blood tentacles to control her limbs and grab him closer. The other lords seemed to have thought of something when they saw this. They were a little indignant. What do you want to do? Are you really going to bow down to him? How could you do this? Have you forgotten the pride of our Halo people? We can die in battle, but we will never give up our dignity. Besides, if you give in to him, can't you imagine what he will do to you? Besides, will he let you go even if you beg for mercy? Don't be naive, wake up. Listening to what those people said, Healy smiled and said, It seems that your companions are very dissatisfied with your decision. Hearing what Healy said, you showed a somewhat forced smile and said nothing. Seeing this, Healy continued, Tell me, what exactly is the benefit you want me to give you if I let you go? Well, you said shyly. Come closer. I'll tell you, okay? Okay. Healy still nodded with a smile. He controlled the blood tentacles to pull you closer. As he got closer and closer to Healy, a hint of sinisterness and viciousness flashed in Yu's shy eyes. She never thought of bowing down to Healy. She begged for mercy from Healy and even used her beauty to seduce him, just wanting to get close to Healy and find a chance to seriously injure him or at least hold him back. This is the only way to save them all. Healy is too strong. If we don't do this, everyone will die. If I attack him and seriously injure him, I'm doomed. But it's better if only I die than if everyone else dies here. You thought so in her heart, and as she got closer and closer to Healy, she began to feel nervous. However, I don't know if it's an illusion. As they got closer, you suddenly felt a little dizzy. At the same time, she also felt that she had some strength left. At first, you didn't care what was going on. However, As the dizziness and weakness in her limbs became more severe, she realized that something was wrong. What's going on? You, whose lips were pale and whose consciousness was a little fuzzy, murmured to himself. At this moment, Healy's playful voice sounded in my ears. Don't panic, take a deep breath. It's normal to feel dizzy. After all, it's due to excessive blood loss. His voice was full of laughter. Yu's pupils contracted when she heard that, but she was so weak that she couldn't say anything. She didn't even have time to think before she fainted and didn't move. At the same time as her, the other lords who were caught by bloody arms not far away also fainted. Healy looked at these lords with weak auras. A sinister smile appeared on his face. Chapter 30. Healy will not kill these lords for the time being. His goal is to keep the lords in captivity and control their return time. Therefore, before deciding to return, he would not even let these lords be easily infected with the virus. But these lords are not easy to deal with. It is unrealistic to lock them up and make them behave themselves. The best way is to turn them into a vegetable-like existence. Healy naturally doesn't have that kind of means. But he can control blood. He can draw the blood of those lords and make them unconscious and in shock. Yu and other lords were made unconscious by Healy, who secretly drew blood from them, using his blood tentacles. He had to do this kind of thing secretly. After all, although these people can't beat him, what if they guess his thoughts and commit suicide? There was no reason why he couldn't stop these people from taking their own lives. But as long as I can secretly draw blood without anyone noticing, by the time they reacted, they were too powerless to resist. Now that he no longer has the energy to commit suicide, why shouldn't he just do whatever he wants to these people? Thinking of this, Healy looked down at the unconscious Yu in front of him and reached out to touch the halo on her head with some curiosity. He had long been curious about the halos on these people's heads and wanted to take a look at them. There's a halo on the head. This must be an angel, right? However, from what those people said just now, they are not angels, but some kind of halo clan. Recalling what those people said just now, Healy had already touched the halo above Yu's head but failed to take it away. Although the halo was suspended above Yu's head, but in fact, it seems to be growing on it. Healy pulled hard twice, but failed to pull it off. Instead, the unconscious Yu's face was full of pain. That's weird. It's clearly floating. Why can't she pull it? Will she feel pain when she pulls it? Scratching his head, Healy couldn't figure out the principle behind this. But this is not important. He quickly put the matter of the halo behind him and stripped Yu naked. Then he searched Yu's body and found several hot weapons, 2 scrolls, and other items. There is no need to say much about hot weapons such as pistols. 2 scrolls. One is a curse-weakening scroll. As long as you know the other person's name, you can use it to curse the other person from a distance. When Healy first came here, other lords also used scrolls on him through his name, if his name hadn't been exposed in the announcement. In fact, even if a lord wanted to target him, it would be difficult to do so. But the other scroll on Yu is interesting. Small seal scroll can forcibly seal unconscious targets into the scroll. The small seal scroll can seal up to 50 units, and the total attribute of each unit cannot exceed 50 points. Sealing scroll? Holy crap, isn't this a prison? Or is it the kind of prison you can carry with you? Why does this girl have something like this? Healy stared at the scroll, then lowered his head to look at the pale and unconscious Yu with some suspicion. His intuition told him that this pretty girl was probably a traitor who was planning to harm her companions. Perhaps she wanted to seize the fruits of victory from all her companions when the game was almost over. No, couldn't she just kill the others? Why are you going to such trouble and still need to seal it? What? You're all thinking about taking advantage of your companions, but you can't bring yourself to kill them? Healy was a little confused about what he was thinking. He was too lazy to think about it any further. He only knew that Yu's scroll was of great use to him. I was just thinking about where to lock you up, and I didn't expect you to have a sealing scroll. You really helped me a lot. Healy couldn't help laughing while holding the scroll. You've helped me a lot, so I'll seal you first. As he spoke, Healy unfolded the scroll in front of Yu. Suddenly, a dark vortex appeared on the scroll and sucked Yu in. Healy also searched for items from other lords before sealing them. When all the lords' belongings were piled up, Healy realized that they were all children from wealthy families. You know, when he came to the battlefield, he had nothing on him except a mechanical crossbow and a machete. But this group of Halo people have a lot of things in their hands. There were pistols, rifles, firearms, and various scrolls. The gap between people is so huge. Healy couldn't help but sigh. The things these people brought were worth dozens of times more than what he had. If it weren't for my special talents, it would be impossible for me to compete with these rich kids. Fortunately, there are no ifs in this world, so it's just bad luck for you to meet me, Healy. After putting away the scroll and other valuable items, Healy looked around at the Japanese people who were still kneeling on the ground in fear and gazed into the distance as the blood wings behind him flapped violently and took off again. There are nearly 20 lords in Chanyuan City, but only 13 were captured just now, and 5 or 6 lords had already run away during the chaos. Healy had no intention of letting these people go. He summoned thousands of corpse birds and began to search in all directions. Those people have limited abilities and definitely can't run far. As for Chanyuan City, there's no need to worry about it anymore. The corpse birds are wreaking havoc here, and the virus has already been left behind. It won't be long before all the islanders in Chanyuan City and even the surrounding areas will turn into zombies. By then, those strange corpses would attack the surrounding towns and continue to spread the virus without him saying anything. However, in order to ensure that the island nation was taken over faster, Healy planned to capture those lords after. Just go to the island king and deal with the king. Without a king, the forces in various parts of the island nation would try to become kings and dominate the world, and chaos would arise. And chaos will accelerate the spread of the virus. How's it going? Did he catch up? At this time, in a forest dozens of miles away from Chanyuan City, several figures were discussing secretly. No, we should be safe. I just don't know what happened to you and the others. Well, they might. Their voices grew quieter, and their tones grew sadder and deeper until they were completely silent. However, someone else soon broke the brief silence. Tian, what should we do now? You and the others are in great danger, and it's hard for us to accomplish anything big with just a few of us. The man was a little worried. Besides, Healy has already come here, and the island country may fall soon. The resources we previously acquired are also wasted. Hearing this, Tian frowned and said nothing. After a long while, he said, Now, if we still want to ensure that we gain something from this game, or even if we want to avenge you and the others, there is only one way. What road? Others immediately asked after hearing this. Tian said in a deep voice, Cooperate with the indigenous people. Although the indigenous people are ignorant, there are also some with strong fighting capabilities among them who can be utilized. If we take the initiative to find the king of the island nation and cooperate with him to deal with Healy, then the possibility of our success is not small. A country should always have some trump cards. If we can force the island nation to use its trump card against Healy, even if we still can't kill him, we can at least severely injure him, right? Then maybe our chance will come. After he finished speaking, some interest flashed in the eyes of the others. Chapter 31. Tian and the others fled at high speed and disappeared. Even the overwhelming swarm of dead birds failed to track them. Healy didn't know how they managed to escape silently, but he was not surprised by this situation. Tian's group of Halo people are very wealthy, and they have made various preparations before coming to the battlefield. They had hot weapons and scrolls, so they might have other things that could help them escape far away, so it was not surprising that they were able to escape quietly. Healy didn't waste time and continued searching. As for the escaped Tian and others, he could easily capture other lords to make up the number. Looking at the map, there are lords after crossing the sea to the island nation and heading east for more than 1,000 kilometers. Also, there are more lords in that area. I just took a quick look and saw at least 40 or 50. I will go to the island king's city first, deal with the king there, and then go straight east. I should be able to reach the continent where the group of lords are before dawn. Healy planned his actions in his mind. The 24-hour wolf banner effect is still in effect. More than 1,000 kilometers sounds far, but with the acceleration effect of the wolf flag, we can arrive before dawn. At the same time, in G State, Qingyang Pass. What is that? What is that? A frightened voice came from the Qingyang Pass city wall on the Buzhou border. Under the cover of night, the dozing soldiers were awakened by the surging black shadows on the distant horizon. Those dark shadows were approaching at a rapid speed like a tide. In just a few breaths, they were less than 500 meters away. The soldiers saw that those black shadows were monsters wearing flesh and blood armor with ferocious faces and riding wild beasts. They were full of murderous aura and carried strange blood-colored weapons like evil spirits from hell. As they approached, countless crows swooped down from the sky like a rain of arrows. My eyes. Get out of here, you damn things. Quick, sound the alarm. Enemy attack, enemy, Those monsters are trying to get onto the city wall. Shoot arrows and stop them. Are these monsters from Yinzhou? Stop talking nonsense. Run, we can't hold on. The dense flock of zombie birds disrupted the defenses on the city walls, giving the ferocious zombie cavalry an excellent opportunity to attack. They jumped over the city walls with overwhelming force and destroyed all obstacles. Qingyang Pass, a crucial defense line for Buzhou, was engulfed in flames of war in the blink of an eye. The flames rising into the sky and the creepy wailing in the city all stimulated the peeping person farther away. Qingyang Pass fell so easily. Putting down the telescope, Wang Feng's face was full of disbelief. He knew that He Li's army was very powerful. But isn't this a bit too strong? You have to know that Qingyang Pass has tens of thousands of soldiers stationed there. A lord like him would not dare to attack without a few months of development and raising a strong enough army. But the army under He Li captured Qingyang Pass in just a moment. How could Wang Feng not be shocked by this? At this moment, he completely forgot the thought that he had just had when he discovered that He Li's army was going to attack Qingyang Pass. He was also planning to sit back and reap the benefits. Now he just wants to escape from this damn place as soon as possible. That army is too strong. If he is discovered, Wang Feng believed that he would definitely be killed. Retreat, retreat quickly. Without thinking too much, Wang Feng hurriedly called on his men hiding in the woods to retreat. After all, he had been on the battlefield for a few days, and he had gathered many refugees and bandits as his own people. However, their number was not large, barely close to 1,000 people. Moreover, the psychological quality of these people is also worrying. Seeing the monster army and the breach of Qingyang Pass, they were already frightened and uneasy. If Wang Feng dared to order an attack, they would definitely defect on the spot and let Wang Feng fight on his own. Fortunately, Wang Feng issued the order to retreat. Upon hearing this group of rabble were overjoyed and were about to leave, but at this moment, the sound of wild beasts galloping suddenly came from the distance. A reminder suddenly rang in Wang Feng's mind. You encountered the Great Terror, He Li's unparalleled cavalry battalion. The miserable prisoner Wan Chengshan is rapidly approaching you. The common zombie, the iron-beaked crow, is approaching. Ordinary soldier, the strange corpse leopard, is receiving, huh? Wan Chengshan. Holy shit, I'm going to die? Wang Feng's pupils shrank sharply when he heard the prompt. He remembered that the announcement mentioned the name of the hero that He Li was recruiting. The heroic unit seems to be called Wan Chengshan. At this stage, everyone is just starting out. They don't have powerful troops and their own abilities are extremely limited. If they are chased by heroic units at this time, it will definitely be a life-and-death disaster. Wang Feng, panicking to death, turned around and ran away. However, how could the horse he rode possibly outrun the strange corpse beast that continued to eat flesh and blood to strengthen itself? In just a few breaths, Wan Chengshan was approaching. He chased Wang Feng, wielding a huge sickle, and killed everyone he met along the way as if they were cutting melons and vegetables. The rest of the mob had already been frightened out of their wits. They fled in panic and no one cared about Wang Feng anymore. Wang Feng became more and more anxious as he heard the screams behind him. Go, go, run, run. He whipped his mount wildly, and the horse ran away in pain. Wang Feng showed joy when he saw the speed increasing. As a result, joy turns to sorrow. Bang! With a loud bang, the horse, which had been running wildly in pain in the dark night, accidentally missed a step and fell heavily to the ground. Wang Feng, who was sitting on its back, was also thrown out by inertia and hit his head on the ground, which made him dizzy. When he regained consciousness, Wan Chengshan appeared behind him with his giant sickle in hand. Feeling the chill on his neck, Wang Feng's hair stood on end, his face turned pale, and he was so scared that he almost peed his pants. However, the imagined pain did not appear. The huge sickle on his neck did not chop off his head, even though the user continued to advance. Wang Feng didn't know what was going on, but he felt relieved. It's good that you're not dead. Saving your life is better than anything else. As he was thinking this, Wan Chengshan suddenly raised his giant sickle. Bang! Before Wang Feng could react, the giant sickle fell and knocked the unprepared Wang Feng unconscious. Wan Chengshan stared coldly at Wang Feng, who fell to the ground. Before setting off, He Li told him that he might encounter some people with strange clothes and strange behavior. He Li seemed to be useful to those people, and he followed He Li's instructions that they didn't have to be killed as long as he didn't feel threatened. But Wan Chengshan just remembered at this moment that he forgot to ask what to do if he didn't kill them. Catch him? That didn't seem to work either. He still had to march and fight, so he couldn't possibly take this kind of trash with him. Thus, Wan Chengshan fell into deep thought. Hiss! After an unknown amount of time, Wang Feng, feeling the cold, woke up while rubbing his still painful head. His initial reaction was that he was happy that he had not been killed, but soon his face turned ugly. Because he found that not only did he have nothing left, but even his clothes and pants had been stripped off. No wonder I felt so cold just now. Who the hell did this? Wang Feng couldn't help but curse, and at the same time he looked around. However, It was pitch black around him, and he could not see anything. He could only grope around and find that he was indoors. No, it was a prison, surrounded by metal fences. This made Wang Feng a little suspicious. What was going on? Why didn't He Li's men kill themselves, but lock themselves up? What did he want to do? Wang Feng thought about it, and then his expression changed as if he had thought of something. Damn it, He Lixiang controls the return time. Duh. Chapter 32. Wang Feng was no fool. When the lords suddenly died in large numbers, he had guessed what the other lords were doing. Now, thinking about He Li's behavior of not killing his rival after capturing him. If he still can't guess what He Lixiang is doing, then he might have lived in vain for the past 10 years. But it was also because he guessed He Li's purpose. Wang Feng realized that this guy He Li was far more troublesome than they, the lords, had expected. Capturing the lords and controlling the game time, this is something no one has ever been able to do before. But if it's He Li, it seems really possible. Wang Feng thought of Wan Qingshan and the terrifying horde of zombies. With such a powerful army, how many forces on this battlefield planet can be his rivals? Wouldn't it be easy to defeat other lords and capture them? Now all the lords will suffer. Wang Feng smiled bitterly. If the game didn't end, all the lords would be caught by He Li sooner or later. He also has plenty of time to conquer the world. Wang Feng couldn't even imagine what kind of devastating and terrifying means He Li, who used the entire planet as his initial territory, would use to suppress all his competitors in the subsequent battlefields. The existence of the era of repression seems to have appeared. I don't know whether we are lucky or unlucky. Wang Feng slumped on the ground and sighed. He Li's strength and madness made him feel powerless. He seemed to have foreseen that in the future, He Li would become the face of the era by crushing all races with his invincibility. He Li at that time must have been shining brightly, and a lord like him is destined to only look up to He Li. It is also destined to be lost in the long river of history. Forget it. Why am I asking for so much? Is anyone there? Give me some clothes first. Is this the Island King's city? He Li arrived at the Island King's city, which was 100 kilometers away from Changyuan City, in an instant. At this moment, he was flying in the air and looking down at the entire royal city with disdain in his eyes. This island kingdom city is small in scale and has low walls. It looks like any other big city in Yunzhou. If someone who doesn't know the place comes here, they probably would never imagine that this is the Island King's city. But this is a good thing for He Li. After all, a zombie horde could easily break through a city like this. While thinking, He Li had already locked onto the king's palace in the center of the city and swung his bloody wings to land. He did not hide his presence at all, and as his blood-red wings that covered the sky and the sun waved, he blew away countless terrified islanders. They were so ignorant that they even began to kneel down and worship He Li. The king of the island nation in the palace seemed to be alarmed as well. He ran out with his men in panic. "You? Who are you?" he asked nervously. He Li looked down at the skinny king, too lazy to say anything, and just slapped him with his palm. Boom. As the giant bloody hand fell, something suddenly flew over from the side and exploded violently. He Li's giant bloody hand was instantly blown into a bloody rain that spread all around. At the same time, Tian's voice rang out. "Your Majesty, his goal is to destroy this country. Quick, get everyone to attack with all their might, and make sure to kill him. Don't worry, he's not a god, just an ordinary person who has mastered some special powers." Hearing Tian's hurried voice, He Li's scarlet eyes looked in the direction of the voice with incomparable calmness. Looking at Tian and others rushing out from the corner, looking at the grenades, pistols, and other hot weapons in their hands, He Li was surprised. "Halo tribe? It's you. TSK. I thought you all ran away, but I didn't expect you to come here. This is really a pleasant surprise." He Li did not expect Tian and the others to come here. But after seeing them and hearing their words, He Li could guess their purpose. They probably wanted to persuade the king of the island country to cooperate with them to kill him. As a country, no matter how small it is, it must have some powerful trump cards to use. This island country must be the same. He Li could think of all this, but he still came. The reason is that he is not afraid of the island country's trump cards at all. His 4 attributes are also rapidly improving with the passage of time and the crazy increase of zombies. His immortal physique and powerful strength gave him enough confidence to face danger without fear. Even if he encountered any danger later, he was confident that he could escape safely. Meanwhile, Tian and the other Halo tribe members had no idea what they were facing. At this moment, listening to He Li's indifferent words, Tian and the others felt something was wrong. But now that they had run into He Li, the arrow was on the string and had to be shot, so they had no time to think about it. So when listening to his words, Tian just sneered. "Huh, a pleasant surprise? Why? Did you think you could still deal with us here? then you are underestimating us. As he spoke, Tian couldn't help but tighten his grip on the unknown scroll in his pocket. He wanted to cooperate with the king of the island country, but didn't want to rely entirely on the other party. After all, he didn't know what the island king's trump card was. He originally planned to go to the royal city, first to discuss with the king what his trump card was, and then carefully plan how to deal with He Li after understanding the power of the island country's trump card. However, plans can never keep up with changes. Tian hadn't expected that He Li would actually fly directly from Chanyuan City to Wangqing, and he also planned to kill the king directly. Tian still hoped that the king could help him to some extent, so he had no choice but to rescue the king. But this also exposed them in advance. Now he has made plans to cooperate with the king of the island country to fight against He Li, and he is also prepared to escape immediately if the king is useless. As for the other teammates, just leave it to fate. While he was talking to He Li, the king of the island country, who had come to his senses, hurriedly retreated. Although he hadn't figured out what was going on, he at least knew that He Li, an enemy beyond their comprehension, was definitely not something that ordinary people like them could deal with. To defeat this enemy, he can only mobilize the hidden power of his subordinates and that person. Thinking of this, the king said in panic, You should stop this monster for me first. I will go and invite the imperial master here right now." After saying that, he ran away without looking back. The corners of Tian's eyes twitched. What did that mean? The king asked them to help you stop He Li? Are they crazy? Can they stop them? Won't this idiot king just order his troops to attack? Thinking of this, Tian and others subconsciously looked around at the islanders around them and immediately understood why the king fled in a hurry but did not order the surrounding warriors to deal with He Li. Because at this moment, everyone around ran away. What loyalty to the royal family, what samurai spirit. When facing He Li, a terrifying existence that is beyond ordinary people's cognition and cannot be understood by them, they threw everything into the trash can. And in He Li's mind, a reminder also echoed. Your overwhelming display of strength, extraordinary aura, and astonishing sense of oppression instill fear in people. The fear level in the royal city of the powerful Sakura Kingdom has skyrocketed due to your performance. Due to panic, the loyalty of all members of the Sakura Kingdom city to the royal family has dropped significantly. The extremely high panic index caused many members of the Sakura King city to choose to flee here. Chapter 33. An atmosphere of panic permeated the chaotic royal city. Tian and others stared at He Li with extremely ugly expressions. Damn it, these useless natives can't be relied upon at all. If I had known, I might as well have just fled the island country and not come back. Someone seemed to regret it and couldn't help but speak in a deep voice. Tian frowned upon hearing this. Now that things have come to this, there's no point in saying more. With He Li's flying speed, it will be difficult for us to escape safely from him now. For now, we have no choice but to fight. We don't need to kill He Li, but at least we can hold out until the king of the island nation brings help. After that, we can use all our cards and cooperate with each other. It would be best if we can kill him. Even if we can't kill him, we must at least injure him to give us a chance to escape. It's a gamble, and everyone knows it. Because he didn't know what the island king's trump card was. I don't even know whether the king has escaped. But even though they knew the risks were great, they had no choice but to bite the bullet and confront He Li. The first to strike is the strongest, the last to strike will suffer. Do it. After calming down, Tian suddenly pulled out a shotgun from his clothes and aimed it at He Li. Bang! As the gunshot rang out, the others quickly dispersed, drawing their guns and aiming at He Li from different angles. For a moment, a dense barrage of bullets of all kinds flew towards He Li like raindrops. Seeing this, He Li remained calm. The huge blood wings behind him that covered the sky and the sun quickly closed like hands to protect himself. The sticky wings of blood made it difficult for the speeding bullets to effectively hurt He Li. That's it, He Li said with disdain inside the bloodwing. He stood on the steps made of coagulated blood and waved. Buzz! Suddenly, a fist of sticky blood formed and smashed down fiercely towards where Tian and the others were. Seeing this, Tian hurriedly jumped away to avoid the attack. The wooden house next to him was smashed to pieces. But before Tian could feel happy after dodging the attack, a fist condensed with blood opened and swept towards him. This time, He Li's attack was too wide, and Tian and the others could not dodge it and could only subconsciously raise their heads to block the sweeping attack. But how could they withstand such a huge blood palm that was dozens of meters long? Bang! As expected, Tian and the others were instantly hit by that bloody hand. Their ribs broken, and they flew backwards. Before they could struggle to get up from the ground, He Li's giant bloody hand has snapped down again. Seeing this, Tian, who was lying on the ground spitting blood, suddenly felt his hair stand on end and was filled with extreme fear. When he first entered the battlefield, he was full of vigor and energy. He felt that he could achieve good results and become a leader in the clan in the future and be admired by countless people. After all, his father is a high-ranking official of the Halo clan. Before he went to the battlefield, his father had high hopes for him and even prepared many precious scrolls for him. He felt that with his own abilities, the support of his companions, and what his father had prepared for him, it was natural for him to achieve good results on the battlefield and become a shining presence. However, reality gave him two punches. Healy's existence suppressed everyone's brilliance. The terrifying growth rate, which seemed like a cheat, completely shattered Jian's self-confidence. Now he also faces death threats from Healy. For a moment, complex emotions such as resentment, jealousy, anger, etc. filled Tian's brain. He didn't want to die here. A hint of extreme emotion appeared in his frightened eyes. "Want to kill me? You're dreaming." He roared and struggled to take out two scrolls. "Die, die, die, all of you die." Tian's eyes were red, and the two scrolls opened at the same time. Seeing his extremely crazy look, Healy frowned. His intuition told him that this guy was going to use his ultimate move. Sure enough, as the two scrolls unfolded, Tian's figure turned into blue light and disappeared from the spot in an instant. At the same time, blood-red subtitles appeared in the sky. Notice, attention, Lord Tian, Silver Biao, has used a special summoning scroll to open a rift in another world. The deformed disaster beast from the desolate land of the universe is expected to arrive in 10 seconds. Announcement: the beast of disaster is about to descend. This battlefield world has initiated a random intrusion killing event. Lords who kill the intruding creatures in this world will receive corresponding generous rewards. The two announcements confirmed Healy's speculation. This Tian, I knew he was going to do something crazy. Disaster beasts. These random creatures don't distinguish between friend and foe. It comes, and it means everyone will suffer. TSK, you don't care about your companion's life or death, right? Seeing the dark cracks in the sky unfolding, it seemed that something terrifying was about to rush out of the cracks, but Healy was not panicked at all. Instead, there was a hint of eagerness in his eyes. It is true that the disaster beast is very strong, but he has the ability to infect and turn powerful enemies into his subordinates. So in his eyes, Tian did not bring him any trouble, but instead sent him a powerful subordinate. However, compared to the indifferent and secretly happy Healy, the other injured Halo tribe members, and even the lords from all over the world, were a little panicked by this announcement. This Tian, is he crazy? Why did he invite such a monster that can't distinguish between friend and foe? It's obvious that he wants to kill Healy. It's just that he wants to kill us as well. Damn it. How come he still has this scroll? Does he have bad intentions? You be ********** D Tian. You better not let me catch you. The Halo clan members cursed and swore. Healy's gaze returned to the injured Halo clan members and said with a smile, "Don't panic. Even if the calamity beast comes, you won't die so quickly." After hearing this, the Halo lords still hadn't figured out what Healy meant. The next second, they found themselves dizzy and even began to have trouble standing. Knowing that Healy was plotting against them, they retreated in a hurry. But when they retreated, they were shocked to find that countless thin blood threads were pulling them at their feet. The blood from their bodies was quickly drawn along the blood vessels. It's over. The Halo lords looked ashen. They only had time to sigh inwardly before their eyes rolled back, and they fell straight down. Healy was quick to use the sealing scroll to quickly take them away. He had to hurry, because the calamity beast had arrived. Boom! As the cracks in the sky spread, 100-meter-long black shadow, resembling a tiger with wings on its back and sharp horns on its head, burst out and slammed heavily onto the ground. The intrusive creature, the disaster beast, has descended near you. Affected by your talent, the calamity beasts hate you. Roar. When the prompt sounded in Healy's mind, the disaster beast let out a deafening roar. Healy looked back and could even vaguely see the roaring sound waves spreading around like ripples on water. The sound waves collapsed many buildings around it. It also shocked the terrified islanders to death. Healy saw it all, his expression unchanged, but soon he was stunned by the prompt in his mind. You encountered the crazy G-State Emperor. Influenced by his talent, the G Kingdom's ancestral emperor is full of hostility towards you. What? The Emperor of G? Chapter 34. The Emperor of G? The Emperor who founded G? That old guy must have been dead for at least 200 years, right? Healy frowned slightly after hearing the prompt. He had some understanding of the history of G-State during his recent campaign in Yunzhou. As far as Healy knew, the first emperor of G-State seemed to be a chivalrous knight who rebelled because he was dissatisfied with the court at that time. He relied on those powerful martial artists to successfully rebel and establish a new dynasty. Then, he began to get rid of the donkey after it had done its job. A hero broke the law with force, and the martial arts world regressed for decades. The point is, the ancestor emperor reportedly disappeared inexplicably after giving up his throne to the then crown prince. But now he actually appeared in the Island King's city? What's even more outrageous is that this has been going on for over 200 years. That old guy is still alive. Is he still human? How on earth did he survive until now? The first thing that came to Healy's mind was that this old guy had a powerful secret to prolonging life. After all, this is a low-level martial arts world. You must know that there is a Zhang Sanfeng on Blue Star who is said to have lived for about 200 years. This is not difficult to understand in a world where people really have extraordinary powers. Forget it. I don't care how he survived until now. This old guy and the disaster beast are hostile to me. I have to run away quickly, and then find a way to infect these two guys with the virus. Healy is not stupid. The G-State's ancestor emperor must be extremely powerful to have lived for more than 200 years. With that old guy and the disaster beast, even if he had 10 lives, it would not be enough to create it. Therefore, there was no way he could fight them head-on. The wise thing to do is to hide in the dark and poison. Thinking of this, Healy waved his hand to summon all the nearby strange creatures to rush towards the center of the Island King's city. After those strange corpse creatures entangled the disaster beast and started fighting with the G-State Zhuang, who was chasing behind, Healy finally had the mind to fly higher and observe the battle situation in the royal city from a distance. Boom! Inside the royal city, a 100-meter-tall disaster beast raised its claws and smashed down the royal palace. Its serpentine tail swept across, easily breaking all the surrounding houses and buildings in half. The islanders were trembling with fear. Some people even knelt down and begged for mercy, knowing they could not escape. But the disaster beast did not let them go. Instead, it opened its mouth and sucked those people into its mouth and chewed them. With a crunching sound, blood dripped from the corner of the disaster beast's mouth like ketchup. When Healy saw this, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Among those who were eaten by the disaster beast, many were attacked by the corpse bird and infected. It's just that they haven't turned into zombies in a short period of time. But now, the disaster beast has eaten those people. This also means that the zombie virus has entered the body of the disaster beast and will infect it sooner or later. It was the G-State's ancestor emperor, the old fellow covered in a black robe whose features even Healy couldn't see clearly, who was now jumping and twisting in the city ruins, killing strange corpse creatures nonstop. Every time he swung his palm, the powerful force could directly crush the head of the strange corpse creature. When he jumps, he can jump dozens of meters high. Even those strange corpse birds could not escape his clutches. This situation also makes it difficult for the virus to infect him. But what's interesting is that the powerful combat performance of the G-State's ancestor emperor also attracted the attention of the disaster beast. Its gray eyes locked onto the jumping G-State ancestor emperor before it suddenly flapped its wings and swooped down. The latter doesn't know if he is stupid. He actually raised his hand, clenched his fist, and hit it directly. Did he think he could shake the disaster beast? Bang! As expected, accompanied by a loud bang, the stupid G-State emperor flew backwards and smashed through the stone wall in the distance. However, the old guy had thick skin and seemed not to be seriously injured. He quickly got up and rushed towards the disaster beast again. Healy smiled brightly as he watched them fight. Go ahead and fight. I'll just sit back and reap the benefits. As he spoke, he glanced around the royal city and suddenly spotted a sneaky figure. Seeing that figure, Healy thought for a moment, swooped down, and grabbed it with his bloody hands. Bang! At this moment, in an unknown valley, Tian fell from the sky and hit the ground heavily. The pain made his face pale, but he soon supported his weak body and sat up with a sneer. Healy, this time you're dead. With the power of that calamity beast, it is basically invincible on this battlefield planet. With this, I'll see how you develop in the future. The sneer on Tian's face grew even wider. In his opinion, Healy could never be a match for the disaster beast. Even if he managed to escape from the disaster beast, with this disaster beast running around and causing damage, Healy could no longer develop his power as unscrupulously as before. As long as Healy's development can be restricted. Next time he will definitely kill Healy. Next time we meet on the battlefield, I will be more prepared and will never let you live again. Having said this, Tian sneered again and muttered to himself. Now we just have to hide and wait for the game to end. Healy killed so many people from my Halo clan. He will definitely continue to kill in the future. Plus, other lords are also hunting down lone lords. I guess I can return after hiding for 10 days or half a month. After saying these words, he opened the battlefield panel. He wanted to see how many lords were left so that he could estimate the time when the game would end and return. He also wanted to see if he had the opportunity to get some more gains during this period. However, when I opened the battlefield information panel, Tian's expression, which had been calm at first, suddenly changed. His eyes were fixed on a line of information. Lords remaining on the current battlefield, 438. 438? How is this possible? It was already 450 before, and a few more died soon after. Adding in my companions killed by Healy, the number should have dropped to at least 412. What's going on? How could there still be so many people left? Staring at the number of people, Tian was completely stunned. He couldn't understand why. He had clearly seen Healy attack his companions with his own eyes. No, wait. He only saw Healy take action, but never saw Healy kill someone. Could it be that none of his companions died? How did Healy lock them up? What is he trying to do? Could it be? After a few thoughts flashed through his mind, Tian collapsed to the ground as if all his strength was suddenly drained away. He had already guessed that Healy Xiang was keeping the Lord captive and would not let this game end. But this also means that all their lords will either be killed by the disaster beast or by Healy. Anyway, as long as Healy doesn't end the game on his own initiative, then none of them can escape. Healy UF G. Lying on the ground, staring blankly at the sky, Tian suddenly started twisting and turning on the ground like a madman, cursing, crying, and laughing like a desperate child. Chapter 35. Where are you trying to go, sneaking around like that? In the sky, Healy mentioned the king of the island country and asked with narrowed eyes. He had just noticed the king in the air. He was arrested because Healy had something to ask. The king of the island country had no idea what Healy was thinking. At the moment he was caught by Healy, he looked at Healy's dangerous expression and was immediately frightened and trembled all over, thinking that he would be killed by Healy soon. Looking at the terrified king, Healy frowned. The so-called national teacher you mentioned before is that madman? Tell me, what's the matter with that madman? He raised his hand and pointed at the G-State Emperor in the distance and asked. The king of the island nation hurriedly responded, I only know that he was wandering around here decades ago. I accidentally discovered that he was very powerful when he was awake, so I brought him to the royal city. He sometimes helps me with advice. You will also help me deal with those who oppose me. I just need to provide him with healthy boys and girls every month. It was thanks to him that I was able to secure my throne. Faced with the terrifying Healy, the king of the island country was so scared that he didn't dare to hide anything from him. Through his description, Healy could basically guess that the old guy, the Emperor Zhuang of G-State, could live for more than 200 years, and he must have used some extremely evil method to prolong his life. Otherwise, the old guy wouldn't want young boys and girls. Thinking of this, Healy asked, what happened to the boys and girls you provide him with every month? The king hesitated after hearing this. Seeing Healy's eyes turn cold, he suddenly panicked. I'm not sure, I just saw the shrunken corpses of those people. While explaining hurriedly, he seemed to have thought of something and took out a piece of human skin from his pocket. This seems to be something belonging to the Imperial Master. I picked it up by chance, but I just don't understand it. The king of the island nation tremblingly handed over the human skin paper. Healy looked at the human skin paper and felt that it looked familiar. When he took it, a prompt sounded. You have obtained the Ghostly Immortal's Notes, Physical Refining Fragment, *1. Ghostly Immortal Notes? No wonder it looks familiar. I remember Li Hongxian also got a similar piece of human skin paper at Baichao Medical Village, but the contents on it were slightly different from this one. Of course, Healy judged different contents based on the different text symbols on the human skin paper. He couldn't understand the scribbles, so he couldn't understand the specific content. But things seemed to be getting interesting. I thought the strange immortal journey was just a small incident, but now it seems that's not the case. The Emperor of G-State possessed the notes of the strange immortal, and his ability to prolong his life was probably related to this thing. This matter involves two countries. Ordinary lords simply do not have the ability to collect all the notes of the strange immortals, let alone figure out the content of the incident and the various hidden things. How could something of this difficulty be a small incident? Now it all depends on Li Hongxian to find more human skin paper soldiers to uncover the secrets. If she can't do it, then I'll go find her myself. While thinking, Healy put away the human skin paper. The Strange Immortal's Strange Journey event was too special, and he felt that the benefits he would gain after completing the event would definitely be considerable. Just the pill that Li Hongxian obtained, which can increase her own attributes after eating it. If the pill formula can be obtained in the event, it would be worth it for He Li to complete the event personally. Not to mention, there may be other extremely valuable rewards hidden in this event. The rewards are great and worth the extra effort. With some anticipation for the event's reward, He Li returned his gaze to the uneasy king of the island nation. Before he could say anything, He Li let go, and the island king suddenly fell from the air with a look of horror on his face. At the same time, a sky announcement sounded. Announcement: Lord He Li has successfully killed King Ikeda Taro of the dynastic Sakura Kingdom. Since there is currently no heir to the Sakura Kingdom, the dynastic Sakura Kingdom is therefore deemed to be destroyed. Announcement: Congratulations to Lord He Li for successfully destroying the dynasty power of Sakura Kingdom and becoming the first to destroy a nation in this game. You will be awarded the temporary title Nation Destroyer in this game. Rewards: 1 special building transmission tower, 1 small scroll box, 20 tons of basic supplies and meat. The title Nation Destroyer has been automatically assigned. Title effect: when attacking the royal city, the combat effectiveness of all members under your command increases by 10%. At the same time, the attacking party has a higher chance of triggering negative events such as rebellion and desertion. I knew it. In the mountains, Tian was a little crazy. This was not what he wanted to hear. He wanted to hear the announcement that He Li was beaten to death by the disaster beast. But He Li did not die after all. Not only did he not die, he seemed to have taken advantage of the chaos to kill the king of Sakura country. Although Tian had a vague premonition about this kind of thing. But having a premonition and actually having it happen are two different things. Now he is unhappy, but there is nothing he can do. He could only stand there helplessly and furious, cursing He Li to be beaten into a pulp by the disaster beast. But as he thought about it, he felt a little gloating. Now that my Halo tribe has been killed, I'm afraid it will be the turn of the elves, orcs, and the like next. A sinister smile appeared on Tian's somewhat sick face. Unable to deal with He Li, he now hopes that the other lords will suffer a more miserable fate than him. In this way, he will be mentally balanced. And just when Tian was gloating over the misfortune, other lord groups were indeed worried. What the hell are they doing? First, they released the calamity beasts, increasing the danger to the world. Now He Li has directly started to destroy the country again. How can we play this? At this rate, we'll be hunting down lords and speeding up the return of the game's end time. We won't be able to keep up with He Li's growth, and we won't be able to stop him. In the forest, the elves all had frowns on their faces. But soon someone sneered, "What are you panicking about? If I'm not mistaken, He Li might be fighting with Tian and the others right now." If it weren't for He Li, I can't think of any reason why Tian would summon the calamity beast to increase the danger level on the battlefield. After all, that thing doesn't care who summoned it. It just attacks everything around it. In other words, the disaster beast is right next to He Li. Perhaps it's because of that disaster beast that allowed He Li to take advantage and kill the king, but he himself will be targeted by the disaster beast sooner or later. He will be dead then. After the elf who spoke finished speaking, the other elves calmed down a little, but they still looked a little worried and did not completely relax. Not to mention that judging from He Li's performance, he is very likely not to be killed by the disaster beast and will be able to escape. Taking a step back, even if He Li really died, what about the catastrophic beasts? Is that something they can handle? From now on, their lives will still be difficult. Thinking of these things, neither the elves nor the other lords could be happy. But soon, something even more distressing happened to them. Chapter 36. Announcement: The intruding creature disaster beast in the current battlefield world has been killed by Lord He Li. The reward for killing the intruding creature is small special scroll box, *1. Less than half an hour after the announcement of the Sakura nation's demise disappeared, a new announcement appeared in the sky. Looking at the golden announcement subtitles in the sky, the people of Tian and other lords were suddenly stunned. How is this possible? That's a disaster beast. It's a terrifying existence whose power is measured in tonnage. It was killed by He Li just like that. In the mountains, Tian muttered to himself as if he had lost his soul. He thought about He Li being beaten to death by the disaster beast, and he also thought about He Li being able to escape from the disaster beast at the risk of his life. But he never expected that He Li could even deal with the terrifying disaster beast. And in such a short time. According to Tian's calculations, it has been more than half an hour since he summoned the disaster beast. What could be done in more than half an hour? Healy was afraid that even if he mobilized his own army to rush over, it would not be enough time, right? But such an outrageous thing happened unexpectedly. Tian simply couldn't believe his eyes, nor did he want to believe the announcement he heard. But the golden light in the sky is so dazzling. That real light seems to be within reach. So much so that Tian had to believe it was true. He killed all the disaster beasts, so what else on this planet can kill him? Tian sat down in despair. At this moment, he had completely lost his last desire to fight. What can he do facing an invincible opponent? Probably, all we can do is pray that the other party will be gentler. At the same time, the elves also panicked. Not long ago, some of them thought that Healy would definitely be targeted and killed by the disaster beast. Now it seems that Healy has indeed been targeted by the disaster beast. However, the calamity beast failed to kill him. Instead, the calamity beast itself was killed by Healy and received the reward according to the rules. This reality made the elves who had previously thought that Healy would die feel very embarrassed. This slap in the face came too quickly and too unexpectedly. However, no one cares whether the elf who spoke earlier about Healy Hui's death looks good or not. They are more concerned about what to do next. The disaster beast. That's a powerful creature that even lords who have experienced many battles find difficult to kill. But this Healy was killed on his first battle. What can we do when we encounter such an outrageous opponent? Yeah, I feel like no matter how hard I try, it's all in vain. If Healy attacks us, we will surely die. Don't destroy your own prestige and boost others' ambitions. If we can't win, we can just run away. We just need to hold on until the end of the game. Next time we go to the battlefield, maybe we won't encounter him and can develop smoothly. At the very least, if we are well prepared, we won't be in this situation again. The elves chatted until they gradually fell silent. It's so frustrating. They don't even know what Healy looks like or what abilities he has. But now they are so frightened that they can only run away. When did the elves become so embarrassed on the battlefield? Which of the predecessors in the past did not kill people everywhere? Who doesn't return with a lot of harvest? But these elves, they're already declaring failure before they've even started developing. It was really hard to bear, but there was really no other way but to avoid Healy's attack and pray that Healy wouldn't find him and that he could hide until he returned. Well, in short, everyone should be prepared to retreat at any time. If Healy really comes, we won't be able to defeat him. In this game, the reward is no longer important. Saving your life is more important than anything else. After a long time, the elf lord who was suspected to be the leader sighed and spoke. The other elves looked at each other in silence and could only continue with their work with a look of worry on their faces. At this moment, Healy's name has become a synonym for terror on the battlefield, making people afraid to face it. However, Healy himself, the person involved, seems to be unaware of this. Special forces? Well, not bad at all. Standing on the ruins of the royal city, Healy looked at the ferocious corpse disaster beast in front of him and muttered. When the disaster beast first arrived, it ate many islanders infected with the virus because of its greed. The virus broke out, and the disaster beast died on the spot. So Healy actually didn't do anything at all. Of course, he couldn't defeat the disaster beast. After all, this guy is very powerful and can easily destroy the city. It is not reasonable to contend with him. As for such an existence, Healy thought that it could be directly promoted to a heroic unit after it turned into a corpse. But that's not the case, it's just a special type of soldier. However, powerful special units are no weaker than hero units. Therefore, Healy was not particularly disappointed. As for the G Kingdom's ancestral emperor, that insane old lunatic had already been eaten by the disaster beast. The disaster beast had not yet turned into a corpse at that time, so even if he wanted to stop it, he didn't have the strength to do so. Forget it, the G Kingdom's ancestor emperor is gone, so he's gone. The corpse-transformed disaster beast is enough to overthrow the various countries of Xuanqing. Coming back to his senses, Healy stared at the calamity beast before him. Apart from the wriggling of its flesh and the dark red color, other aspects of the beast seemed unchanged. He opened the panel to check. Name, Disaster Beast. Race, Corpse/Synthetic Beast. Unit, Special Soldiers. Occupation, City Destroyer. Level 1, Attributes, 67/37/60/12. Strength, Agility, Physique, Intelligence, Talent. A mutant with complex ingredients. Skill, Shattering Sound. Loyalty, 100. Never decreases. Introduction, a monstrous, corpse-like beast of disaster. Its complex biological genes resonate with the virus, making its form extremely unstable and prone to abnormal mutations at any time. Huh? A special type of soldier with special talents? Seeing the talent, Healy was a little surprised. He couldn't help but unfold the detailed information about the talent. Mutated substance with complex ingredients. Effect. Its form is extremely unstable. Effect. Its various abilities can change at any time. Effect. It will devour biological gene cells and fuse with itself. This effect means it will become stronger at any time. Is it possible to become weaker? This is similar to the lipid symbiont. Healy thought about it after scanning the talent information. He remembered that the situation of the blood lipid symbiont was similar to this talent. As for the attack skills possessed by the Calamity Beast, shattering sound, continuously emits strange roars and attacks all nearby non-zombie objects. Time limit, 30 seconds. Negative. The shattering sound severely damages the Calamity Beast's vocal cords and can only be used continuously for 30 seconds. The Calamity Beast will then need to wait 180 minutes for its special vocal cords to regenerate. No wonder his profession is City Destroyer. With this area attack skill, ordinary buildings will collapse. After closing the panel information, Healy was overjoyed. He currently has the strongest combat power. How could he not be happy? Besides, he also received quite a few rewards this time. Chapter 37. Above the Dark Sea, the corpse-transformed disaster beast spread its 100-meter-long flesh wings and moved eastward at an extremely fast speed. Healy sat cross-legged on the broad back of the Calamity Beast, holding the reward mentioned in the previous announcement. A crystal ball with a tall white tower inside, a transparent Rubik's Cube filled with countless flesh and blood, and 2 small scroll treasure chests of different colors. What a shame. They only gave us 1 teleportation tower. Healy picked up the crystal ball containing the tower and expressed regret. The information about the crystal ball was also floating in front of his eyes. Seal ball/teleport tower. After using, the rules will immediately deploy the special building teleport tower. Teleportation tower, a special building. The same teleportation tower can teleport to each other within a range of 100,000 miles. A single teleportation tower can only teleport in one direction through the mark. The role of the transmission tower must be great. Only one can be used, but the effect will be slightly smaller. Why don't you plan to use this thing now? A one-way return teleportation tower can be built at your base camp to facilitate yourself or your subordinates to return to the city. So Healy wanted to use this thing when he took over this world and started building a city. The magic cube next to the seal ball of the teleportation tower had a similar function. It contained 20 tons of flesh and blood as rewards according to the rules. When we get back, we can give this flesh and blood to those zombies with good potential to devour and accelerate their growth. After putting away the seal ball and the magic cube, Healy looked at the 2 treasure chests of different colors with some anticipation. There's not much to say about the ordinary little scroll box. Healy had obtained this thing before. I was lucky at that time and got 4 scrolls. It is worth noting that there is another box. All the scrolls opened in that box are special scrolls. Use seal scroll is a special scroll. That kind of thing is rarer than other scrolls. Now that Healy has obtained the small special scroll box, he is looking forward to what special scroll he can get. After all, if he is lucky enough to get a powerful special scroll, it will help him grow faster. It even allows him to gain some terrifying abilities. Thinking about some special scroll effects he had heard of, Healy finally couldn't help himself. He reached out and opened the 2 scroll boxes at the same time with great anticipation. You have opened the small scroll box. You have opened a small special scroll box. You get 2 World Shout scrolls. You get a small Meteorite Strike scroll *1. You get the special scroll Lord Pickpocket *1. You get a small seal scroll *1. You have obtained a special scroll, Door to the World *1. The 2 treasure chests disappear and a bunch of scrolls fall. Among these scrolls, Healy was already familiar with the World Call and the small seal scroll and didn't look at them much. His eyes fell on the other 3 scrolls. Small Meteorite Attack Scroll. Use it on a target to summon a small meteorite to strike the target. Lord Pickpocket Scroll. After using, you can open a void channel to lock onto a random lord in this game. Through the void channel, you can steal random items from the locked lord. Gateway Scroll. Used to instantly open a gate to a random planet. These 3 scrolls are quite interesting. Who among the novice lords can withstand the meteorite attack? When Healy saw the Meteorite Strike scroll, he was actually surprised, but also somewhat relieved. He was thankful that no one had used such an incredibly powerful scroll on him. If someone had used it, Healy would have been turned into ashes by now, right? Those people are useless, or maybe they don't exist at all. After all, this scroll is too powerful. Let's not even talk about whether anyone would sell it on the market. Even if it were available, it would definitely be expensive, and if someone bought it, no one would easily use it. Shaking his head, Healy carefully put away the meteorite strike scroll. This thing might be used to defeat powerful enemies in the future. As for the remaining 2 special scrolls, Healy, the gate to the world, definitely wouldn't use them right now. He wasn't stupid. If he connected to some technologically advanced world, the other side can crush him to ashes in minutes. The gate to the world, I'll see if there's a chance to use it later. But Lord Pickpocket, I can try it now. Healy picked up the Lord Pickpocket scroll and opened it. He looked at the colorful vortex channel before him and smiled evilly. Then, his evil little hand quickly reached out towards the colorful channel. Who? A sound suddenly rang out from the cold, snowy field. Following the sound, I saw a female creature with white hair, blue eyes, horns on its head, extremely beautiful appearance and charming figure. But below the belly was the body of a snow-white spider looking around in the iceberg. But behind her, besides the dense snowfield animals and those snowfield residents with white eyes, there is no sign of any outsiders at all. Seeing this, the white-haired spider-woman frowned. She clearly felt someone touching her body just now. The feeling was so clear that she felt it was definitely not an illusion, but something that really happened. But there really isn't anything wrong around here. Am I really overthinking it? Spider-Woman stopped to think while her blue eyes and the 8 scarlet eyes below her abdomen scanned the surroundings vigilantly at the same time. It wasn't until a full half-minute later, after confirming that there were no enemies, that she finally relaxed. Maybe, I really feel that there is something wrong, right? It's all because of Healy. The frequent triggering of announcements has made me a little anxious. Looking up at the sky, Spider-Woman sighed. Healy's announcements were so shocking that even she, who was far away in the extremely cold land, was stimulated and anxious. If she hadn't thought that Healy would not come to such a bitterly cold place. I guess at this moment, she is as panicked as the other lords and is ready to escape as far away as possible. Forget it. I don't want to think about him anymore. I'll just stay in this snowy field and wait until the game is over and I return. As for resources, I don't need a lot. Just some is enough. But then again, even if Healy really did act out of the ordinary and came to me, then I have the statue protecting me. Halfway through her words, the spider lady's expression froze. Only then did she realize that her pockets had become lighter. It seems like something is missing. As if she was afraid of something, she reached into her pocket tremblingly. This statue is quite interesting. Sitting on the back of the disaster beast, Healy held the things he had just stolen in his hands with surprise written all over his eyes. The statue was only the size of a baby's fist. The whole thing seems to be made of quartz, snow-white and exquisite. Its image is half female and half spider. The point is that this thing can actually interfere with the rules. Statue of the Blessing of the Snow Spider Goddess Itemi. When the statue shatters upon encountering a fatal attack, Itemi's protection will automatically activate. You will then be forced to exit the game and return to the large statue. Wow, you can actually force yourself to quit the game and come back. It's impossible to interfere with the rules. Healy sighed while holding the statue, but soon, he smiled evilly like a villain, as if he had thought of something. If you hold the statue and encounter a fatal attack, you will be kicked out of the game? And then can we return to the great statue? Although I don't know what this great statue refers to. But that thing should be on the planet or city where the Lord who holds this statue is located, right? What if I let another zombie carry the statue? Then attack him and let the statue send him away. Then, that strange corpse can spread the virus. Healy's eyes flickered. He had a bold idea, and the look he gave the statue became increasingly sinister and vicious. Chapter 38. Healy has bold ideas in his mind. Therefore, the people who use the idols have to be carefully selected. An ordinary zombie is definitely not capable of taking on such a heavy responsibility. It's not good to be too powerful. If you die, it will be a huge loss. You have to choose a zombie that is neither too strong nor too weak, but has a quick mind and strong self-protection ability. Such talents are not easy to find. The good thing is that as long as Healy completes his Lord Captivity plan, he will have plenty of time to slowly prepare for this matter and select suitable zombies. So, the top priority is to capture the Lord. Now there is another sealing scroll, which can seal 100 lords within it. Looking up, Healy looked into the distance. The flying speed of the corpse-transformed disaster beast is very astonishing. At this moment, the outline of the distant destination is approaching. This was much earlier than Healy's expected arrival at dawn. At this time, on the continent that Healy had targeted, the lords had no idea that Healy had arrived. It wasn't until the terrifying beast of disaster, as huge as a mountain and as black as the night, descended from the sky carrying Healy, that the lords realized the danger and fled in panic, hoping to save their lives. The long night fades away with the rising of the red sun over the sea. On the streets of G State's capital, the sound of hurried horse hooves broke the tranquility of the early morning and woke up countless people. Urgent reports continued to reach the palace. Get out of the way. Hurry up for 800 miles. Yunzhou has fallen. 600 miles. Urgent. The rebel Songlong village has rebelled in Xinzhou. Hurry. Rush for 800 miles. Qingyang Pass has been breached. The monsters have taken over 15 cities in Buzhou overnight. Express 400 miles. A large-scale plague has broken out in Liuzhou. The constant sound echoed throughout the city. The ministers in the court all sensed that something bad was going to happen. The people were also discussing this matter. An atmosphere of panic quickly spread throughout the Jiangyi region. Even the lazy emperor seemed to have sensed the danger. He got up early and came to the palace and summoned many civil and military officials to discuss solutions to the reports. But in today's imperial court, capable people are not given important positions, while flatterers are in high positions. Among those incompetent villains, how many have the real ability to help the emperor govern the country and bring peace to the world? Faced with the sudden urgent reports from all over the country, those good-for-nothings in the court don't think about how to solve those problems first. Their first reaction was to question, the fall of Yunzhou? This is truly ridiculous. The 100 Battles Battalion has never been defeated. How could Yunzhou suddenly be completely overwhelmed by such an elite force? That monster thing is even more nonsense. In my opinion, it's just some martial artists doing this. Knights use their martial arts to break the law. In the past, the late emperor took action against those who acted recklessly and arrogantly, and there's no guarantee that the remaining martial artists won't take advantage of the chaos to retaliate against the imperial court. That being said, this is a serious matter. Your Majesty, please send someone to investigate the specific circumstances and make a final conclusion as soon as possible. Apart from anything else, the group of rebels in Songlong village are real. Your Majesty, a certain general, begs the order to flatten Songlong village. Noisy sounds continued to come from the palace. Although the emperor is incompetent, he will not sit idly by and wait for death. As a result, decrees were quickly spread, and all parts of G State became turbulent due to the endless bandits, rebels, martial artists, monsters, and the sudden outbreak of plague. The flames of war spread rapidly from Yunzhou. Just as the imperial court was reacting, rumors suddenly arose in the capital that Yunzhou Governor Qi Wen had appeared. The Yunzhou governor who had disappeared since the fall of Yunzhou and was assumed to be dead by everyone. He came to the capital, but did not go to court to meet the emperor. It is said that the emperor was furious because Qi Wen lost Yunzhou. It was also because Qi Wen survived and came to the capital but refused to meet the emperor to explain. The capital was in chaos, and the emperor's guards searched the city for Qi Wen and wanted to take him to the palace to meet the emperor. But strangely, Qi Wen seemed to have suddenly disappeared from the face of the earth and could not be found in the capital. The emperor was very annoyed but had no choice but to hastily recall the guards. On the night of the incident, the then Prime Minister Wang Yin sat in his study, gazing out the window at the starry sky. Chaos abounds, and Daji's fate is about to end. But this is the beginning of the era of our clan's co-leader. Struggling is futile. Under the trend of the times, the world will collapse, and no one can be spared. And I will speed up this process. Looking away, a light flashed in the Prime Minister's scarlet eyes. Wait a little longer, wait a few days. Once I become emperor, I can put an end to the rebellion in G State. Our military peaks should be directed outward, toward the world. He muttered to himself. Obviously, the Prime Minister was Qi Wen who entered the city today and was also the inconspicuous crow. He had the intention of devouring the emperor and stirring up chaos in his mind. Xinzhou, Pingsan County, Shilipo, Hongxian. On the broad official road, a young man riding a white horse and wearing tight clothes, accompanied by hundreds of martial artists carrying swords, suddenly turned around and shouted loudly when he saw the black-robed figure passing by. Li Hongxian stopped when she heard that. She turned around and looked at the young man and those martial artists with an expressionless face. She had no memory of the past, didn't know who the people on the other side were, and didn't want to know who they were. Her current goal is to go to the sharpshooter sect. There seemed to be clues about the strange immortal's notes. This is what she learned along the way. Well, literally, after beating someone up. But this is not important. What is important is how to kill these martial artists as quickly as possible. They seem to know themselves. Regardless of them, they will definitely come to haunt you. So, just kill him directly, she thought, while the young man opposite quickly stepped forward and frowned and asked, Hongxian, I heard that you had no news in Yunzhou. I thought you Forget it. I'm glad you're okay. I heard about what happened in Yunzhou. According to the village chief, those monsters were probably created by our old enemy. Let's not confront them head-on now. Let's take Xinzhou first. Since you're here too, come with me and do the village chief's mission. Tell me more about it later on the way. Bang! Before he could finish his words, Li Hongxian suddenly made a move. She appeared in front of the young man like a ghost and slapped him with her palm. The terrifying force broke the young man's bones on the spot, and blood spurted out of his mouth. This sudden change stunned everyone. Without waiting for others to react, Li Hongxian's figure disappeared again, leaving behind an afterimage. Soon, screams and the sound of weapons clashing could be heard one after another on this section of the official road. After about 10 minutes, Li Hongxian held a long sword and stared at the half-dead young man. The latter's face was pale, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Hongxian, you attacked me? Don't forget, I'm your senior brother. Senior brother? Li Hongxian's expression was stiff. Have you been waiting for me here for a long time? What? She asked in a cold tone, and the young man's pupils contracted. You? How do you know? Poor acting. Say, what for? I just want to ask you something. About the immortals. When Li Hongxian heard this, his scarlet pupils flickered. It seems that this so-called senior brother seems to know a lot of things. This was good news for her. She could complete what Li Xiang asked her to do more quickly. Chapter 39. On the official road, Li Hongxian pointed his sword at the fallen young man. Tell me everything you know and you will live. She spoke, her tone cold and her crimson eyes emotionless. The young man clenched his fists, with 1,000 words in his mind. But facing the ruthless Li Hongxian, he couldn't say it. He had no choice but to respond to Li Hongxian's wishes and tell her what he knew about the immortals. Rumor has it that an immortal once ascended to heaven in broad daylight from Wangxian Peak and left behind a cave containing secret treasures. Anyone who glimpses this cave can dominate the martial arts world and conquer the world to become the supreme being. It is said that the Ji Kingdom's ancestor emperor ascended the throne after finding a secret treasure in the immortal cave. But later, the Ji Kingdom's ancestor disappeared inexplicably. But someone got a clue about the secret treasure. Ministers of the old dynasty and aristocratic martial arts families. Even the royal family holds some clues, but those clues have changed hands so many times over the past century that they're hard to find. I also learned that you came from Yunzhou and kept asking about these things. That's why I wanted to stop you and ask you clearly. After all, the village chief also attaches great importance to this matter. After hearing this, Li Hongxian's beautiful eyes remained calm. Songlong village, do you have some clues? She suddenly asked, and the young man's eyes flickered when he heard it. Yes, he nodded, and then continued. You may not be very clear about the identity of the village chief. The village chief is actually of royal blood. He dared to rebel because he was confident that he could find the immortals' secret treasure and emulate the Ji Kingdom's ancestral emperor. After saying this, the young man couldn't help but say, Hongxian, although I don't quite understand what happened to you, this world will eventually belong to our Songlong village. Why don't you come back? You and I will assist the village chief. When he conquers the world in the future, he will definitely not be left out from our benefits. Trying to persuade a zombie to surrender is a very stupid act. Unfortunately, the young man didn't know this. When he saw that Li Hongxian was unmoved, he immediately changed his mind and played the emotional card. Hongxian, do you know how sad Master has been since we lost contact with you? He often told me that if he had known you would get into trouble, he should have taught you the Wujiu Gong you always wanted to learn, as you wished. If you came back now, the Master would definitely. Li Hongxian didn't care what the young man said next. All she cares about is the so-called Wujiu merit. Li Hongxian's subconscious mind was telling her that the Wujiu Gong was extremely powerful and she had to get it. This was probably due to obsession. Perhaps Li Hongxian had been obsessed with this technique before. Affected by her obsession, and with Li Hongxian's desire to gain more power to win He Li's favor, she gradually developed a strong desire to seize the Wujiu merit. Li Hong now triggers an independent advancement event. Name of this event, Xintong Tungwu. Note: independent events must be completed independently by the triggerer, and the Lord must not intervene in any way during the event. After the event, the triggerer's profession will advance, and there is a chance to master new talents/skills. An independent incident? Standing in the ruins of the forest, He Li was somewhat surprised by the hint. Isolated incidents are quite rare. More often than not, triggering an advancement event for a type of soldier or hero does not restrict the Lord's intervention. However, in contrast, the rewards obtained from non-independent advanced events will be much different. Ordinary advancement events are basically career advancement. Li Hong discovered this incident. Besides career advancement and possibly gaining new talents or skills, there should be many other rewards. She can get these while the incident is ongoing. However, this incident is probably quite difficult. I don't know if Li Hongxian can make it through this. Healy was a little worried, but also a little expectant. He was looking forward to how much Li Hongxian's strength would improve after completing the event, and also looking forward to how powerful the new talents or skills she would obtain would be. Just as I was thinking, a voice suddenly rang in my ears. Boom. Something seemed to explode, carrying incredible energy and dragging green light towards He Li like a current. The latter reacted quickly, spreading his blood wings, and immediately took off into the air. Boom. The next second, the green meteor slammed into the ground, creating a nearly 10-meter wide crater. Healy glanced down at the earth pit where smoke was rising, then looked towards the elves in the distance. These elves were covered in mud, as if they had just experienced a difficult battle and ran here, and they were holding guns made of bark with strange green patterns engraved on them. Those guns are obviously not modern weapons. That seems to be a technological product unique to the elves. The power of their attack just now is enough to prove that this thing is much more useful than modern firearms. After all, the power is as strong as artillery fire. Is this the hot weapon from your elf world? It looks interesting, Healy said, touching his chin. Not far away, several elven lords looked grim. Healy came to suddenly. He suddenly arrived with the disaster beast and destroyed the army they had formed in an instant, and even destroyed the city they had fought hard for many days to capture. Everyone had no choice but to flee in all directions. But how could they be faster than the disaster beast? Facing the disaster beasts and the strange corpse-like creatures that suddenly appeared since Healy arrived, the elven lords had no chance of winning. Even if they have advanced weapons, it will be useless. These weapons can't kill the disaster beasts, and they can't kill Healy. In the face of their absolute strength, all resistance seems so weak and powerless. At this moment, staring at Healy in the sky and listening to him calmly talking about the weapon in his hand, the leading elf lord gritted his teeth and said, "What the hell are you?" "Zombies, didn't I tell you the rules? Don't tell me you didn't hear them." Healy shrugged, and the elves were annoyed. Is that what they want to ask? What they want to know is what kind of strange race the zombies are. Even though the elves have advanced technology, they have a long history and have seen many strange races and creatures. However, a strange existence like a zombie. This was also the first time they had seen it, and they couldn't even understand it. A monster like you doesn't belong in the novice battlefield. This is an unfair game. The leading elf continued in a gloomy tone after hearing Healy's response. Even beings like the Calamity Beast can be transformed into your subordinates. What's the difference between this and cheating? Hearing his words, Healy sneered. Fairness? You have the nerve to talk to me about fairness? In terms of fairness, are your technological weapons fair compared to the lords of other low-tech worlds? The elf lord was speechless. Although he knew very well that whether from the perspective of technology or his own talents, there was no such thing as absolute fairness in the Lord's War games. But isn't Healy too outrageous compared to them? No matter how powerful they are, their strength is limited. They still need to develop on the ground. But why should he? His men were transforming so madly that even beings like the Calamity Beast couldn't escape. What's the difference between this ability and cheating? The elf lords were indignant. Healy glanced at them and said with disdain, in the final analysis, it's just that you can't accept the huge gap between you and me. You only look up and never look down to see those who have less innate advantages than you. You know what this is called? It's called jealousy. At the end, Healy laughed without hiding his laughter. Chapter 40. Healy's ridicule made the elves angry and embarrassed. In order to hide the embarrassment of having his thoughts exposed, in order to survive, they attacked with red faces. Various elven thermal weapons were fired at Healy, but Healy was too fast to be hit, and coupled with his strange ability to control blood, even if he occasionally attacked with sufficient accuracy, it would be blocked by the sticky wall of blood. After fighting for a while, these elves not only failed to hurt Healy, but were knocked down by Healy's sneak attacks one after another. The ability to control blood is too strong. Blood silently roamed around and attacked. The elves could not be stopped at all, so it was inevitable that they were sealed into the scroll by Healy. At this moment, picking up the elves' weapons on the ground, Healy discovered that this was actually a living weapon. However, the living weapons of the elves are different from the living weapons produced by his blood and bone furnace. The living weapons produced by the blood and bone furnace are truly living organisms with souls and consciousness, and they can grow. In contrast, the elves' thermal weapons are simply made from living plants. The twigs and leaves on this gun. At first I thought it was just a decoration. I didn't expect it to actually grow out of the gun. The green circuit on the tree spear seems to be very special. Healy took the tree spear to study it. It was not difficult to see the technological development path of the elves through this thing. Their technological development direction should be to explore plant energy technology. The tree gun is just one of the technological creations of the elves. In fact, they have a lot more of the same, such as tree shield, flower shield, tree armor, and grass knife. These things can use sunlight to recharge their energy. Although it cannot grow stronger, it can repair damage and replenish its energy consumption. However, looking at these weapons, Healy couldn't help but think about whether they could be infected. Since it's alive, that should be fine, right? Thinking of this, Healy tentatively broke off the small branch growing on the tree spear and stained it with his own blood. As Healy's blood came into contact with the broken branch, the bright red blood threads could be seen spreading rapidly with the broken branch as the center. The spiderweb-like blood threads also added a sense of mystery to the tree spear. At the same time, since the tree gun has already responded, that also means that Healy was right in his guess. They can use the elves' weapons and equipment through infection. The elves probably couldn't imagine that the bound equipment that was originally exclusive to their tribe could also be used by my zombie tribe. Healy smiled brightly as he watched the tree spear with more and more blood spreading out. He now has some ideas about the elves. The blood and bone furnace can only produce cold weapons at the moment. As for hot weapons, the zombies are not yet able to produce them themselves. However, the elves can produce thermal weapons. Aren't they my arsenal? With the exclusive thermal weapons of the zombie tribe, Healy is no longer afraid of stepping into the battlefield of thermal weapons civilization in the future. After thinking about these things briefly, Healy put away the tree spear that was still in its corpse state and flew towards the place where the roar came from in the distance. There, the disaster beast was still frantically destroying the city and attacking the uninfected people. Healy flew over and took the disaster beast away. The siege is currently being carried out by other zombie creatures. His mission was to expedite the capture of the scattered lords with the disaster beast. At present, many lords still don't know what Lee's plan is. But I'm afraid there are already smart people who have guessed from the remaining number of people on the battlefield that Healy wants to capture them alive. Who knows what those people will do? Therefore, Healy also needs to speed up. But as he continued to arrest people, a special reminder sounded in the minds of all the lords. As time goes by, the world becomes more difficult. This upgrade will increase the frequency of natural disasters, increase the birth rate of bandit forces in various places, increases the probability of encountering negative events, slightly increase the difficulty of managing public sentiment in each region. The difficulty increases so quickly, many lords couldn't help but frown after hearing the prompt in their minds. As far as they knew, the speed at which the difficulty of the world increased was not so fast. Although this time is not stable, it basically increases once every 30 days or so. This is the information summarized by many senior lords. But how long have they been on this battlefield? They haven't even arrived for 10 days. How could this happen? Could it be? The lords thought about it and felt that this matter was probably related to Healy again. Maybe it was because he improved too quickly that the difficulty increased faster. Thinking of this, everyone's hostility and disgust towards Healy suddenly began to increase wildly. But Healy himself didn't care at all. At this moment, as he was continuing to head towards an area with relatively more lords, he suddenly received a new prompt. Your special unit, the Scaled Giant Wolf, has triggered the Special Advancement Event, Dragon Wolf Phase. Something has changed within the body of your giant armored wolf. The giant scale-armored wolves under your command have developed unique organs. Your giant scaly wolves are caught in a thunderstorm. The scaly armored giant wolves under your command have suffered heavy losses. The giant scale-armored wolves under your command are undergoing a transformation. The silverback black bears under your command have undergone a change of heart. Boom! Accompanied by deafening thunder, the giant scaly wolf stranded on the deserted island, and the group of strange corpse beasts behind it had no choice but to retreat back to the island when they saw the huge waves in the sea and the broken ships. Originally, the unwilling scaly giant wolf planned to take the herd out to sea and follow Healy across the ocean. But the problem is that its own intelligence is limited, and its subordinates don't have any smart zombies who can drive a boat. It was such a rash boarding action. As expected, they had an accident, and they didn't know where they were drifting with the ocean current. All we know is that the ship was hit by the waves and landed on this island. They originally wanted to wait until the wind and waves died down before getting on the boat and setting off. But now, the ship is gone, what else can I do? The beasts all looked at the giant scale-armored wolf, at the leader who had followed Healy the earliest. The armored wolf drooped its ears upon seeing this. It has limited capabilities and is now at a loss. It regretted having followed him out so hastily. It began to worry whether Healy would be disappointed with it if he knew about this. Thinking of this, it looked up at the gloomy sky and became more and more unwilling to give up. It thought, if it could fly, if it could continue to follow Healy, then probably nothing like what's happening now would have happened. Other beast companions will not suffer with it. As he was thinking, he felt mixed emotions. Seeing the heavy rain and huge waves on the sea, he had to put his mind aside temporarily and call the herd to leave the dangerous coast and go deep into the island. The weather is so bad right now. If I stay at the beach any longer, I might get swept away by the huge waves. Knowing that you have done something wrong, the scaly giant wolf doesn't want any more of its companions to get into trouble. Thinking of this, the giant scaly wolf accelerated forward. It walked in front, keeping a vigilant eye on the surroundings, and also sent out several sensitive zombies to investigate the surrounding situation. Soon, a corpse monkey approached. It squeaked something, but the giant wolf couldn't understand it. But the scaled wolf understood its gestures. It seemed the monkey had discovered something up ahead. Seeing this, the scaled wolf followed the corpse monkey suspiciously to the spot where it had discovered something. Chapter 41. Boom. On the dim island, a strong wind, accompanied by heavy rain, howled incessantly amidst the thunder. The giant scaly wolf stood in the rain, its crimson eyes fixed on the towering cliffs ahead. The smooth cliffs were covered with exquisite murals painted with unknown gold and red pigments. The murals depicted unknown snake-like creatures rushing towards the afterglow of the sky during a thunderstorm. The giant scaly wolf's eyes were fixed on the creatures in the mural. It is covered with scales, has antlers on its head, has no wings, but can fly. The lightning shone on its golden body, emitting a strange glow that added a bit of agility to it. Maybe it was an illusion, but the giant scaly wolf seemed to really see the mural come alive. The other party looked down at it with golden red vertical pupils. Looking at those deep eyes, the giant scaly wolf felt an inexplicable throbbing in his heart, causing his hair to stand on end. The throbbing seemed to come from the awakening of blood, or an unknown call from the depths of the soul. Along with this strange throbbing feeling, some changes began to occur on the giant scaly wolf's body. The corpse monkey next to it saw with its own eyes that the dark red scales on the giant wolf's body began to tremble slightly, and its pair of scarlet round animal eyes also spread cracks, as if they were broken. The corpse monkey didn't know what was going on with the armored giant wolf. It scratched its ears and cheeks, wanting to get closer and call it. After all, the giant scaly wolf looked dazed and seemed to be distracted. However, just as it took a step forward and prepared to approach, a blinding flash of lightning suddenly struck down from the sky. Sensing danger, the corpse monkey's pupils contracted, and its body instinctively jumped back several meters to avoid the attack. And the next moment the corpse monkey jumped away. Boom! Thunder roared loudly around the giant scaly wolf, spreading countless arcs of electricity. The stone ground was also blasted with charred marks. Looking at the ground where green smoke was rising, the corpse monkey didn't dare to think whether it could find any scum if it was hit. But after thinking about it, it realized that although it had dodged it, but the armored giant wolf didn't seem to dodge. Thinking of this, the corpse monkey suddenly raised its head and hurriedly searched for the figure of the giant armored wolf with its eyes. The armored giant wolf still stood there without moving. Seeing that it was still there, the corpse monkey felt relieved. But immediately, its heart was in suspense, because it saw that half of the scaly wolf's body was rotten. Arcs of blue electricity danced between its flesh. The charred old meat was emitting black smoke, and a mixture of blood, rotten meat, and new meat was constantly wriggling underneath. Strange blood-colored threads continuously spread and converged from the tattered heart of the scaly giant wolf, gradually forming into nameless organs resembling conical gears, twisting around its bones. Even though I know that they are zombies and have no sense of pain, but this scene is also terrifying enough. Seeing this situation, before the corpse monkey could do anything, lightning flashed above his head again. Boom, boom, boom. Listening to the rumbling thunder, the corpse monkey showed a human-like panic and impatience expression and scratched its ears and cheeks. Fortunately, it still had some intelligence and knew that it could not save the giant armored wolf by itself. As a last resort, it had to run as fast as it could to the group of zombies that were staying there for help. However, even though the corpse beast was fast enough, it was not as fast as the lightning that came in an instant. When the corpse monkey returned to the herd to call for helpers to return, The armored giant wolf has been struck by lightning many times. Most of its body was charred, and part of it was even blown into pieces and disappeared. Looking at the giant scaled wolf lying on the ground, already in pieces and charred with smoke, the silver-backed black bear with a big tree growing out of its back stood up amid the continuous wailing and roaring of the beasts. The other lipid symbionts followed suit. They approached the scaly wolf and surrounded it. They looked up at the sky, facing the lightning, and the plant parts of their bodies emitted a faint green light. The blood-red plant roots spread out from them and connected to the scaly giant wolf that was barely breathing. The rich breath of life began to output crazily. The giant scaly wolf also quickly regenerated its flesh and broken limbs at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing the giant scale-armored wolf gradually recovering, the dark sky seemed to be unable to bear to see it alive and gathered a sea of thunder. The violent sea of thunder, so dense that it could continuously illuminate the dark clouds, was like the wrath of heaven. Looking up at the sky illuminated by lightning, the bloody bone roots under the silver-backed black bear's feet pierced through the rocks and continued to spread into the deep, moist soil. The same is true for the other blood-planted symbiotes. At the same time, the wrath of heaven poured down, and the terrifying lightning covered the entire cliff area like a rain of arrows. In the dazzling lightning, the blood-plant symbiotes not only did not die, but the green light on their bodies became even stronger. The giant scaly wolf also slowly stood up. The original dark red scales on its body have fallen off and have been replaced by new dark golden scales. The scales are covered with lightning patterns and have an indescribable special beauty. Its claws also became sharp. Its tail becomes long and thin and covered with barbs. The electric arc that should have spread out in all directions began to gather towards it in the opposite direction until it disappeared into its body. This process didn't last long. When the giant scale-armored wolf, which had become noticeably taller and more majestic, opened its eyes, the rain stopped, the wind died down, the thunder ceased, and the dark clouds gradually dispersed. The warm sunlight shines through the clouds onto it. The scaly wolf raised its head, staring straight at the sky with its golden red pupils flashing with electric arcs, and let out a dragon's roar. "Hold head high." The voice was deep and melodious, like an ancient call. It echoed between the mountain walls, causing the hearts of countless birds and beasts to tremble. Their bodies also subconsciously followed the dragon's roar and responded with roars. Listening to the responses coming one after another, the giant scaly wolf suddenly took off into the air and hovered in the air, ignoring gravity. Seeing this, the beast roared even more excitedly. At the same time, Li, who was far away on another continent, was staring at the new panel of the armored giant wolf in front of him. Name: Thunder Wolf Dragon. Race: Corpse, Beast, Golden Tribe. Unit: Special Hero. Occupation: Formation Breaker Vanguard. Level 2. Attributes: 17.3/20.5/15.7/1.5. Strength, Agility, Physique, Intelligence, Talent. Golden Beast King, Lightning Walker. Skill: Thunder Charge. Loyalty: 100, never decreases. Synopsis: a phenomenon of atavism occurs, and influenced by internal viruses, thoughts, and external factors, a powerful and extraordinary alien creature with strange dragon organs is born. Staring at the panel, Li's eyes flickered. The panel of the giant armored wolf was clearly opened, but what popped up was the panel of a creature called Thunderwolf Dragon. Apparently, the scaled wolf isn't just advancing this time, it's advancing its entire species. The Golden Tribe sounds familiar. From what he knew and remembered, the known golden tribes in the universe included the five-clawed golden dragon and the golden phoenix. But those creatures were in extremely powerful worlds and could not possibly appear on Xuanqing. However, judging from the prompt information, the giant scaly wolf clearly has the blood of the Golden Clan. This is quite interesting. It reminds Li of many records about dragons on planets similar to Blue Star. Maybe those records are not groundless, but the Golden Clan really came here. Otherwise, the bloodline of the scaled giant wolf cannot be explained. Chapter 42. Guessing that the Golden Tribe had been here, Li couldn't help but think of the appearance of creatures like the giant scaly wolf. They are wolves, but they have scales all over their bodies. Li couldn't understand it before, but now he realized that the scales on the bodies of creatures like the scaly wolf are most likely derived from their ancestor, the dragon of the Golden Clan. The five-clawed golden dragon has scales, so it's not surprising that its descendants, who knows how many generations, have some of these characteristics. Wait, if you look at it this way, don't the scaled wolf clan have the potential to become the Golden Clan? Thinking of this, Li's heart suddenly jumped. In his mind, a picture of himself leading millions of golden wolves to sweep across the universe popped up. Although this seems incredible, it is difficult to make those scaly armored wolves revert to their ancestral state. However, the zombie virus is very magical. The existence of the virus will definitely greatly increase the possibility of those scaly wolves advancing to the Golden Clan. Anyway, make a note of this idea. I'll figure out how to do it when I have time later. Putting aside his random thoughts for the moment, Healy returned his attention to the talents and skills of the Thunder Wolf Dragon. Golden Beast King. Effect. Noble bloodline absolutely suppresses the beast. Effect. Beast creatures have a chance to surrender unconditionally. Effect. Stronger recovery, attribute growth, and perception and control over nature. Effect. You possess a slight degree of divinity. When attacked by non-Golden Clan creatures, there is a chance that the attacker will fall into the negative state, nightmare corrosion, for an extremely long time. Thunderwalker. Effect. You are almost immune to lightning attacks. Effect. You can absorb lightning and store it within your body. Effect. You possess extremely strong lightning control abilities. Effect. You can slightly influence weather changes in a small area. Thundercharge. Continuously releases the lightning energy within the body to burst out a large-scale lightning shock attack, during which the speed is doubled and there is a chance to paralyze all targets within. The range. Time limit. 30 seconds. Negative. After the effect ends, the energy is exhausted and cannot be released again for a short period of time. As expected of the Golden Clan, their talent is quite strong. With this talent, it will definitely be of great use in the future on the Beast Tribe battlefield. And being attacked will also add negative status to people. Nightmare corrosion. Once you're in this state, your mental state will be severely impacted, causing your intelligence to drop. If you encounter someone with low intelligence and poor mental resistance, they might go crazy. Healy closed the messages with a smile on his face. Thunderwolf Dragon has strong talents and skills. However, compared to these visible information, Healy is more curious about what the Thunderwolf Dragon looks like now. Speed up, and capture the lords as soon as possible. This way I can relax and develop slowly, and I can also check on the situations of my subordinates. Thinking this, Healy signaled the disaster beast to continue speeding up. This caused great disaster to other lords. Healy rode the disaster beast and flew all over the world, and his flying speed was so fast that it was almost outrageous. If the lords wanted to escape, they could only give up the cities and lands that their painstakingly gathered armies had already conquered. And even so, it is not certain that you can escape. Even if they managed to escape, they would be isolated again because they had abandoned the gathered army. In today's world with increased difficulty, it would be extremely easy to encounter vicious bandits. By then, you might still be left dead in the wilderness. For a moment, all the lords were frightened and worried. Whenever something flies over his head, he would be scared and run away for fear that it was Healy. What makes them despair is that they don't know how long this life of constant fear will last. After all, as time goes by, more and more lords have been captured alive by Healy and sealed into scrolls. I believe that Healy will soon be able to freely control the end time of the game and do whatever he wants. Although some people have thought about committing suicide. But no matter what they say, how could these lords from the world of advanced civilization be so reckless as to not value their lives? They won't run away if they don't care about their lives. Therefore, this was destined to be a hopeless dead end for them. Knowing the enemy is invincible, knowing that sooner or later you will be caught. I want to die, but I can't. I want to fight, but I don't dare. I want to break free from the predicament, but I don't have the ability. What to do? I can only feel helpless and furious. However, even though the lords were all wilted, but the local forces in this world are extremely active. First, various rebellious forces emerged within the territory of G State. Immediately afterwards, the Emperor of G State, for some unknown reason, inexplicably provoked a war with neighboring countries, causing the originally peaceful relations between the various powers to become tense. At the same time, a group of heavily armored cavalry appeared out of nowhere and attacked various countries indiscriminately. Their fighting power is extremely terrifying and unstoppable. They can capture dozens of cities in a day. The first small country to be attacked was Wuman, which was destroyed by them in just a few days. You know, although Wuman is just a small country, but it can survive in the cracks between major powers. They certainly have impressive capabilities and combat power, but they are a tough nut to crack for this big country. But they were wiped out by the heavy cavalry in just a few days. If this gets out, which country wouldn't be worried? The terrible thing is that the army was like crazy. They killed anyone they saw, and none of the more than 10 envoys sent by various countries to contact them returned intact. This powerful and crazy existence has already caused the panic level in various countries to increase wildly. However, what is even more deadly is that the strange epidemic has also begun to spread rapidly everywhere. It is said that once infected, within about 2/4 of an hour one will turn into a bloodthirsty monster that does not recognize any relatives. Moreover, there is no cure for this strange disease. The countries had no choice but to send out their armies to ruthlessly kill those who were infected. But this also triggered more civil unrest. Those ordinary people don't care about the overall situation. They only knew that those monsters were their relatives. How could others kill them? Perhaps they could still be saved? Although many people knew this was an unrealistic fantasy, human nature was still at work, and some would exploit the crisis to their own advantage. For example, those treacherous ministers with ulterior motives, those ambitious rebel forces, and those who are simply malicious and have fun without a care in the world. They incited the people and made the situation worse. Don't they know the seriousness of the problem? No, of course they knew, but they were still hoping for the best. In their eyes, their own interests are above everything else. Of course, Healy was happy to see this. After all, greater chaos was beneficial to him. But what concerned him more was Li Hongxian, who had previously triggered an independent event, hadn't given him any new alerts for many days. If it weren't for the fact that he could still open her dashboard to check on her situation, Healy thought that she might have failed in the execution of the mission and was killed by gangsters during the process. But there was no news from Li Hongxian for a long time, and Healy was still a little concerned and wanted to find out about her situation. Although he cannot interfere with independent events, but that doesn't mean he can't see what's going on. Then, on the boundless sea, the Thunder Wolf dragon flew away from the tens of thousands of giant whale corpses and headed towards the G Kingdom. Healy's thoughts have been conveyed to it. As a member of the Golden Tribe with extremely high IQ, it is no longer those other simple zombies. It can understand Healy's meaning and knows where it is going and what it should do. Therefore, not long after, golden lightning descended upon G State. Chapter 43. Golden lightning fell on the top of the mountain. The scarlet vertical pupils watched the tragic scene in the distance. In the gleaming eyes of the Thunder Wolf dragon, the corpses scattered all over the ground, and the blood flowing into a stream were reflected, as well as his old friend Li Hongxian, who was standing in the pile of corpses and was almost crazy with killing. The Thunder Wolf dragon stood quietly on the top of the mountain and watched. Healy meant to ensure Li Hongxian's life was safe, but it was not allowed to interfere or help at will. Because of this, the Thunder Wolf dragon didn't make a move, but there was some curiosity in its eyes as it looked at Li Hongxian. It doesn't know what the situation is now, but Li Hongxian's performance was truly amazing. Thunder Wolf dragon was curious about where Li Hongxian got such a powerful fighting ability. After all, the people who besieged her were not ordinary G soldiers, but warriors with considerable strength. Faced with hundreds of martial artists who possess a variety of martial arts skills, are experienced in combat, and have vicious attacks, even Lei Langlong cannot guarantee that he can definitely defeat the enemy without getting hurt. It can only guarantee that the enemy will be eliminated. However, Li Hongxian really managed to remain unharmed. So while waiting and watching, Lei Langlong also wanted to see what Li Hongxian would do next. Perhaps it can discover the secret of Li Hongxian's growing strength. On the official road in the distance, Li Hongxian, who was fighting, seemed to have sensed the presence of a powerful fellow tribesman. His pupils moved slightly, and his peripheral vision swept across the distant mountain peak, but Li Hongxian's movements did not stop at all. The sharp sword in her hand pierced the heart of the warrior in front of her. Facing the sword and spear attacks from other warriors behind her, she didn't even look and pulled out the spear from the corpse next to her and threw it out. Puff, puff, puff. 3 in a row, the attacker died instantly. The few remaining warriors were filled with fear. That's the Qi condensation flying spear? This witch has learned a new trick. If this continues, she will steal all the martial arts skills. Don't worry about it. Retreat quickly, or you won't be able to leave. We must split up and inform all the factions and the martial arts families heading to Wangxian Peak to surround and suppress this evil woman with all our might. Otherwise, our Central Plains martial arts heritage will be leaked or even cut off. Without saying anything more, the remaining warriors, filled with deep fear, rode their horses and fled the scene at high speed. Li Hongxian looked at the person who was running away but did not chase after him. Putting away her weapon, she squatted on the ground and rummaged through the scattered corpses one by one, searching for something. From a distance, Lei Langlong saw with his own eyes that Li Hongxian found a lot of books and parchments from the corpses, but she just glanced through it and threw it away. Thunder Wolf Dragon didn't understand her purpose and continued to observe. On the way forward, he encountered many warriors, all of whom were coming to kill Li Hongxian. Some of them were seeking revenge, some were after martial arts secrets, and many more were after immortal treasures. Anyway, the Thunder Wolf Dragon with his sensitive ears heard them mention these. Li Hongxian was still the same as before. Every time he killed someone, he would squat down and look through the parchment in the book to check it. What made the Thunder Wolf Dragon suspicious was that it found that the time Li Hongxian took to kill people seemed to be getting shorter and shorter. It used to take 10 seconds to take out several warriors, but later it only takes 8 seconds, 6 seconds, or even 4 seconds. Her movements became increasingly simple, and those warriors who were clearly becoming stronger became increasingly vulnerable. Is she studying? Thunder Wolf Dragon couldn't help but think. But it always feels like something is not right. Your subordinate Li Hongxian destroyed the martial arts power, the Divine Spear Sect. Your subordinate Li Hongxian destroyed the martial arts power Golden Sword Villa. Your subordinate, Li Hong, has now destroyed the martial arts power Li Jiazhai. Your subordinate, Li Hong, is now destroying the martial arts world. What is she doing? On the dilapidated city wall, Li was a little confused as he listened to the continuous prompts in his mind. What was Li Hong doing now that she was not doing her independent thing? Are they just killing off entire families for fun? Or are these all part of a series of independent incidents? Before Li could figure out what was going on, the reminder of his prophet rang in his mind. Influenced by Li Hongxian's feedback, all 4 of your attributes have been increased by 0.5. Influenced by Li Hongxian's feedback, your understanding of the energy between heaven and earth has greatly increased. Influenced by Li Hongxian's feedback, your understanding of melee combat techniques seems to have become easier. After the 3 prompts, Li was surprised and happy. Although I don't know what Li Hong is doing now, but it seems like I made a lot of money. Now that he had made money, Li was too lazy to continue thinking about what Li Hongxian wanted to do. He decided to wait for a while. If Li Hongxian had not completed the independent incident, he would go and see it in person. If Li Hongxian had completed the incident during this period, it would be even better. And now, Li turned his head and looked at the lords in front of him who were trapped by the bloody hand. Currently, the 2 small sealing scrolls have captured many people. The remaining people have to be kept in captivity using other methods. However, these lords in front of me are quite interesting. There were about 20 of them, including humans, orcs, elves, and other strange races. This is abnormal. After all, lords of different races are very exclusive and will basically not form alliances. But now, they just got together. Of course, Li knew the reason. You're not stupid. You still know how to unite against me? Glancing at these lords, Li spoke with a smile. Hearing this, the lords, who had been extremely weak due to large amounts of blood being drawn, looked at Li with pale faces. There was fear, resentment, and other complex emotions in their eyes. Virus, infection, like a zombie. So this is your innate ability. No wonder you can grow so fast. At this time, among those lords, a 3-eyed lord of the 3-eyed clan raised his head weakly and said. Li remained silent upon hearing this, but the 3-eyed lord continued to sneer. Your abilities are very strong. If nothing unexpected happens, you are destined to become a strong person. But, unfortunately, you won't live long. Li immediately became interested when he heard that. Not long to live. How do you mean? He asked back. The 3-eyed lord didn't seem to intend to hide it. It's all right to tell you, he said coldly. Perhaps you, coming from a lower galaxy, don't know, but in fact, there are many unwritten rules in our universe. Those rules are set by the big guys. Among those regulations, there are some that specifically target people like you. As he spoke, the gray-green humanoid creature with an octopus head next to him also spoke. That's right, Li. Even if you win this war and return to your planet, only death will await you. Those bigwigs will not repeat their mistakes and allow you to continue to exist. As he spoke, Li raised his hand to interrupt him. I won't die, so I won't bother you. But you just mentioned repeating the same mistakes? What? Could it be that there were zombie races appearing before? Of course, the octopus head gloated a little. If not, the bigwigs wouldn't have set the rules. It's just that what appeared at that time were not zombies. They're a kind of existence called ghouls. Chapter 44. Speaking of which, ghouls, wraiths, you look quite like those extinct creatures. Octopus had sneered, but Li didn't care at all and just gestured for him to continue. Seeing Li so calm, the latter snorted coldly and continued to talk about what he knew. In fact, the story is quite simple. A long time ago, there was a zombie with abilities similar to Li's that grew rapidly and scared people. Countless races were transformed into zombies due to infection. Even some gods could not escape its clutches. Those big guys were terrified of the ghouls, so they united together and spent a huge price to destroy it. It was a feat accomplished by uniting the power of billions of races in many galaxies. They have since established regulations. The regulations simply require that if you discover anything like a corpse ghost, you should report it immediately and kill it with all your strength. This is not difficult to guess. If a being like Healy reveals his abilities after returning, he will inevitably be hunted down by the entire universe. This is also the reason why the three-eyed leader said that although Healy was destined to become a strong man, he would not live long. At this time, the octopus had looked at Healy with some expectation after saying this. He thought Healy would look flustered, nervous, or at least worried about the future. However, surprisingly, Healy looked very calm after hearing these things. "Oh, that's it," he asked calmly. Now, the octopus lord was stunned. Is Healy mentally ill? How can he remain so calm knowing that he's being hunted by the entire universe? The lords looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. The latter then said, "Did you forget the announcement? Don't forget, the rules say I'm the enemy of all living things. I have always known that I must be the enemy of all races in the heavens. But, can you really kill me?" He straightened up and looked down at the lords and asked, his eyes showing amusement, contempt, and disdain. The lords were silent. The corpses in history seemed to be much less capable than Healy. The performance of the Shiki in the early stage was mediocre. He could neither suppress all the lords by himself like Healy, nor could he keep hundreds of lords in captivity to control the game time and occupy the world. If the Shiki can do this at the start, then he would have been noticed very early and would not have waited until he had experienced countless wars before being targeted. On the other hand, how could a corpse ghost be compared with him? Even those bigwigs have a hard time eliminating the ghouls. With Healy's ability, can they really be eliminated? You know nothing about my power. Looking at the silent lords, Healy shook his head and said, "Those who want to kill me will never be able to do what they expect. They will only make me stronger." When saying this, Healy's eyes were firm and his face was full of confidence. He had a powerful aura, and like a king who looked down upon the world, he dared to make enemies with all the races in the heavens and was determined to win. The lords looked at Healy and wanted to say something, but finally lowered their heads. Healy didn't say anything more to them, but just drew their blood and made them fall into a coma. Taking these unconscious lords with him, he continued to ride the disaster beasts and fly further and further. On the way, Healy was also thinking about what he would do after returning. Even if all the lords were eliminated, what happened in this war could not be concealed for long. After all, those senior lords and even gods have many means and will find the problem sooner or later. Even if we eliminate all the lords, we won't be able to hide for long. Besides, there might be some fish that slip through the net. Among hundreds of lords, only 3 or 2 skilled in hiding can survive until the end of the game. I have to prepare for the worst. Prepare for the worst. Prepare for returning and becoming enemies with the whole world. Healy, who was thinking about these things in his mind, seemed to have a clear plan. Thus, new changes began to take place on the battlefield. Those zombies wandering aimlessly suddenly became active as if they were summoned by something. They became more combat-minded than ever before. My curiosity about the things around me is also stronger. There are even a large number of strange corpses who have begun to study books on their own. And based on the influence of Healy's talent, the growth rate bonus from the walking alone entry is 5 times higher than that of ordinary creatures, making the zombies' already amazing ability show a terrifying effect. In just one day, more than 1 million people mastered book reading and tool usage. Even more advanced non-combat units. The zombies don't know what laziness is. I don't know what it means to be unable to concentrate. They only know that constantly exploring and improving the things they care about is the command of the Lord, and completing the command of the Lord is the duty of all of them, the strange corpse creatures, which cannot be ignored. This situation directly led to a sharp increase in the speed at which the entire battlefield world fell. The collective intelligence of the zombies has increased, and they have become like humans, knowing how to make use of everything. In this way, relying on his own amazing physique. In the era of cold weapons, humans have no chance of winning. Countries big and small began to go to destruction, and the reminder of national destruction always echoed in Healy's ears. Those lords who were not caught by Healy also completely gave up their development and hid in dark corners. Healy did not continue to look for those lone lords. The virus spreads and sooner or later they will be infected. Healy's mind was focused on increasing his strength. For example, the internal martial arts of this world. When Healy first came into contact with Li Hongxian, He showed interest in martial arts, but he did not get the secret manual. Later, as he improved, Healy found that warriors seemed to be just like that, so his interest in martial arts faded. Now that the world situation has been determined, he has enough time to start learning martial arts again. After all, even a mosquito leg is still meat. Internal martial arts can also enhance strength, and he wants to improve his strength as much as possible before returning. Is this Chi? 2 days after capturing Octopus Head and the lords of the Three-Eyed Clan, Healy sat in a quiet room with his eyes closed, feeling the energy fluctuations around him. The feedback from Li Hongxian made him feel the Chi around him particularly keenly and clearly. He could clearly feel that there was a special power like a current flowing in the air around him. He thought that this was probably what was called anger. Warriors can draw Chi into their bodies to strengthen their muscles and bones. What's more, you can develop invisible strength to enhance your combat effectiveness. Healy didn't know what his talent was, so he just randomly found a martial arts manual and tried to practice. Then, an unexpected reminder sounded in his mind. You practiced the yin-yin gong, and the Chi entered your body, allowing you to master the use of Chi. Chi stimulates your constitution, increasing all 4 of your attributes by 0.1. Chi circulates and changes within your body, gradually transforming into the power hidden between your tendons and veins. You have mastered the use of Jing. Listening to the prompts and feeling the energy surging within him, Healy was somewhat surprised by himself. You've mastered it already? Am I a genius? Duh. Chapter 45. Is Healy a genius? Probably not. But the effects of his own characteristics are extremely amazing. His body is constantly undergoing a subtle evolution. Any environment and any force will affect this evolution. When Healy came to this world, his constantly evolving body was already actively adapting to Chi, so his body was destined to become the most suitable physique for practicing martial arts. The same will be true in the future. His body will gradually become perfect under the influence of different factors. Any power system he comes into contact with will be easily mastered by him as time goes by. The other zombie abilities are not that important. However, the viruses in their bodies also have this evolutionary tendency to be extremely susceptible to external influences. This is also why, after becoming a zombie, things will change rapidly due to various situations. Healy had just become a ghost, and his lack of understanding of himself led him to mistakenly believe that he was a genius. However, this wrong guess was quickly denied by him after he calmed down, because he thought that when he first came to this world, he couldn't even feel the existence of Chi. How can such performance be considered a genius? After figuring out that it was the influence of physical ability, Healy began to think about more things. For example, let all the zombies practice martial arts? The adaptability of zombies is much stronger than that of ordinary humans. Every zombie can be considered a martial arts genius. Even if you can't be considered a martial arts genius at the beginning, you will definitely become one as time goes by. In Healy's opinion, if every zombie becomes a martial arts master, their overall combat power will inevitably increase dramatically, and the speed at which they descend into other worlds and conquer other civilizations will also be accelerated. Once he had an idea, Healy would do it. As a result, all the zombies once again sensed the new command from the master. G State, Xinzhou Border, Wangxian Peak. At some point, a light drizzle began to fall from the sky. The breeze accompanied by drizzle blew the mountain mist, covering most of the mountain range and making the already towering Wangxian Peak even more fairy-like and hazy, making people feel like they have arrived in a fairyland. The dark golden figure of the Thunder Wolf Dragon was somewhat vague due to the obstruction of water mist and dense vegetation. Since it arrived in Xinzhou and found Li Hongxian 2 days ago, it has been following her and observing her behavior. In the past 2 days, it has seen a lot. He saw countless martial artists die at the hands of Li Hongxian. I saw no less than 10 martial arts forces being completely wiped out by her. I also watched her kill her way through almost the entire New South Wales area. She became more and more dangerous, so dangerous that Thunder Wolf Dragon could clearly sense the danger from a long distance away. The cold and stinging feeling on its body seemed to strike its soul directly, making this painless corpse feel extremely uncomfortable and unwilling to get close to Li Hongxian. However, no matter how unwilling it was, Thunder Wolf Dragon was ready to rescue Li Hongxian at any time. After all, its mission is to ensure that Li Hongxian is still alive. And right now, Li Hong seems to be in a big crisis. The Thunder Wolf Dragon looked up and gazed into the distance. Following its line of sight, it could see people lying in ambush in the dense forest in the distance. Those people hid themselves with the help of vegetation, and their numbers spread across the mountains and forests. Preliminary estimates put their number at least over 1,000. They are not all martial artists. Among those people, there were many soldiers wearing armor. There were also many soldiers guarding cannons and holding firearms. But even with their ample equipment and numerous manpower, the ambushers were still nervous, especially when they saw that red figure appear on the road in the distance. Bang! Suddenly, there was a sound in the forest. In the distance, Li Hongxian's figure swayed slightly, and then gradually disappeared in full view of everyone. Damn it, who told you to shoot? At this time, the general leading the soldiers turned around and shouted angrily. They had originally planned to let Li Hongxian get closer and fire to see if they could kill her. Even if she is not killed, at least she will be seriously injured. But now that he was exposed in advance, the general was annoyed but had to quickly look for Li Hongxian again. Fortunately, after just a moment, Li Hongxian's figure appeared again on the road ahead. But she was hundreds of meters closer than before. Quick, aim at her and fire. Musketeer, block her path with 3 bursts of fire. The general gave the order, and the well-trained soldiers reacted quickly and immediately opened fire and attacked. Bang, bang, boom. Along with the sound, dense bullets enveloped Li Hongxian from all directions. She seemed to have nowhere to retreat, and dozens of black shells flew towards Li Hongxian at an extremely fast speed like meteors. Faced with such a situation, an ordinary warrior would definitely die. However, this is useless to Li Hongxian. She held the sword in one hand and lifted her cloak with the other, waving it and catching the bullet with her strange strength. He even swung his cloak backhand and returned all the marbles to the ambushers in the distant dense forest. Suddenly, screams rang out in the mountains and forests. But this wasn't the end. As the shell fell, Li Hongxian caught it with his sword, turned it slightly, and swung it out. Boom! The shells collided with other shells in the air, exploding with a dazzling light and producing a large amount of smoke. Li Hongxian's figure accelerated in the smoke and rushed towards the mountains and forests like a whirlwind. In the forest, the generals, soldiers, and martial artists all had drastic changes in their expressions upon seeing this. Whirlwind step, Tai Chi style, 9-section shadow. How many of the sect's secrets has she learned? The general finally couldn't help asking the old man with a sword on his back beside him. The latter smiled bitterly. As many as we kill, so much we learn. She's a monster. She can learn any secret technique at a glance. Even if you just use it in front of her, she can return it to you intact in less than half an hour. At this point, the old man sighed. If the current martial arts world is not truly powerless to withstand such a monster, why would we cooperate with your Songlong village and borrow its power? Is she your disciple? The general was silent for a moment, then gripped the sword at his waist and asked. The old man shook his head. It's no longer the case. Stop talking about this. Not only will she destroy the martial arts world, she might also want to steal the immortal's secret treasure. So you and I must do our best to kill her. The general snorted coldly. I know it without you telling me. After the conversation ended, the two men had no choice but to fight with all their strength when they saw Li Hongxian madly slaughtering warriors and soldiers. However, Li Hongxian was too strong. She seemed to understand all martial arts and could find flaws in them. No martial arts used by any warrior could hurt her at all, and she would only kill her in return. The scary thing is, she has mastered too many unique skills. Those amazing martial arts skills made it possible for her to move freely even when facing a siege of thousands of people. She was like a cold machine, ruthlessly harvesting all the lives that stood in her way. For a time, corpses piled up like mountains and blood flowed like rivers at the foot of Wangxian Peak. Even the world seemed to be reduced to the color of blood. This earth-shaking battle lasted for half an hour. The ambushers were either killed or fled, leaving only the half-dead old man and the unharmed Li Hongxian. The latter did not rush to attack, but just looked at him with scarlet eyes. Seeing that Li Hongxian didn't kill him, the old man was surprised and suspicious, but also secretly happy, thinking that Li Hongxian still had feelings for him. After all, he is still her master. Maybe that's why she hesitated? Thinking of this, the old man smiled bitterly and looked helplessly at Li Hongxian in front of him. Hongxian, how did you become like this? I have taught you for many years, but I never thought you would. And this is how you repay your master? You. As he spoke, his eyes, which had been filled with sadness, suddenly showed a fierce light, and his energy was mobilized. Then he swung the long sword wrapped in white light and stabbed at Li Hongxian like a poisonous snake. However, snap! Li Hongxian raised his hand, and with a faint white glow, he grasped the incoming sword, his expression unchanged. The old man was horrified when he saw this. No merit. How is that possible? I clearly didn't teach you. You can actually even look at this directly? No wonder. No wonder you aren't in a hurry to kill me. You've already predicted. I'll use the Wujiu Gong to launch a sneak attack. Puff. Li Hongxian didn't say a word. She simply raised her other hand and pierced the old man's chest with the palm. When she withdrew her hand, the old man was already dead with his eyes wide open and bloodshot. Maybe it was an illusion, but the Thunderwolf dragon in the distance noticed that Li Hongxian seemed a little different. At the same time, in He Li's mind, your subordinate Li Hongxian destroyed the Wulin Power Wujiu sect. Note, the final faction, Wujiu sect, was destroyed. Because all the forces involved in the final Wulin event have been declared dead, the Wulin event has been forcibly ended. Your special soldier, Li Hongxian, has successfully been promoted to war weapon. Chapter 46. He Li waited for many days and finally received a reminder about Li Hongxian's current condition. Weapons of war. Promotion to the next level. Does that mean her career rank hasn't improved? Upgrading a profession's rank often brings stronger growth attributes and even special abilities. For example, if the attributes of a first-level professional soldier increase by 0.1 each time he grows, then after he advances to a second-level professional soldier, his attributes will only increase by 0.2 or more as he grows. Of course, because of the variability of species or occupations. So this is just a general advance change. In fact, many career advancements produce more changes. Horizontal advancement is more special, as it is just a change of professions at the same level and cannot be considered an improvement. However, the lack of professional class upgrades does not mean that the capabilities of units that advance horizontally will not increase. After all, there are differences in strength among different professions. Those extremely powerful special professions can bring amazing abilities to units and enable units to easily crush other professions of the same level. What ideals are there? Li Hong is probably just like that now. It took me so long to successfully obtain this special job after completing an independent event. There's no way it can be a weak profession, right? With anticipation, He Li pulled up Li Hong's current panel. Name: Li Hongxian. Race: corpse/human. Unit: special soldiers. Occupation: war weapon. Cannot be promoted. Attributes: 15.7/16.5/15.8/5.0. Strength, agility, physique, intelligence, talent, heart and martial arts. Skill: chi vision, loyalty, 100. Never decreases. Introduction: possessing the heart of a strong being. He greedily absorbs the combat techniques of all living beings. He is a cadaver mutant who has maximized his combat abilities. After scanning the attributes, He Li was not surprised. After all, influenced by his talent, all zombie creatures grow 5 times faster than other creatures. And this is just basic growth. Furthermore, their devouring of flesh and blood can further accelerate their growth. Furthermore, He Li's characteristics and their own abilities also accelerate their growth. Therefore, their attribute improvements are extremely terrifying. But Li Hong's current high attributes are definitely not entirely due to his own growth, but must also be due to career bonuses. Expand the career information as expected. War weapon. Killing machine cannot be advanced, but possesses a combat body that focuses on increasing all attributes, and the probability of acquiring abilities is tripled compared to other classes. Besides attributes, this class's probability of acquiring abilities and skills is 3 times higher than other classes. Staring at the career information, He Li's eyes gleamed. He already had a general understanding of the profession of war weapons. Not surprisingly, the characteristic of this profession should be mastering hundreds of abilities to control the situation. This is probably one of the strongest individual professions, right? TSK, a weapon of war, it truly lives up to its name. He Li sighed, his eyes falling on talent. Xian Tong martial arts. Effect: your energy utilization efficiency increases by 25%. Effect: you will more easily comprehend how to utilize the power of nature. Effect: you gain insight into all things and can easily see through the use of various powers. Effect: you have a very small chance of gaining a skill. Effect: when you master multiple powers, you become immune to the effects of conflicts between various power systems and can adapt to and master the use of various power systems. Effect: your 4 attribute growths are slightly increased. This talent is incredible. What kind of power can be used by just looking at it? How can this be tolerated? Who dares to use a skill in front of her? In addition to being amazed, He Li suddenly understood why Li Hongxian had been going around killing martial artists these days. She was probably trying to observe and master more martial arts through fighting, right? During this period, The key to advancement is whether to keep fighting or to keep mastering martial arts moves. Healy was not sure about this, but he knew that the advancement of war weapons must be difficult to replicate, because not every strange corpse is Li Hongxian. Not every ghost can defeat the entire martial arts world by itself. Even if there is no Wulin for him to try again. Oh, what a shame. The final Wulin event is a big event no matter how you look at it, and there must be a lot of rewards. But now everyone has been killed by Li Hongxian. I'm afraid I can't find any clues to the event reward. There's also the civil war in G. The emperor was eaten by a crow. I'm afraid it will be difficult to get the reward for that event. Healy muttered to himself as he closed Li Hongxian's panel. But there is no way around it. Even if Li Hongxian and Mao Ye had not disrupted the progress of the incident, it would still be difficult to get the reward as the virus spread and led to the death of key figures in the incident. However, as long as the event is triggered, the rewards will definitely be hidden somewhere. And now the whole world is coming to an end. Therefore, as long as he is lucky, maybe a certain zombie will be able to give him the event reward in the future. Let's not talk about the event rewards for now. Now that the virus has spread, the world is quickly becoming a zombie. Then, the Age of Awakening will begin. While thinking, Healy started to return to G state. His predictions about the future were not wrong. In this era of cold weapons, no force can fight against the crazy spreading zombie virus. The number of zombies increasing by millions or even tens of millions every day is too terrifying. All forces in the entire battlefield world were defeated by billions of strange corpse creatures in a very short period of time. So, just over 30 days after the game started, all the surviving lords heard the announcement that made them heartbroken. Announcement: all local forces in the Xuanqing battlefield world have been eliminated by Lord Healy. Congratulations to Lord Healy for becoming the first lord to eliminate all local forces on his first arrival on the battlefield. Reward: permanent special title Civilization Destroyer. Reward: 1 Heavenly Palace building. Golden letters appeared in the sky, but the imprisoned weak lords were naturally unable to see them. But they could hear the deafening reminder. The world finally fell into his hands. Someone in the dark dungeon smiled bitterly. They are the lords who remained after Healy sealed 100 lords because there were not enough spaces on the sealing scrolls. Oh, I don't know how long we will be locked up. It doesn't matter. No one will survive anyway. The chatter in the dungeon gradually increased, attracting the attention of the crimson eyes in the corner. Why be so pessimistic? A joking voice uttered from the crimson-eyed master's mouth. Mortals are weak and miserable. Isn't it good to accept the Lord's grace and join the glorious evolution? You were unknown in your lifetime, but after death, you might become a being that everyone fears. Hearing this, the lords looked up. They saw clearly the owner of the scarlet eyes. It was an alien lord with 6 hands growing out of his back. His 6 hands held a book, a knife, a sword, a pen, a key, and a transformed snake. Lan Ke. Someone called out the name of the 6-handed lord. Some people sneered. He has long forgotten who he is. He's just a monster in Lan Ke's skin. Humph, you're a lord after all, but now you've lost yourself and become a lackey guarding us. Look at the way he praises Healy. It really makes me feel sick. After saying this, Lan Ke's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and he said in a cold tone, "When the master no longer needs you, I will eat you to the bone. You won't even have the chance to join my clan," he said, staring at the lord who had just sneered. The latter's face suddenly turned ugly when he heard this. The others fell silent. They would rather be infected and turned into zombies than be eaten clean up. At least in that case, you can survive in another way or even become stronger. In the future, maybe there will be a chance to restore my memory. There are many lords who hold this expectation, so they are not actually opposed to infection. They are just being stubborn and refusing to admit it, but sometimes being stubborn comes at a price. Then, the lord who had made the sarcastic remarks regretted it. Chapter 47. Title: Destroyer of Civilization. Effect: at the start of each game, you will be hostile to all forces and have a 25% chance of being declared at war. When you destroy a civilization, you have a 25% chance of receiving additional rule rewards. Being hostile to all forces? I'm the enemy of all living things, so why would I care about being hostile to all forces? But this extra bonus is nice. In the G-State Palace, Healy glanced at the title of the rules and rewards and stood up from the dragon throne. A few days ago, he had already returned to G-State with the captured lords riding on the disaster beasts. Healy's original intention of coming here was because the G-State Imperial City covered a large area and had a complete range of facilities. For example, the Imperial City dungeon where he used to house the lords was very good. There are many traps there, and it is difficult for the Lord to escape. But now, Healy suddenly changed his mind. Because now he has something better to do. Heavenly Palace, unusual building. This is both a building and a unique object, capable of rapid levitation and movement. This unique building also contains numerous special facilities that require exploration. Healy raised his hand, and a delicate little palace flashing with white light floated in the air in the middle of his palm. This is the unique building rewarded by the rules, Heavenly Palace. Although Healy's understanding of this thing is still limited. But no matter how you look at it, it's definitely higher end than the G Kingdom's Imperial City, right? After all, this thing can fly. Thinking of this, Healy quickly walked out of the palace. Buzz. As he threw the Heavenly Palace in his hand, it swelled countless times in the wind, covering half of the Imperial City. As it magnified, Healy was able to see more details of the Heavenly Palace. The Heavenly Palace is suspended in the sky, with a hazy white mist at the bottom, just like the Fairy Palace in fairy tale TV dramas. However, the buildings in the Heavenly Palace are not ancient ones. Most of the buildings there are made up of squares and triangles. The building is covered with green jade. When the sunlight shines on the buildings, the green jade suddenly emits a faint glow. From a distance, this city with clouds and mist covering the sky and shimmering light is really beautiful. What is that? At this moment, a voice sounded behind him. Healy turned around and glanced at Mao Ya. Tiangong. Heavenly Palace. Mao Ya's eyes were full of curiosity. Healy didn't say anything more, but just raised his hand and made an unknown gesture. Buzz. Immediately, a cyan light descended from the Heavenly Palace, enveloping Healy and Mao Ya, who were directly below. Following the light, the two quickly ascended as if weightless, disappearing into the clouds. Of course, they didn't really disappear. This is just the way for ordinary people to ascend to the Heavenly Palace. Although you can fly up, Tiangong has a defense system that can isolate you outside. At this time, Healy and Mao Ya, who had appeared in the square made of green jade in the Heavenly Palace, were full of curiosity. The two of them were like bumpkins who had never seen the world. They looked and touched everywhere in the empty Tiangong city. Only when they were almost familiar with the place did Healy restrain himself and come to the center of Tiangong. There is a castle there, which is both a resting place for the Lord of the Heavenly Palace and the center of the Heavenly Palace. All the attack and defense system facilities of the Tiangong, including mobile operations, are completed in the central castle command room. Stop looking, go find Li Hongxian and Wan Qingshan for me. Look at what they are doing now. If it's nothing urgent, call me back. In the central castle of the Heavenly Palace, Healy stopped Mao Ya, who was thinking about something, and gave him orders. The latter nodded quickly upon hearing this. Yes. Bowing respectfully and stepping back, Mao Ya spread his arms and transformed into a dark red crow, flying out of Tiangong City. Healy watched him go away and pulled out the event scroll he had obtained from his pocket. You have used the event scroll Awakening Era. Note: due to the influence of the event scroll, all your subordinates have entered the event Awakening Era. They will awaken their thoughts or encounter various small events. With that prompt, the scroll turned to ashes. Healy watched the ashes dissipate before he sat down on the jade throne behind him and closed his eyes. Yinzhou, in the woods outside Nana City. Crack. Along with the sound, the large willow tree struck by lightning beside the pond in the forest trembled slightly. Its countless roots emerged from the ground, dragging its body, which had been broken by lightning, towards the city ahead. Seeing this, the strange corpses in the city all stared at it with smart eyes. In Langya City, in the empty academy, the white-haired old man sat quietly at the gate, looking at the ignorant zombies outside. I don't know how long he sat in meditation, but he suddenly turned around and walked into the room full of desks as if he had suddenly realized something. In the former Baichao medical village, I saw a strange corpse in a doctor's uniform squatting on the ground chewing the herbs that had just been pulled out of the soil. When she finished chewing the herbs in her mouth, a bit of human suspicion flashed in her eyes. After a moment, she turned her attention to other herbs, plucked some, and chewed them. In an unremarkable small town. Ding, dang, ding. In the northwest corner of the town, a sound suddenly came from the blacksmith shop that had been silent for a long time. Many nearby zombies listened to the clanging sound and couldn't help but feel curious. When they got closer, they could see a burly zombie hammering red-hot metal in the blacksmith shop. In his hands, the metal gradually bent through hammering and turned into an object with a sharp iron hook. At first there were no zombies until he was about to do something. Until the blacksmith stopped hammering and fixed the strange iron hook on the corpse with the broken arm. 2 days after the Awakening Era scroll was used, the strange corpses in various places have begun to show different changes. Their behavior is becoming more and more like humans. They are learning and understanding a lot of things. The city, which had been silent due to the zombie outbreak, suddenly became noisy again. Although the sounds were intermittent, and some were so chaotic that it was hard to make out what they meant, they made the silent city gradually regain its former liveliness. The changes in the zombies were directly fed back to Healy. These days, Healy's mind keeps reminding. Zhang Lin, a common soldier under your command, has undergone a special transformation and has been promoted to the profession of scholar. Yuno, an ordinary soldier under your command, has undergone a special transformation and has been promoted to the profession of doctor. The Willow Tree, a common soldier under your command, undergoes a special transformation and enters the minor event Tree Man, ordinary troops under your command. More and more zombies are encountering their own events. More and more combat professions, auxiliary professions, special arms, and even heroic units began to emerge, and the civilization of the zombies seemed to be born based on human civilization. But compared to human civilization, the civilized society of the zombies seems to be more pure and powerful. They have a strong tolerance for their own kind. What is their loyalty? They only agree with one voice. There are almost no conflicts between them, and it is difficult for them to get into disputes due to differences in opinions. Such a nearly perfect social system is something that complex human civilization can never match. Chapter 48. Xuanqing Calendar, July. 40 days have passed since the start of the game. The difficulty of this world has increased for the third time. Natural disasters are occurring more and more frequently around the world. Natural disasters such as strong winds, heavy rains, floods, earthquakes, and even tsunamis have also had an impact on the strange corpse creatures. Some strange corpses have been promoted through the changes in natural disasters, but more strange corpse creatures have died. The continuous natural disasters seem to be urging Healy to end this one war as soon as possible. But Healy seemed to have his own plans. Wait a little longer. In Tiangong City, Healy muttered to himself as he looked at the prosperous imperial city right below. Following his gaze, I saw countless strange corpses coming and going in the Ji Kingdom's imperial city under the heavenly palace. They all looked hurried and seemed busy with their own affairs. Moving the gaze, one can see tens of thousands of zombies in the Royal City Academy, sitting cross-legged and practicing something. There are sporadic zombies walking among the corpses. Occasionally, they would stop beside the sitting corpse and whisper to it, as if discussing or correcting it. On the distant training ground, hundreds of thousands of zombies in armor were practicing advanced martial arts in unison. Farther from the training grounds, the Calamity Beast flew in from afar, leading tens of thousands of giant corpse whales behind them. Those corpse whales were as huge as mountains, and although they had no wings, they could hover and fly. When they landed and opened their mouths, a black mass of corpses quickly poured out of their mouths. Some of the new zombies went into the city. Some stayed in the training grounds, while others went to mines, plantations, or other facilities. All the zombies performed their duties, and no one was lazy. They are tireless and are in action 24 hours a day. Influenced by Healy's will, the imperial machine of the Corpse Dynasty will continue to run endlessly. All the zombies will improve drastically, and the technology of the zombie civilization will develop at an incredible speed. At the same time, over the vast ocean, we're here. This should be the location of the cave. As he said this, a golden figure landed on the island carrying Li Hongxian like lightning. After getting off the Thunder Wolf Dragon's back, Li Hongxian looked up at the extremely flat, steep, and towering mountain wall in front of him, which looked like it was cut by a sharp sword, and the mural of a golden and red dragon shadow on the mountain wall. I was promoted here too. The Thunder Wolf Dragon took 2 steps forward and spoke in human language. I never thought this would be the location of the ghostly, immortal cave. Many days ago, it witnessed Li Hongxian's promotion to War Machine and watched her collect the ghost immortal notes. The last volume of notes was given to her by Healy after he called her back. Li Hongxian could understand the contents of those notes. Through the few contents in the notes, Li Hongxian roughly pieced together the location of the Guixian Cave Mansion. To everyone's surprise, that place was actually the place where the Thunder Wolf Dragon was promoted. When you were promoted, you should have realized that the problem here was not just an ordinary island. After withdrawing his gaze from the mural, Li Hongxian glanced at the Thunder Wolf Dragon who was lost in his memories and spoke. The latter opened his mouth upon hearing this, but said nothing. Although now thinking about it, there was definitely something wrong with this place. But at that time, Thunder Wolf Dragon had just been promoted, so how could he think so much? Open the cave. The master is still waiting for us. The Thunder Wolf Dragon changed the subject. Li Hongxian didn't say much to it after hearing it. but just walked quickly towards the mountain wall. After she groped around on the mountain wall for a while, she didn't know what hidden mechanism was activated. In short, after she took action, the flat mountain wall suddenly trembled slightly and revealed a stone chamber. A faint light flickered in the stone chamber. Seeing this, Li Hongxian flew in. As she entered, He Li, who was far away in the heavenly palace, received a prompt. Your subordinate Li Hong has discovered the mysterious immortal cave. Your subordinate Li Hong has discovered an unknown treasure chest, *1. In the evening of the day when the prompt ended, Li Hongxian and Lei Langlong returned to the heavenly palace with a black treasure chest full of technology. This was the only treasure chest they could find in the cave. The treasure chest is placed according to the rules after the game starts. As for the other things, the Ji Kingdom's ancestor emperor who discovered the cave was not stupid, so of course he took them all. But even so, Li Hong also gained something other than items in the cave. There's nothing else in the cave except the treasure chest. But that cave is special. Once you enter, you'll see many ancient characters on the walls. Those words contain the cultivation methods of immortals. It also includes content related to formations, weapon refining, and alchemy. Putting down the treasure chest, Li Hongxian told what he knew. Do you have the recipe for the pill you took? He Li looked up and asked after listening to Li Hongxian's report. The latter nodded. Yes, but not all. It's impossible to create a pill with exactly the same effect. But, Li Hongxian paused and said, but the Ji Kingdom's ancestor relied on the treasures of the weird immortal cave mansion and the weird immortal's cultivation method to establish the Ji Kingdom. He should have left some finished products. From the clues I've obtained, I speculate that he went insane after practicing the strange immortal technique and also encountered betrayal. That's why those notes got scattered. But the Ji Kingdom's ancestor emperor had anticipated this, and he didn't use up all the strange immortal treasures he brought with him. He gave away a lot and kept a lot. The elixirs from Baichao Medical Village are an example. Perhaps there are more hidden things in the martial arts treasure house. The martial arts treasure house that Li Hongxian mentioned is the reward that can be obtained by participating in the final martial arts event. But all the martial arts sects were killed by her, so the clue was interrupted. Li Hongxian's intention was to find the treasure house and any remaining Guasian finished elixirs inside. As long as there are finished pills, we should be able to make the corresponding pills by combining them with the incomplete pill recipe. The Wallin treasure house is unreliable for the time being. He Li shook his head. Even if it's an incomplete recipe, it can still produce a decent pill. Then let those doctor-level zombies try it. Yes. Li Hongxian nodded. Seeing this, He Li asked again. Tell me the specific content of those words you saw, and what exactly is the so-called strange immortal cultivation method? Eat people. Li Hongxian spat out 2 words. He Li frowned. Eating people? Be more specific. You can't become an immortal through cultivation, Li Hongxian explained. But cannibalism combined with cultivation can cause a person to go insane, become physically deformed, and hear whispers. The content didn't mention what the whisper was. Whisper? He Li frowned, thinking of the gods. Gods really exist in the universe. Perhaps this kind of practice is a spiritual bridge used to communicate with certain evil gods and gain power. Following this line of thought, it is estimated that those methods of refining medicine and weapons and forming formations are definitely not normal methods. Come to think of it, how could Li Hong, who is now a strange corpse, be interested in elixirs? It's only possible that the elixir was made by someone else. That's why when Li Hong got the elixir, he became interested in the blood and energy in the elixir and ate it. After figuring this out, He Li said, Don't practice that kind of cultivation method without my permission. Yes. Li Hongxian nodded obediently. She didn't need to know why, she just had to follow orders. He Li had his own reasons for not letting her practice. He had just started to develop his strength, and if he practiced that weird technique at this time and was targeted by an evil god, that would definitely be troublesome for him now. Okay, go do what you want to do first. Putting aside the matter of the strange immortal cultivation method for the time being, He Li said a simple sentence and looked at the black box. Unknown treasure chest. Black open it to randomly obtain 3 scrolls/items/strange items. Can you randomly get 3 items? Not bad. Watching the message disappear before his eyes, He Li reached out and opened the black treasure chest with great anticipation. Congratulations on winning the item Small Space Bracelet *1. Congratulations on receiving the item Recruitment Beacon *1. Congratulations on obtaining the scroll Frenzy Disaster *1. Chapter 49. Space Bracelet? That's a good thing. Following the prompt in his mind, He Li reached out and caught the 3 things that popped out of the treasure chest. Small Space Bracelet. connected to an independent space of 1,000 cubic meters for storing items. Because the internal space is in a near-vacuum state, it cannot store most living things. Recruitment Beacon. Use this in a non-battlefield world to be immediately recruited to join the game. Scroll of Frenzy. After use, most creatures within a 500-kilometer radius of the target will enter a brief frenzy, attacking indiscriminately. This space bracelet is similar to a smart bracelet. After wearing it, it can be bound to your own spirit and used. This thing has many uses for Healy. It is not just for storing various props. Healy also planned to use it to store large amounts of blood. There's no way. His blood mine skill requires blood. But enough blood is not always available. If there is not enough blood, it will be difficult for Healy's skills to exert their full power. Don't even mention being able to use the enemy's blood. After all, there are too many races in the universe that have no blood, such as the energy-driven mechanical race or the undead skeleton race, etc. When facing those races, if Healy does not have enough blood stored on him, he can only passively take the beating. This bracelet has solved my dilemma. And with this recruitment beacon, if you run into trouble outside, you can always hide in the game. Healy was very satisfied with what he got this time. After all, what comes out are all very useful things. After putting away the beacon and scroll, Healy's gaze fell on Li Hongxian, who was standing silently beside him, and asked, "Why haven't you left yet? Don't you have anything you want to do?" The latter responded, "Yes, stay with you." Hearing this, Healy was stunned for 2 seconds. In mid-August, the world difficulty continues to increase. The scope and power of disasters have been greatly enhanced. The number of dead and injured zombies continues to increase. The technology of the zombie civilization continues to improve, and combined weapons are born. This is a special weapon based on the living weapon of the blood and bone furnace, combined with ancient mechanical techniques and equipped with firearms. When attacking, it can switch between long-range and short-range attack modes, and has a powerful heavy attack mode. At the end of August, a technological creation in the style of a strange corpse and blood and bones was born. Bloodbone chariots and bloodbone warships appeared one after another. In early September, a blood-red announcement suddenly appeared in the sky. Announcement: attention! All native creatures on the Xuanxing battlefield have been exterminated by Lord Healy. Congratulations to Healy for becoming the first lord to exterminate all creatures on his first visit to the battlefield. Reward: permanent special title World-Destroying Maniac. As the low prompt sound rang through my ears, those lords who had been imprisoned in the dungeon for a long time finally saw the long-lost sunlight again. Compared to before, they are now all thin, pale, and lifeless. They look no different from the refugees in the cold weapon era. These hard times are finally over. Wearing handcuffs and leg irons, the lords leaned against the wall and smiled stiffly in the warm sunshine. For countless days, Healy had been constantly drawing their blood and unwilling to give them anything good to eat. Every day I chew on the coarse grains thrown in by the weird corpses. It is not easy for them to hold on until now. Fortunately, we don't have to hold on anymore. Looking at the announcement, the lords guessed that Healy had had enough fun, and he suddenly released them today just to infect them and end the game. As expected, the lords who had just come out of the dungeon soon saw Healy in the distance. Healy held 2 scrolls in his hands. As he approached, 2 scrolls unfolded, and hundreds of sealed lords were thrown out. These lords were still in a coma. Healy glanced at them calmly and waved his hand. Buzz! In an instant, a stream of black, sticky blood gushed out from the nearby corpse guards, condensing into countless sharp blood needles that pierced into the bodies of all the leaders. The virus spread rapidly through those blood needles. The lords of the Halo clan were the first to show changes. Countless spiderweb-like blood threads quickly spread out from the halo above their heads that looked like electric poles. The blood vessels multiplied wildly, turning their white halos red in just a few minutes. The next thing to change was the elves. The elves' pointed ears became longer and thinner, their beautiful eyes and the whites of their eyes were covered in blood, and some of the elves gradually grew dark red limbs that resembled plants. Those limbs grew leaves, even flowers that blossomed and emitted a strange fragrance. Healy could feel the virus flying in the air. To be precise, they are flying along with the spread of pollen. He wasn't surprised by this. In fact, many of his corpse plants carried viruses in their pollen after flowering. Those viruses would be carried far away by the breeze. However, flowers can actually bloom on the elves. Are they plants? Healy smiled to himself. The virus infection was still increasing, and more than 270 lords turned into zombies within half an hour. Because many of these lords are of special species, they have contributed many special troops to Healy. It's a pity that no heroic units were born. Once you transform into a corpse and die, you lose your status as a lord. The lord also lost his original talents or characteristics. If only their innate qualities could be preserved. Healy had a little fantasy in his mind, but he quickly erased this unrealistic fantasy. At this moment, as all the lords transformed into corpses and died, a new subtitle appeared in the sky, emitting white light. Notice, attention, there are only 5 lords left in this game, which has reached the end of the game. The end time of this Lord War game has been announced. Along with the announcement, red numbers appeared in the sky. 1098. Buzz. When the digital countdown ended, the scene in front of Healy suddenly became blurred. When the vision began to clear, the surrounding scene had returned to the original preparation space. Healy stood there and looked around. Not far away, the ragged and emaciated Lu Ruyan, the slovenly Tian, and 2 other non-human lords were weeping bitterly. When they saw Healy, their eyes turned red. Healy, you will die a miserable death. Lu Ruyan completely changed her previous image of a good squad leader, glaring with red eyes and cursing with resentment. No one knows how she survived, but because of Healy's existence, she lost everything. So she had reason to hate Healy. Although the other lords did not say anything, they were looking at Healy with extremely vicious eyes. If possible, they would have rushed up and tore Healy to pieces. But they can't and must not do it. After all, they don't have the confidence to defeat Healy. The latter didn't want to pay any attention to them at all. After all, there was no need to waste energy if the preparation space couldn't be used for fighting. His mind was on the settlement subtitles. The surviving lords of this game begin to calculate their earnings. Lord Lu Ruyan, benefit, none. Lord Tikin, benefit, none. Lord Healy, benefits, star territory / Schwanching battlefield. Note, the acquired territory has been separated from the original universe and a soul connection has been established with the Lord. The Lord can summon the territory to view it or open the gate between the 2 worlds to enter and exit freely. Looking at the subtitles above his head, Healy felt vaguely as if there was something extra in his mind. After calming down, he stretched out his palm. Buzz. As he moved, a blue planet slowly rotated in the center of his palm. See that beautiful planet. The other 4 lords trembled with jealousy. Chapter 50. When the rules announced that Healy would get Schwanching, the planet Schwanching disappeared from the original universe. That's how plunder works. Before going to the battlefield, Healy heard others discussing the disappearance of Blue Star. It was also like this. All the land resources were gradually plundered and divided up by the lords until they disappeared. But planetary benefits are only one of the factors. There are many other benefits that are not explicitly stated in the settlement rules. For example, his 4 terrifying attributes. After all, Healy's special effects include ones that can be enhanced through feedback from infected zombies. There are hundreds of billions of creatures in the entire Schwanching, except for those insects and small creatures that are not easy to mutate. There are still billions of creatures that could potentially be promoted to powerful arms. Among them, tens of millions were successfully promoted. No less than 10,000 people provided feedback to Healy. However, most of those feedbacks are not attributes. Most of them are various special effects, such as enhancing Healy's own resistance, etc. However, even so, even if only thousands of zombies successfully provided attribute feedback to Wei Li, his 4 attributes now were enough to reach an extremely astonishing data. Name Healy, race, corpse origin, lord class, level 0, 1/5 plot, attributes, 96.7/93.6/98.6/89.3, strength, agility, physique, intelligence, talent, a mad soul that goes against the laws of nature and walks a strange path. Features, origin of the strange corpse is an abnormal individual, skill, blood thoughts. Introduction, a strange individual that even rules cannot explain. It's almost over 100. Sweeping his own panel, Healy put his palms together to make the black star in his hand disappear. He wasn't surprised by his attributes. After all, he had secretly seen it in the game. Now I also have a Lord plot. No matter the size of the Lord plot, as long as it is obtained at the end of the game, it will consume a slot. When all 5 slots are occupied, I can start to advance. Looking at his own 0-level Lord class, information about advancement emerged in Healy's mind. As far as he knew, no matter how big or small the plots were, as long as 5 were gathered, they would be recruited to participate in the advanced war. There are also many benefits after advancement. In addition to increasing the location of the plot, your own characteristics or talents can also be strengthened. At that time, the talent traits will have new powerful effects. Of course, the death rate in advanced wars is also higher. If every plot of land on my planet is a planet, I can still dominate the advanced war. All 5 plots are planets. Only Healy would dare to dream of such a beautiful dream, right? After all, for other lords, it is necessary to fight against the natives of the battlefield and hundreds of other competitors, and to keep their hard-earned small part of the territory until the end of the game. This is already a very difficult thing. Not to mention, you also have to control the life and death of other lords and determine the exact time when the game ends. And at the same time, they declared war on the whole world and occupied it. This is something so crazy that it is almost impossible to accomplish. Apart from special beings like Healy, almost no other race dares to have the confidence to do so. Of course, it is precisely because of the special nature of Healy's existence that he is destined to be hunted down by all races. If you want to kill me, it depends on whether you have the ability. Healy thought about it, and a calm smile appeared on his face. At the same time, a reminder sounded in my mind. The innate divine effect is triggered, your divinity is enhanced, and all 4 attributes are increased by 8 points. Oh yes, there is also a talent entry called Innate God that improves all attributes at the end of the game. But what about divinity? Healy frowned. Apart from the attribute improvement, he didn't feel any special changes in other aspects. In addition, there was no data to show divinity, so he was really confused. Forget it, I'll check the information later. Shaking his head, Healy decisively gave up the meaningless thinking. He returned his gaze to the other lords. You are lucky to have survived this. He smiled and said, I hope you'll still have this luck when we meet again on the battlefield in the future. Hearing Healy's words, the 4 lords who were already emotional became even more excited. But before they could say anything, the surrounding scene gradually began to blur and distort, and the sound of rules rang out in their minds. This war game has been settled. Return transmission has been initiated. As the sound gradually faded away, the scene in front of me gradually returned to the classroom before I went to the battlefield. Unlike before, the classrooms were filled with expectant students before going to the battlefield, but now, the empty classrooms only have a few teachers waiting for their return. Of course, there is also the dirty Lu Rian. He killed everyone. He's a monster, not a human. Kill him quickly. When Healy's eyes fell on Lu Rian, she suddenly shouted. The voice was filled with hatred and anger, as well as a bit of panic and other complex emotions. Those teachers were also confused. They expected that many people would die in the war, but they didn't expect that only 2 students would return. What's even more outrageous is that one of them was the murderer who killed the others. Is this not right? Is this true? Hearing Lu Rian's roar, the teachers did not take action immediately, but looked at Healy suspiciously. Healy, what's going on? Don't you want to explain? Although I was asking, I didn't quite believe that Healy could kill 90% of the students in the class. But thinking that Healy was already a lord, the teachers raised their hands out of caution to summon their own territories. Healy could also clearly see the square-shaped territory floating in their hands. Looking at the small plots of land in the teacher's hands, Healy didn't answer the question but squinted his eyes and said, Your territory doesn't look very good. The teachers frowned and wanted to say something. Lu Rian was anxious. Stop asking and do it. Didn't he kill all the students in the class? He killed almost all the lords. Only 5 lords survived the war. And the 4 of us didn't gain anything. He took over all the war planets. Lu Rian spoke as she moved closer to the door. By the time she finished speaking anxiously, the person had already run out. She was not stupid. No matter whether the teachers could deal with Healy or not, she would be affected if a fight broke out. For the sake of her life, she thought it would be better to leave the classroom quickly. However, she underestimated Healy's terror. Bang! Lu Rian, who had already run out, only heard a loud noise suddenly coming from the classroom behind her. She subconsciously turned around, only to see the figures of several teachers bursting out of the wall like kites with broken strings. Lu Rian's pupils shrank sharply as she ran away, shouting loudly. Murder! Healy killed Teacher Zhang and the others. In fact, Lu Rian didn't need to shout. The noise just now had already alarmed other students in the school, teachers from various classes, and even the principal who happened to be coming out of the office. He watched the bedraggled Lu Rian flee in terror, and also watched Healy's figure instantly appear behind Lu Rian, lifting her up like a chicken. Everyone's expression changed slightly. They didn't change their attitude just because Lu Rian was arrested. The change in their expressions was because they discovered Healy so quickly that they couldn't even see him clearly. It's too fast, faster than a bullet. How high is his agility attribute? 10 points? 20 points? Or is it higher than I guessed? Although we don't know how high Healy's attributes are, Healy's performance is enough to put pressure on everyone. Everyone looked at Healy with an expressionless face, and then looked at the teachers who were seriously injured and unconscious after being beaten out by Healy. They all frowned and called out the territories they held, but did not dare to act rashly. Healy was too lazy to pay attention to these teachers and students. There is no benefit in solving them. On the contrary, if you waste time, you may get into trouble. You must know that in this world where everyone is a lord, there is a reason why everyone lives in peace. The powerful lords from the state machine are guarding the city. They received word that they would arrive soon. Those lords have strong attributes, and they have experienced many wars and have powerful hero units at hand. Healy didn't want to be entangled with them. Anyway, he could get rid of all the lords by spreading the virus and poisoning the water source. There was no need for him to fight with those people like a fool. Then, the blood wings behind Healy spread out, and his figure turned into a red light and disappeared into the horizon.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.